please, Martha, you want to put your hand up for us or stand up so we can...
Bienvenue à tous, for my little bit of français. First of all, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that the Anishinaabe lands on which we are gathered are the traditional and Treaty Number 20 territories of the Chippewas of Georgina Island. As a municipality, Aurora has shared responsibility for the stewardship of this land, while recognizing the many other nations whose presence here continues to this day. We further acknowledge that Aurora is part of the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit, recognized through Treaty Number 13, as well as the Williams Treaties of 1923. A shared understanding of how the rich cultural heritage that has existed for centuries and of how our collective past brought us to where we are today will help us walk together into a better future. I'd also like to extend condolences to the family, friends, colleagues, and loved ones of Constable Andrew Hong, Toronto Police Service, Constable Travis Gillespie, York Regional Police, Constable Morgan Russell, South Simcoe Police Service, Constable Devin Northrup, South Simcoe Police Service, and Constable Shaylin Yang, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. These people who gave much service during their life laid down their lives in the line of duty in order to keep our communities safe. I wanted to take a moment also to thank all of you. I did a shorter version yesterday, I think shorter, to say thank you to all of you, because most of you are on the front lines of this issue of trying to combat impaired driving. I came to it about 30 years ago and joined Arrival Live some 20 years ago. It started as an area of interest for me and morphed into something far more personal as time went on, because when you reach my age, sadly, it's hard not to have personal connections with people who've been personally touched by impaired driving. I just wanted to share the most recent connection that I had. That many of you may remember, there was a terrible crash on July 1st of this year at Yonge and Richmond Street, where someone went through a red light and killed one pedestrian and seriously injured another pedestrian. That other pedestrian is Carlos, who happens to be a choir mate in my a cappella choir. Carlos ended up losing his leg below the knee as a result of this particular crash. I have to tell you, there's good news, sort of. He is the most determined and gritty young man I think I've met in a long time. And last week, Tuesday, November 1st, 4 months after his crash, he walked a few steps on his new prosthesis in our choir for rehearsal. So what I want to say is thank you to all of you, and please keep fighting the fight, because I look at Carlos and I think, you are an amazing young man, but I weren't spending all this energy on trying to recover your life. You should be spending it making your life. So let's make sure, let's do what we can to not have any more lives touched by impaired driving. I know that's a tough quest, but we need to keep the fight going because there are always going to be people who just don't think. I think that's the nicest thing I can say about it. And I do want to thank all of you for your service. And so now I'll just end my remarks with a moment of silence for all those that we have lost and who have been touched by impaired driving. Thank you. enjoy the conference. I hope you come out of it feeling re-energized and reinvigorated.
Thank you, Shelley. We have a message from Ontario's Minister of Transportation, Carolyn Mulroney. It's a video message. I'm going to try to play this, and we'll see how I do.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to the team at Arrive Alive, Drive Sober for having me, and for organizing this important event. Today marks the 28th year of the Arrive Alive, Drive Sober conference. I want to start by saying what an incredible accomplishment that is, and take a moment to recognize the significant impact that your work continues to have by saving lives and making Ontario's roads safer each and every day. Today is also an important opportunity to educate the people of Ontario and highlight the detrimental impacts of impaired driving, and remind everyone of the important role that we play as we work to eradicate this reckless behavior that hurts us all. As Minister of Transportation and as a mom of teens learning to drive on our roads, I take road safety very seriously. And while our government continues to build Ontario, our mandate goes far beyond just getting infrastructure built. A successful transportation network is one that is reliable, efficient, and safe. And we know to achieve this, we need to work together. For 2 decades now, Ontario has consistently ranked among the top 5 jurisdictions for road safety in North America. And while we should all be very proud, there's always more that we can do to make our roads even safer. Because one life lost on our roads is one too many. Under Premier Ford's leadership, our government has been clear that we have a zero-tolerance policy for dangerous driving. And we have not hesitated to make decisive action to improve road safety measures. Last year, the Ontario Legislature passed the Moving Ontarians More Safely Act, better known as the MOMS Act. I'm incredibly proud of the work and collaboration that went into this legislation. Our motive behind the MOMS Act is clear: protect law-abiding road users and crack down on the bad actors. And we did that by introducing measures like longer driver's license suspensions and increased vehicle impoundment periods for drivers who engage in stunt driving, street racing, and aggressive driving. This critical piece of legislation sends a message that stunt driving and street racing will not be tolerated and is considered just as severe as impaired driving. And let me be clear, impaired driving has no place on our roads and is not acceptable. This reckless behavior poses an unnecessary risk to our communities and needs to be met with severe consequences. That's why Ontario has among the strictest penalties in North America when it comes to impaired driving. And our government remains laser-focused on our collective efforts to draw attention to the needless and entirely preventable tragedies that result from impaired drivers. With Ontario's strict laws, vigorous enforcement, and the steadfast commitment of our road safety partners, like Arrive Alive, Drive Sober, our efforts are working. Because whether it's alcohol, cannabis, or any other substance, choosing to get behind the wheel impaired is unacceptable. By targeting the bad drivers that put everyone's safety at risk, our government will keep Ontario's roads safer for the people, families, and businesses who use them each day. On behalf of the Ministry of Transportation, I want to thank you for your efforts to combat impaired driving and to keep our roads safe. Together, we can keep impaired drivers off the road as we push forward in our pursuit of making Ontario's
Roads safely in the world. Thank you. We were doing so well. Well, I like her verbiage there. I recall, I think, John, when we first started, like 30 years ago, on the bottom of our letterhead, it said, working together to eliminate impaired driving, right? So we're still at it, eh? Anyway, we'll keep going. There have been some improvements, so. All right, I'm going to welcome for our final morning's greetings, Ian Hill from York Region Police. And I want to say thank you, especially in front of all your officers and Todd, for being such a wonderful host and such a great supporter. So.
Thanks, Ann. Appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful day we've had. Who would have thought in November we'd have this kind of weather? This is fantastic. I had to go home and cut my lawn after being away for 3 weeks. It was a bit of a hayfield. So as said before, I'm Ian Hill. I'm the inspector in charge of the Road Safety Bureau, and thank you to our hosts, Arrive Alive, and to all of our community and policing partners for being here today. As many of you know, York Regional Police experienced yet another sobering reminder of why this conference and our collective efforts are so critical. On September 14th, 2022, we lost one of our own. Constable Travis Gillespie, a hard-working and well-respected member of 2 District, was driving to work at 6 a.m. when he was killed on a head-on collision by an alleged impaired driver. A life so full of promise and passion gone because of one person's decision to drive while impaired. It was clear that Travis's death was devastating and irreparable impact on so many lives. Far too many times we have seen similar tragedies on our roadways. Far too many times our officers have delivered shattering news to loved ones left behind. I can say for a fact that I've had to do this too many times, and the impact it has not only obviously on the families, but our officers and members of this organization, it's everlasting. It just doesn't go away. It's impossible to repair. And that's why our commitment to continue fighting impaired driving is as strong as ever. We are not giving up. We are relentless in our enforcement efforts each and every day. Our RIDE program is deployed year-round, not just over the holidays. That's 365, 24/7. We are out in the morning, the afternoon, and the evening, all day. We work with our community partners to educate the community, not just on the dangers of impaired driving, but also our collective responsibility to report dangerous and suspected impaired drivers on our roadways. We do this through our long-standing Safe Roads program, Your Call. I hope today's session give you additional tools and resources to bring back to your respective organizations. And I know through our continued education and action, we can collectively combat impaired driving on our roadways. Thank you again for being here, and enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Inspector Hill. Yeah, and if it doesn't get mentioned at some point throughout the day, one of the best ways to get impaired drivers off the road is by calling 911 to report them as a crime in progress. I think everyone in the room knows that, but it's something that a lot of us really support because we do have tough measures, we have tough laws, we have good enforcement, we have safe roads in lots of ways and infrastructure and strategies and all that, but at the end of the day, and training and alcohol service and all that, right? So if we wind up with impaired drivers on the road, calling 911 to get them off the road is a wonderful strategy. So our next presentation is 3 experts. It's a 3-person panel entitled Anatomy of a Collision. So we have 3 experts to speak with us this morning, a police officer, a paramedic, and a Crown attorney, to walk us through the processes involved in an impaired driving collision and its aftermath. We'll begin with paramedic Sean Robinson with York Region Paramedics, and then Detective Steve Kukan from York Regional Police Major Collision Investigation Unit, followed by Ivana Denisov with the Ministry of the Attorney General out of York Region's Crown's office. Please hold your questions for a time of open Q&A following the 3 speakers. So these 3 speakers, you can sit at the front or you can sit here, up to you. And Sean Robinson is going to go first, and someone's going to put up your PowerPoint. Is that me? And it's...
Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. No. And it's just the down arrow? Just the down arrow. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you guys for having me. Name's Sean Robinson. I am a paramedic with York Advanced Care, and I've been one for just over 22 years. So I'm here to speak to you a bit from our lens with regards to a collision of this nature. So when a call comes in, we have a central dispatch center. The central dispatch center receives the call from most likely the police. So a call taker will take the information, they will relay it ongoing to a dispatcher who will then dispatch one of the ambulances. So in the meantime, the information is still being gathered. So a collision has occurred, the information is being gathered, an ambulance has been dispatched, and the information starts to become updated. So as I was saying, the information starts to become relevant for the call, and we continue on the way. So the information we receive on the way, it very rarely is ever anything about an impaired driver, as they don't want to skew our judgment of what we're about to come across. It's usually an individual's been involved in a collision, a multiple vehicle collision. The dispatchers have said in the past that they can receive anywhere from 1 to over 40 calls for this single incident. So trying to navigate those can be a bit of an issue for them. When we arrive at scene, our job is to ensure that the way we approach the scene with the vehicle and blocking, if there's no fire or police present as of yet, it allows us to remain safe. If police and fire are present on scene, then we will use them to help guide us in as to where the best and safest location is for allowing us access to the injured individuals. The whole time, our goal when we arrive on scene is to ensure that nobody is missed. So once we get on these, especially the higher speed incidents, it can be very tunneling as to, let's go to the sickest person, people are screaming and yelling on scenes. You go to where individuals, or you want to go to where people are telling you to go. And our role in all of this is to try and slow our members down so that they get an opportunity to see the whole picture and that nobody is missed. So the first person on scene will usually go to the initial area that people are telling them to go to. The second person, so usually the driver, will step back and do a full-on walk around to make sure that there is no other secondary scene and there is no other individuals that require attention. It also allows us the opportunity to gather the information to relay back to the dispatch as to what resources are required. So in on these collisions, we have an abundance of equipment that we utilize to ensure that the individuals are properly secured and no further injuries occurred. We are often inside these vehicles discussing patient information with the injured and gaining information. The whole time trying to keep an open mind as to what is going on. Has nothing to do with us. Our role in this is to make sure that everybody that is injured is safely removed and taken to the hospital for care. So when we provide the information to dispatch, this is the greater scene. So the initial collision that you saw in the first slide, this is the exact same collision. However, you can see the ambulance is off to the right-hand side, blocking traffic from entering into where the collision site is. I don't believe police are on scene with this at the moment. The fire department had arrived and were blocking the opposite direction. But until police arrive and secure that scene, we utilize the ambulance to keep the rest of us safe in the meantime. So the information provided back to dispatch is how many other ambulances are required, anybody that's trapped, any special equipment that's required, or any advanced levels of care that are required. So in the ambulance, on the way to the hospital is where this is our office. So this is where everything tends to slow down. So you start to gather information, provide care, utilize all of the tools that we have to help stabilize individuals and get them to the hospital as quickly as we possibly can. So, arriving at the hospital, we are met by an abundance of hospital staff depending on the criticality of the patient. If we were down at the trauma center, there's anywhere from 10 to 20 individuals in the room usually that will be ready and awaiting for you to arrive. The information is then relayed to them, and we will shift back towards the ambulance bay and start the next step, which is cleanup, documentation, and a little bit of decompression. So, after some of these calls, as you can see, it can be quite the take back. So you have a full dump of adrenaline that has taken you through this entire event, and then all of a sudden it's died off and you have to come back to this. One of you gets to tidy it up, the other one gets to do the documentation. Sometimes we'll both take the time away and tidy it up so that you get the opportunity to decompress on it. The human effect. So, the human effect to this is the one piece that I wanted to speak to. I've been a part of the peer support team for York Region Paramedic Services for 8 years. And this seems to be the largest piece that the general public doesn't seem to understand. Sitting on a dock over the summer with a group of friends through sports, having a few drinks, they started to discuss a collision that occurred that wiped out an entire family and how saddened they were for the entire family, and it was a tragedy. And I, sitting there, stayed quiet until the opportunity arose. I said, "What about the first responders?" They said, "Well, what do you mean?" They hadn't considered that incident that wiped out an entire family by one person's choice had removed 4 paramedics, 2 firefighters, and I believe a police officer from duty and service because they couldn't return to work without reliving the event. So sitting there, we went through a conversation on this, and they, the 2 individuals in particular, were almost dumbfounded on the fact that they had never given this any thought or consideration. They had never thought about the people that take the calls. They had never thought about the people that attend to the calls. They had never thought about the people at the hospital, the people that have to clean up after it. They hadn't given any consideration to that whatsoever other than, here's the event, this is the family, that was the tragedy. One of the slogans that came out recently in the media with regards to all of this that I think has hit the closest to home for me in particular is that it's a decision. Right? So the drinking and driving, impaired driving, it's not an accident. It's a choice, and it's one that affects us all. I think that is a fantastic slogan, and I think it's one that we should push further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sean. I know Shelley mentioned at our meeting yesterday that, you know, it's the big ripple effect and how everyone is affected, and it can be a tragedy for well beyond just the immediate crash. Our next speaker is Steve, and I don't know if I'm saying your name properly. Kukan. Easy for you. So Steve Kukan is going to present. Oh, you guys, you're in so much trouble here with me. Do you have a PowerPoint?
Todd had it. Oh, yeah, it's on the computer. Magically
Steve,
disappeared.
does it have your name on it? That is so helpful. And is that like big screen? Oh, no. Well, maybe you know how to hit play? They probably better talk.
Probably don't. That's why we have Todd.
Oh, Todd.
Todd. He had one job.
I know, right?
He had one job, Todd.
Oh, it's hecky.
Congrats. Again, Steve Kukan, York Regional Police. I've been an officer for almost 18 years, and I currently work in the Major Collision Investigation Unit. That's specifically, I've been there for about a little over 5 years. And specifically that unit, we deal with what we call the more serious collisions, which generally involve fatals or life-threatening injuries. And my role specifically in that unit is what's called a collision reconstructionist. So I'm that one guy that uses algebra after high school. We go to the scene, we map it, we have a bunch of technology. I'll briefly go over the technology at the end. I do mapping, I do measuring, I look for the roadway evidence to try to tell me what happened, the sequence of events, and so forth. And then I kind of put it back together, and then, and that's where we stand now. So today, I'll just briefly talk about, as far as the anatomy of a collision, the police as they arrive, I'll just briefly talk about, and then I'll just briefly discuss a actual collision that I attended, and just kind of what I do when I get there, what I look for, and what the roadway evidence is telling me. And this collision scene was actually, I think it's a good one to speak to. There's a lot of different aspects that I can talk to on this. So, I will add, this was an impaired driver. That at one time was a Dodge Charger, a four-door Dodge Charger. So those who are familiar with cars, that's a four-door car, was a four-door car. And you can't quite tell in that picture, but it is actually, well, it's in a million pieces, but it's in two major pieces. The front seat and the back seat actually separated from itself because the second vehicle in this collision was a tractor trailer. So the bigger, the safer, the more it's going to be. So the car took obviously the brunt from a tractor trailer. The driver of this vehicle was the impaired operator. There was a driver and a passenger in this car. Unfortunately, the passenger in this car did not make it. They were pronounced at the scene. The driver of the tractor trailer, I can say it was not the tractor trailer's fault, it was this car's fault. The driver of the tractor trailer was okay, and the driver of this car has been charged because they, believe it or not, survived that. So this one, again, was impaired by drug, okay? There was a little bit of alcohol involved, but the intox report we got back was heavily drug involved. So this is an overview. I hope you guys can see it with the sun. That's kind of one of the things we do is I am a drone pilot, so I'll take overhead shots of the scene. So this was on Davis Drive. If you guys are familiar with the area, it's not far from here, and this may have affected you in your commute. On Davis Drive, east of Jane Street. And Davis Drive, actually, a lot of things we have to take into consideration, which a lot of people don't realize, is Davis Drive ended up being closed for almost 12 hours. Because it involved a tractor trailer, the diesel cans from the fuel of the truck were broken and covered the entire road. So in those cases, we also have to get the Ministry of Environment involved, because they have to determine what needs to be cleaned, and they have to do, look even into the ditches, stuff like that, so the environment isn't impacted. So in a scene like this, what is gonna happen is, similar to the paramedics' response, we get a call. Uniform officers, they'll close the road. Usually the paramedics and fire, they're quicker than us, and they're dealing with the parties involved, where when police get there, we help close the road and try to secure the scene. As soon as it's determined that, in this case, if there's a fatal or near fatal, that's when my unit would get called, and then that's when we would get dispatched. So in this case, when that happens, uniform assists us by just keeping the scene closed and allowing us to come in and do what we're supposed to do. This collision is also, interesting in the fact that it's a very busy road and we had several witnesses. But unfortunately, in that case, what we had also was multiple witness statements that contradicted each other. So this is one of those cases where, as a reconstructionist, I was actually approached by some of the supervisors, said, can you look at the evidence and try to tell me what happened? Because we had conflicting stories. So, does the mouse work here? Okay, so the truck was traveling, can you see? Yep, perfect. The truck was traveling in this direction, but back here first, traveling in this direction. And what ended up happening was the car was traveling, so the car was traveling, that's north, so the car was traveling west, the truck was traveling east. And one witness said that the car turned left at this intersection. We had other witnesses said that the car came from Jane Street and turned right in front of the tractor trailer. And then we had other witnesses saying that the red car was actually traveling west in the eastbound lanes. So that's when I have to, actually work for my money. And I got to look at the scene and see what the physical evidence is telling me, and that's where where I start to get involved. So I won't take too long on this. I could probably talk about this all day. So I start looking for the physical evidence that tells the story. Okay, and that's kind of what I'm supposed to be an expert at. In this case, it worked out. So just briefly, what I did find, and there'll be other photos, but just as a nice overview. Right here, there's a green pylon, which you may or may not be able to see. So after walking the scene up and down for quite some time, I locate right beside that green pylon, I determined to be the area of impact. There was a tire mark that was a slipping tire mark, not to get into all that, that told me that that's where the truck and the car basically came into contact. So once I know that, then I start looking at path of travel. And could the red car have been there if it was turning left? Could the red car have been there if it was turning right, or if it was coming the other straight on, as the person said? This is all stuff I have to take into consideration. So now I know where the area of impact is. Now I got to go look at the car. If I have a closer, so this one might work. So I then go look at the car, and although in this picture it's hard to tell where any of the damage started, I can look at this car and I can determine that the damage started on the front passenger corner of the vehicle. Okay? Not to get into the nitty-gritty of that, but that's what I can determine. So then now I know the angle that the car was kind of on when the tractor trailer hit it. Okay? So then by using those angles, I can also then now start to eliminate where that car possibly was coming from and the path of travel it took. For example, if it was turning left, it would have been a T-bone, which I think we're all familiar with. So you would look for that type of damage on the actual side of the vehicle. This is not where that happened. And that's just kind of the stuff that goes, that I got to think about when I'm trying to determine what happened. And then I look for other evidence of where, after it gets hit, where it would have gone. Jokingly, physics are involved, so, and momentum. So if two vehicles are traveling in certain directions, there's only one way where the vehicles can actually travel. So in this photo, it's maybe a little hard to tell, but this here is the driver door of the car, and it, again, in this photo might be hard to tell, but it's basically a half moon shape. So then what I did was I looked for some posts. It's pretty simple. Something circular, hit something circular. Okay? So this here is a light standard. So I just walk over to that, and about at eye level, I see red paint. So now I know that after the car got struck, it got thrown and hit that post, or at least the door did. And again, this all helps me determine path of travel by where I find they got hit and then where they end up. And then in this photo, all these pylons, these are tire marks that we marked from the tractor trailer. So we determine what vehicle makes what tire marks, and that also helps us with the sequence of events. So in this case, right here, these green marks, this is something else we look for. That was very large gouges in the road. Okay, so putting the sequence of events together, we determine that the truck hits the truck ramps over the front of the car and tries to veer left. And that's why you see these pylons going towards the median, because it was traveling. It starts to go left to avoid the car. It doesn't. The green pylons is where the front driver tire of the truck got broken off. So all this stuff tells us is that that's when the truck then dropped on the road, creating gouges. And again, this is all just physical evidence to tell me what happened when I'm there. So I put all this together, and it is determined that 2 of the 3 witness statements were incorrect. Actually, it's somewhat common because it's a very fast-paced situation. It is common. So what happened was the truck was traveling straight. The impaired driver, prior to that median that you can see there, let's see if there's I'll just go back for a second. So this median here, so prior to that median, the Dodge was traveling that direction and just started to slowly veer into the wrong lanes. So that's what all this evidence tells me. He wasn't trying to turn left. He didn't turn right in front of the tractor trailer. And he did veer just because him being impaired, whether he was not alert, distracted, whatever the case may be, he came into the eastbound lanes while traveling westbound right in front of the tractor trailer, and the tractor trailer could not avoid at that time. The car at the time of collision was going 140 in an 80 at the time. I think they've dropped it to a 70 cents, right? Yeah, so it was an 80 at the time. But that's what I look for. That's how I do that. I put the pylons down to indicate what I'm looking at. And I look at all the physical evidence so it can try to tell me a story about what happened. Lots of times the witnesses are right, and I still do this just to do some confirmation. In this case, you can see that how wet that is. That's all fuel. That was all diesel from the collision. Other things that we have to concern ourselves with, right here, if you can see the hands, that is the passenger side of the car. So I just put that in there because as the paramedics have to look at like the bigger area, we also have to as well. So that's part of the car. And this amount of damage also tells us, it can tell us a few things. Speed's involved, and there was a giant weight difference in the vehicle. So that's what this damage can tell us. In this photo, you can tell that the car has come apart. And that's just more fuel. That's the truck. Again, you can see the fuel. Things like this it's a big impact to the environment also that we have to concern ourselves with. So as soon as I see this, in this case specifically, because it was still dumping out because of such large diesel canisters on the tractor trailer, before I even did anything, I asked the firefighters for help, which is rare. But but I said we need to deal with the diesel first. Like the roadway evidence is important, but we got to make sure the diesel stops pouring out of the truck and stops pouring into the ditch and onto the environment. So you can see they got their, we call it kitty litter. I don't know what Absorball, I think it's called. And so they stopped it there. We plugged one of the diesel cans, and then down by where it went all the way down to the scene. And and that road was closed. To clean it, they have to send someone to take a look at it, clean it. I think it was closed for 12 or 13 hours. It was a very, very, those are the other impacts that a lot of people are unfamiliar with collisions like this on the roadways. And because that affects, I'm assuming, thousands, hundreds of thousands of people driving to and from work and all that case. So again, I don't want to stick too much on it, but this is just an example of some evidence. So this was the actual speedometer at the scene that I took out of the Dodge Charger. So this is just one of the things I look for. So that's what we call a stuck speedo. So this is the speedometer of the car. This obviously tells us how fast the car was going at time of impact. Now, there's some science to this. The two major things that anyone needs to know is for a speedometer to get stuck at the speed, the two major things is it has to be a head-on collision, and there has to be an immediate loss of electricity to the vehicle. So if those two things don't occur, you'll never get a stuck speedo. There's a few other things, but the OPP, there's an OPP officer, he just wrote a paper on the accuracy of these. So these are something that we can really fall back on, and that there's been a study done, and there's science proving the accuracy of these. And again, I don't want to keep, I'm sure the Crown has lots to talk about. So just quickly, the technology, just because a lot of people are interested in this. So I'm a drone pilot for York Regional Police, so I use that in my role as well as in other roles if I'm asked to assist. And this is the type of things that we can produce with the drone. So this is a complete overview of the scene. I was previously just showing you little parts of it, but that's the entire scene, that's the size of it, and that's the mess that it is. So if you think about a tractor trailer, the trailer itself is 53 feet, and if you add the truck, you're probably at another 20 to 30 feet. So you're at about an 80-foot truck from front to back, and then you can see how far the scene was, if that's 80 feet. And again, the truck was coming this way. The car veered over here, started to come this way, and veered all the way to here. And that's when the truck was in this lane, tried to miss it, come up this way. He did drive over the median and then come back. But this is an orthomosaic that we produce, because for courts, I'm assuming for us and courts, people like, put that picture to it. It's easier to explain it. It's easier to kind of visualize what has happened. This is how we do it. I fly the drone, and those are all photos that I've taken at different levels, different heights, and different angles, and that's how we produce this. It also produces, again, for people who are more into tech, 3D point clouds. So this just happens to be a different scene that I flew for ident, and it can create like 3D imaging. So and that's for the drone. Now our main source of technology is what is called a Leica 3D laser scanner, and that we use that at every scene, and it can scan everything. It takes about 1 million points a scan, and at every point we can take measurements, and it will create a literal 3D image that you can walk through, you can fly through as they call it, and we can take anyone through a scene to show them what happened. This is an example of it. So keep in mind this is an aerial view, but these are done on the ground. So this is how advanced this technology is, and this is an example of it. We can literally just go through scenes. And this is what we do to forensically map the scenes and produce evidence for court. This is an example of an indoor one. I had to go to the mall, help ident. So that's the actual food court at the Upper Canada Mall, if anyone's familiar. And that's the 3D rendering of it. And everything you see there is a point, so there's about 10 million points there, and I can take a measurement off any of them for forensic mapping. Okay, short and sweet. Next. And I'm here for questions, if there's any later.
Thank you very much, Steve. I have some questions already. I've been writing them down. That's what you need to do, write them down, save them to the end. And we're not running late, so if you have a 20-minute presentation, you have all the time you want.
I did bully Steve into keeping it short. I said Crowns always have a lot to say, so I'm sorry. He did well. He followed my instructions.
So just down there.
Down to, I'm very technologically challenged, so thank you. Okay, so hi there. My name is Ivana. Some of you know me. I'm a Crown in Newmarket. I've been a Crown for 7 years. I was defense counsel before that. Don't judge me. It means I have a better perspective, okay? So I've created an extra long presentation, which I'm going to zoom through because there are a lot of important issues. I urge everyone in your respective jurisdictions to always speak to the Crowns. Some of us are nice, others aren't, but I think that most of us are willing to help. I always say our prosecutions are only as good as your investigations, and we really need to collaborate, especially when it comes to these really serious offenses that we deal with. So there are a number of areas that we'll go into. First of all, we'll talk about sort of generally how do the impaired files run through the system when it comes from the Crown's perspective. What are the most important things that the Crowns look for in disclosure? We get really annoying. I'm one of the annoying Crowns. I will send you 1,000 emails. The reason for that is we really need to move these forward in a timely fashion. Then what are some of the issues and problems we have when we prosecute these kinds of offenses? And lastly, I'll talk about a few case law updates and some of the sentencing considerations, especially in the past few years. So first of all, when we talk about how do impaired driving bodily harm or fatalities move through the system and how it's different than other files, first of all, we're much more likely to show cause the individual, obviously if there's a death. We're much more likely to impose strict forms of release. So if it's a regular impaired investigation, you know, we're not going to be asking for driving prohibitions unless the person has a lengthy record. But in these cases, we often will. Victims' families obviously get involved from the get-go. We have to update them on the process and what's going on. You know, has there been a Crown pretrial? Has there been a judicial pretrial? Where is this going? Another important piece of this as well is the accident reconstruction report, which we do not have when it comes to the run-of-the-mill impaired 80+ DRE investigations. One thing that my colleagues told me to harp on in this presentation is we really need the accident reconstruction report in a timely fashion. Because without that, defense counsel will say, look, we can't have a fruitful Crown pretrial, let alone a judicial pretrial. You know, we can't discuss the trial estimates without knowing what the report says. So that's crucial. We require the accident reconstructionist to testify at trial in most circumstances. As Steve said, we love the visuals. We're bad at math. We're not techie, a lot of us. I can speak for myself for sure. So we love the visuals, and it's important for trial. Also, we'll often need the accident reconstructionist to really dumb it down for us and to help us cross any defense witnesses who are presented. So those are sort of the differences between these investigations and I'll call them sort of the simpliciter impaireds. What are the most important things we look for in disclosure? So timeliness. Again, a lot of us will be really annoying and we'll be really harping on you guys to get us disclosure. You guys all have heard of Jordan and the Jordan timelines we deal with. So OCJ cases are 18 months, SCJ cases are 30 months. Whenever there's a fatality or it's an impaired drive cause of bodily harm, the accused has a right to a preliminary inquiry. So, you know, a lot of these cases do go to the SCJ, and we really need everything done in a timely fashion because it's one thing to lose, you know, an impaired simpliciter over not getting disclosure in a timely fashion. It's another thing to lose, you know, these serious investigations and all the work that has gone into it because we did not get the disclosure on time. Detailed notes. This is something that I spend a lot of time talking to the younger officers when I do the impaired courses for them. So again, our evidence at trial is only as good as your investigation, and your investigation is only as good as your notes, because everyone knows that 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, nobody's going to remember the details. And it can get somewhat tricky at trial. So, you know, timing when things happened is crucial. And then I've written out a list of the kinds of things that the Crowns look for in disclosure. Obviously, conversations with the accused, rights to counsel, that's something that I'll talk about in a little bit more detail. Very important to remember. Another thing that police have to understand from our perspective is the difference between grounds to believe and then the proof of a fact at trial. For grounds to believe, you guys know you can get, you know, double hearsay, triple hearsay. There are many things you can rely on to arrest someone, for example, to make that breath demand and so forth. Whereas the Crown, we can only rely on firsthand information at trial. So when officers, you know, if they don't get the witness statements, if we can't subpoena the exact person that saw something, that heard something firsthand, we cannot use that evidence at trial. If there's a 911 call, I need someone from the call center. If there's a witness, and I provide an example here, that calls in and says this person was weaving all over the road, it doesn't help me if that witness is not at trial. If that witness is not at trial, I cannot prove that this accused was weaving all over the road. So that's a distinction that really needs to be understood. And at trial, an officer testifying, well, he told me this and she told me that, it's great for grounds, but it's not gonna get us a win at the end of the day, a conviction at trial. Proving who the driver is at trial. So this is one of the things that obviously is very important that we need to think about. Collisions are somewhat different than other investigations. Without going into a lot of detail, I can spend 3 hours talking about just this, but it's very important for police, from the Crown's perspective, to really gather the evidence of as many people as they can on the collision scene, because it is so hectic. You get on the scene, people are often outside of the vehicles, you don't know who's driving which vehicle. So for us, it's extremely important for officers to be aware and just collect as much information as possible about who is driving. Think of it this way, and this is, again, something that we train officers on a lot. If the driver of a certain vehicle in a collision did not self-identify, if they didn't say, yeah, I'm the driver, this is my car, how would you know he or she was the driver? So that's what the Crown really needs. Everything that you can possibly get other than, that person's self-identification, because we can run into serious issues in relation to, right to silence, has that person been cautioned, and so forth. So these are some of the issues that we really focus on. Again, it's a lengthy presentation. I won't go into everything. But again, one thing that we ask the police to do is, when you come on a scene of a collision, ask each person who was driving that other vehicle. Because now we're not relying on someone's self-identification. Yes, I was driving the Subaru. You're relying on the other person to tell you. So, we're not in a position where we're not able to use the accused self-identification as a driver. Another important thing that we like to tell you guys is, ask the witnesses what happened to the driver of that vehicle that you're interested in. And if they can say, oh yeah, that's the guy that was arrested, that's the guy that's in the back seat of the cruiser, it allows us to establish that continuity. Another important aspect when it comes to these kinds of investigations is, when did the collision happen? So this is something we have to prove in terms of, proving when we're talking about blood alcohol concentration. So people will often not know the time. As Steve said, witnesses will give many different statements, and they may not all be consistent. From your perspective, what's going to be helpful to us is if you say, how long did it take between the collision and the police to arrive? So 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever the case may be. If they can't give you a precise time, which they likely will not be able to. So again, these are sort of complicated issues, and I really urge you, and obviously the younger officers, I know it looks to me like most people here are somewhat more senior, but I really urge you to speak to the Crowns about what kind of information and I'm not calling you old, guys, I'm sorry. So it's important for you guys to talk to the Crowns about, well, what evidence can they use at trial that's given by the accused, and what evidence can they not use, given that there is a duty to report collisions. And I'm just going to check the time to make sure I don't run over. So where do some of the issues and problems lie when we prosecute impaired driving? We've talked about ID issues, and this is my favorite, rights to counsel. Again, this is something I can talk to you about for a whole day. We're not going to do that today. Some things to remember. So most of our cases that we lose because of rights to counsel, because of the improper implementation and lack of understanding that a lot of police officers, whether younger or more senior, have about this. One thing I always say to you is, you're going to be testifying at trial. Know your language. Do not, know what the charter says. So rights to counsel are to be given without delay upon arrest or detention. I've heard as soon as practicable way too many times. It's terrible. It's not as soon as practicable, right? It's not like, oh, I'm going to go do this, I'm going to go do that, we're going to go wait for the tow truck. No. It's without delay, it's immediate. So know your language. If you're not going to remember anything, remember this. Every accused has a right to their own lawyer of choice. Duty counsel is not a replacement for a lawyer. So often officers will say, yes, I told him he can speak to duty counsel. Well, that's just a small component of rights to counsel. The accused has a right to speak to any lawyer they wish. That can be a criminal lawyer, they can be a tax lawyer, they can be a family lawyer. They can speak to whichever lawyer they wish. So what I try to say to police is this. It's a three-step approach. Do you have a lawyer? The person will often say no, especially if they're a first-time offender, they have no idea what's going on. Do you have a lawyer of choice? I do not. Is there any lawyer we can call for you? We can use Google. At the station, here's your phone. If it's a safe environment, obviously at the station, there's nothing against the accused person using their phone to look up a lawyer. There are many ways they can do that. Do you want to call a third party? You're not going to call a third party to, chat about what's going to happen tomorrow and you're not going to make it to work. But they certainly have a right to call a third party to get a lawyer's phone number. So that's step number 2. And then step number 3 is, if you don't have, if there's no lawyer, private counsel that you wish us to call, we can always call duty counsel. So again, remind the accused that they can speak to duty counsel, but never, steer the accused to duty counsel. Always clarify ambiguous responses. If the person said not right now, I don't want to call a lawyer now, well, what does that mean? I mean, they're in the back of a cruiser, probably with, their hands behind their back in handcuffs. So if they're saying not right now, it probably simply means, well, how am I going to do that? So clarify ambiguous responses. Again, this is a complicated area. So what is a good amount of time to facilitate rights to counsel? I say about half an hour. If you call the accused lawyer of choice or some other lawyer is looked up on Google, the lawyer doesn't call back, tell the accused. Again, keep them informed. One thing that I say to the police all the time is, you guys are in a position of power. People are scared of you. People don't know what's going on. Hell, I don't like to be pulled over, and I'm the crown. And I do all these, I never get pulled over, let's be clear. But nobody likes to be pulled over, and especially sitting there not knowing what's going on. So always update the person. We called your lawyer, they didn't call back. What would you like us to do now? If they are unreasonable and they're like, no, I want to wait for my lawyer. Well, no, you've had your half an hour or whatever the reasonable amount of time is in your view, depending on, the time of day as well. And then they have to speak to somebody else, whether it's duty counsel or otherwise. So again, complicated topic. It's a topic where we lose a lot of cases, and I really urge you to speak to your crowns. My contact information will be at the end as well. So I'm always happy to answer questions. Obviously, a lot of you, I would hope, know this, that if you've given rights to counsel already and the jeopardy changes, let's say it's a impaired investigation ends up being an impaired death, the jeopardy has now changed. The accused has to be given an opportunity to speak to counsel again if they so wish, and never inquire into the content of the conversation. If the person genuinely says, look, I didn't really understand the advice or something to that effect, or there's an issue with the mechanics of it, duty counsel or the lawyer hung up on me, make sure you don't go, okay, off to the breath room you go. You have to give them an opportunity to speak to counsel again. And again, you'll never be faulted for spending too much time on it. I would also urge you that, an accused's rights don't change according to what kind of investigation it is. But if you're investigating an impaired cause bodily harm or a death case, I would ask you to spend more than half an hour. I'd ask you to spend an hour, facilitating the accused's rights to counsel. I've provided some case law in relation to rights to counsel that just came out. And again, judges take this kind of stuff quite seriously. So in La France, it's a very recent decision of the Supreme Court of Canada. The accused was a suspect in the homicide. He was 19 years old, he's Indigenous, he just basically came out of high school. The police executed a search warrant at his house. They take him in, they say, we'd like you to give us a statement. It's voluntary, you can leave if you wish, and so forth. The accused says, sure, I'll give you a statement, and there's a 3-hour interview. The question was there psychological detention? And as we know, rights to counsel have to be given without delay upon detention or arrest. The court found that based on this sort of first circumstance that happened in that case, you have to look at what is reasonable when you're looking at the defendant in their sort of shoes, their age, their background, things like race, things like sophistication. So these are all the things that you have to consider when you're looking at psychological detention. It's not enough for the police to say, you're free to go if you wish. I mean, look, they executed the search warrant in the middle of the night. The guy's 19 years old. Again, he is Indigenous. Like, all of these factors have to be considered. The court said there was a psychological detention. He had to have been given rights to counsel. So that was the first breach that the court found. If there's ever any doubt, give the person rights to counsel. There's really nothing bad that can stem from it. They'll get their rights. Some people will give a statement, some people won't. It is what it is. But you best believe you might lose the whole case if you don't. There's then a second interview after he's arrested, after rights to counsel were finally given. And the accused says, I want to speak to my dad. Basically, I think I need a lawyer here present. He seems to not really understand what's going on. Police say, sorry, and then they re-interview him. He confesses to the murder. What does the court do? They exclude the statement under 24-2. They say there was a basically double breach. The first breach that we talked about, where there was no rights to counsel and he was detained. Now there was a rights to counsel. He did speak to legal aid, but he seemed to be somewhat confused. And the court said, not good enough, statements excluded, new trial is ordered. So again, be very, very careful. And I'm sure a lot of you are very good judges of character. And judges of sort of the circumstance that you're in, who you're talking to. So consider all of these things that we talked about and who your accused is. Some other problems when we move away from 10B, if there is the ASD is not on scene, you have to think about how long it will take for the ASD to arrive, and you may have to give the person rights to counsel. So again, I usually say if it's going to take more than 15, 20 minutes, give rights to counsel, and you have to assess, is it enough time for the accused to complete the conversation? It's not about just calling. Does the person have enough time to actually get legal advice? So that's a judgment call that you have to make. Other cases that we lose, and I hate it when we lose these ones because, they're so easy for us to prove. You will think I'm crazy, but when I tell you give over 10, 15 chances for someone to blow when they're faking it and saying they can't provide, a sample of breath, give them that opportunity. It's not enough for you to come to court and say, well, Your Honor, the person was faking it, right? I've seen it way too many times. 1 opportunity, 2 opportunities, now you're under arrest. When it's a fail to provide sample as opposed to a straight refuse, give the person opportunities. Tell them the consequences of refusing. Show them that it's so easy to provide a breath sample. Tell them, here's a mouthpiece, blow into it. Okay, now I'm gonna attach the mouthpiece. Do the whole spiel, because if you do it and you note up your notebook with everything that happened and all the notes and all the opportunities you gave the person, these are slam dunks. So keep that in mind. Give the person many attempts. Give the person sort of a last chance to provide a sample as well if they ask for it. If it's shortly, even if they're getting arrested. Again, I know it's crazy, and they say, no, okay, I'll do it now. Now they know how to blow. Take the cuffs off, let them do it. If you've already given rights to counsel, caution, they're in the cruiser, now it's sort of a separate transaction, as the courts will call it. Again, this is a topic we can talk about a lot, and there's a lot of nuance to it, but the moral of the story is give a lot of chances. Language issues. If there's any doubt that the person does not understand, please get an interpreter, and make sure that you have one throughout, especially after the arrest. So arrest, rights to counsel, breath demand, you really need to have an interpreter there. Way too many cases have been lost based on this issue. The person's faking it. This is BS. They've lived in Canada for 20 years. Like, this is not a good argument at trial. And get the person, I love MCIS, I think it's very helpful. I hope everyone knows what MCIS is. Interpreting officers are great, but I really want them to be fluent in the language. You know, I had officers say, well, I speak Spanish, but it's sort of Spanglish. I said, if you're describing your knowledge of Spanish as Spanglish, please do not translate for the accused, okay? All right, do I have like 3-4 minutes? I think I do. So I gave you one case law update. There are a couple more case law updates. I know a lot of you think that we're very light, especially here in York Region. We are very light. But things have been getting better. So I'll get back to this one. But so after Muzo, we know that Parliament has really sort of increased the maximum penalties when it comes to a lot of offenses. You know, instead of 6 months for impaired, now it's 2 years less a day on a summary conviction matter, and so forth and so forth. We really have gotten into sort of higher sentencing for these kinds of offenses, especially after Muzo. I have provided some updates from 2022. So there was a collision out in Brampton. 4 people died, really, really bad scene, terrible driving, just absolutely horribly impaired. 17 years of jail as pre-sentence custody. The person had some previous convictions as well, and they were young, they were Indigenous, and they had no criminal record while they had an HTA record. 17 years, massive hit, as opposed to what we've been seeing in the past. Similar situation, Legaré. Again, 4 people died, terrible driving behavior, prior impaired conviction, just 1, and an HTA record, 16 years. So while you think we're really light and we give everyone slaps on the wrist, sometimes, and especially lately, people have really been getting hit hard, and as they should. Just going back very briefly, one sort of practical point when it comes to new case law. For some reason, under Section 320.24.4, if you charge criminal negligence causing bodily harm or death, it doesn't attach there's no driving prohibition attached. So there's an issue with the legislation. It needs to be fixed. Obviously, that wasn't here before. For crim negligence, as well as manslaughter, you could get a driving prohibition if it was a driving-related matter. Boyley is the new case that's on point, where the court basically says this is an absurdity. It's an error on Parliament's part, but it's for Parliament to remedy. So this guy who was convicted of criminal negligence causing death and received a driving prohibition, that driving prohibition ultimately was set aside at trial. So just keep that in mind. If you have a good crown, they'll look at the information and say, oh, oops, let's charge different offenses here so we can get a driving prohibition. If your crown's crappy, make sure you do the work ahead of time, okay? And finally, I've provided, it's a new case of Tessier. Again, it's not a sentencing case, it's a voluntariness case, so this one's very important. If someone is a suspect or a person of interest, but they haven't been detained yet, it's still very important for you to caution them if you want them to give you a statement. Because if you don't caution them, the court in Tessier says that's prima facie evidence that the accused has been denied their right to speak to counsel. So again, we're talking about pre-detention. The person hasn't been detained, obviously they haven't been arrested yet, and the court says, look, caution them anyway if you consider them a person of interest. Because at the end of the day, if you don't and they give a statement, that statement may not be considered voluntary, and that statement may not go in. So again, I do urge you to read that case. It's a very important one. So that's it. I'm very proud of myself. Wow, okay. Only 25 minutes. If anyone has any questions, again, there are many topics here. All are very important. That's my email. Please do not harass me, only if it's important. But yes, I always encourage people to speak to the Crowns in their jurisdiction. Other than that, we're done.
Thank you, Ivana. Good call on not talking about being pulled over. That's
Never
my premise for every event. Okay, so we have 15 minutes for questions for these three speakers, and I will ask you to come up and use the microphone so that our online stuff and any video stuff can capture it all. We're not going to run around with a microphone. I think we're a small enough group that we can just stand up and ask questions with the big boys. I'll go first. I was curious, Steve, and I don't know if you can talk about it, but the driver in the case that you showed us, age, demographics, male? Sure. And then are they, can you, without telling us who it is, are they charged and
Yeah, absolutely.
convicted?
I have some information. Sure.
Only release what you're allowed.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's going to sound a little weird. I don't have all the details because our office is actually split into collision reconstructionists, which is again my role, and we have actual just investigators that get to wear a suit every day. So our roles are slightly different. So I have details of the scene and the collision. A lot of times it sounds weird, but I actually don't know any names of people that are involved because I don't need to know the names. The names don't change the science. They don't change the roadway evidence. They don't change what happened. It's already happened. A name doesn't matter to me. That being said, that person was in their 20s, late 20s. It was a male. History of drugs. And again, that's what basically the impaired charge was coming from. Some driving offenses, again, not surprising. Most people don't wake up and drive 140 and an 80. You kind of gradually get there, I guess. So yeah, male, 20s, drug involvement. He was charged. Our unit, to get to some of the charges, because our collisions, again, not to take away anything from lesser collisions, but our collisions are what we would call more serious. It's generally almost always criminal charges when they apply. There are some that we have to use the Highway Traffic Act. So we start with dangerous cause deaths, dangerous cause bodily harms. A lot of them, we do the impaired cause death used to be over 80 cause death. And we have charged with criminal negligence. And we did lay a charge of manslaughter actually on one of our charges, which is, we feel like we're kind of the forefront of some of these bigger charges for driving offenses. So this gentleman got charged, would have been charged with dangerous cause death, and he got charged with impaired cause death. The outcome is not done yet, so I'm not sure entirely what he will be guilty of or sentenced of, if so. The passenger did not make it.
And were they
Male,
female?
yeah. Just say about the same age, 20, male. They were friends. They were, yeah. So, okay.
Any more questions for Steve while he's calling?
Steve. One question there. This might be a better question for one of your inspectors. Just curious about
Probably.
the toxicology that you spoke of. Is there anything you can say about how that process works when that, I'm assuming blood gets done and drawn and how it gets taken care of?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit about it. I was also a breath tech for about 3 years. That's how me and Yvonne actually met. I testified in her court several times, and she taught me a lot when I was a young officer. Coincidentally, the expert of York Regional Police in toxicology is sitting right here and was about to ask me another question. So I will answer what I know as being a breath tech in this. So toxicology, in this case, there's a few different realms. I don't want to take up too much of this time, but obviously if a driver is not injured and can give a breath sample, that's how generally the majority of the impaired or 80 plus cases are formed, by breath sample. In the majority of our cases, they cannot give breath samples. So the investigation goes as such for us. They go to the hospital, as most of us know. When you're in a hospital, and especially if you're unconscious, they take blood, and they need to determine, at the hospital, they can do some tests to determine what may or may not be in your blood at that time. We do not have access to that information, okay? Just to be clear. So what we then have to do is we have to basically write a warrant for the blood that is being kept by the hospital. Again, I'm very general. I'm sure Reed could talk more into detail. So we then have to write a warrant to us because we have no right to your blood. But if we write a warrant and we can tell a judge why we feel we need to have that blood to determine if there's any alcohol or drugs in the blood for our case, then the judge will sign off. Now, we then get that warrant signed. Let's say we do. We go get the blood from the blood lab in the hospital. We then drive it ourselves to the Center of Forensic Science, which is down in Toronto. We give them the blood. They have scientists there that are super smart, and they do all the work for us. We tell them what we're looking for, roughly. They'll do a bunch of tests to look for different alcohols and different drugs. And then that does take some time. That could take 2 to 4 months to get results back, just because the amount of work that they have to do. I think there's one in Ontario, let alone maybe there's 2 in Ontario. And then that's typically how we'll get and then they'll send us a toxicology report, and that'll tell us what was in the blood at the time the blood was taken. Something else to consider when the blood was taken, depending on when the blood was taken. Another just quickly one, with that warrant, we typically get the hospital records, and we can see what they tested for at the time they took the blood, and we can get those results too. Those records, because they're in more of a medical term, we typically send those records also to the Center of Forensic Science, and they basically translate them for us police officers who may not be that smart, and tell us exactly what the levels are and what they mean. I think does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Reed?
Speaking of picture speaks 1,000 words, are you guys still using the animation software? And if not, is there something newer? Like I think the ARIS 360 was the sort of older version.
Yeah, there's various animation softwares. And typically what those would be is the 3D images that we create. We can basically have a fly through where you are going through and seeing what's happening, or you can have the vehicles, if you put them on paths to travel, you can have them just basically drive on a video to kind of reenact what has happened. Is that what you're referencing? Yeah, yeah. So there's a few different softwares.
But you're not using it?
Not that one, no. We use, the company we use is Leica. They provide all our software.
So with that, can you reenact, for the purposes of court, can you reenact the motion of the crash and sort of how?
Yeah, there's a lot of data you have to reenact the entire crash, but if we have all that data, we can accomplish that. Yes?
Just a question, is the Leica like the LiDAR where you guys replace the total station completely?
Yeah, the total station, again, this is a little techie for, total station is what I would consider completely outdated. I know most people here probably still use it. And we actually have had, for those who don't know, we've had a dozen police services throughout Canada contact us because of the technology we're using. We feel like we're very in the forefront for Canada as far as reconstruction and technology. We've had BC people, police services, Calgary, Winnipeg, a bunch from Ontario. We just helped Halton get a 3D scanner. We showed them an example of a business plan that we used, all that stuff. Because the total station, what I like to say, and not to step on, it was a technology that police adapted that worked well at the time, and it was the best solution at the time. I feel that the 3D scanner is by far the future and technology for what we do. So we have one. It's in an orange box. It sits in the corner. And our actual backup technology is the drone itself. Because the drone is fantastic also, but it's weather permitting, again, for the tech people. High winds, it might cause problems. Rain, it might cause problems. And depending on the lighting, it might cause problems. The 3D scanner works all the time in anything. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, sorry.
Oh,
There was
No, we're
one,
done with
was there one more? I can stand back. I need the exercise. I can go.
So, yeah, one question.
Yeah.
I'm with MTO, the Transportation Safety Division
Yeah, absolutely. I could literally be here all day talking about everything we do. So along those lines, there's several different technologies that we use now. One is called an airbag control module, which most people would reference the black box in your car, and virtually every car has one now. And we write a warrant for that data also, and we can determine what a car was doing. I'm generally speaking, there are some, little ins and outs to this, but we can tell what a car was doing for the 5 seconds prior to a collision. Speed, RPM, braking, acceleration, steering angles, that. So yeah, we have that in almost all cars nowadays. Well, they are in every car. The data can be recovered from almost every car. We also do what is called your infotainment systems. So more of the more techie cars now that have the big, basically the way I kind of dumb it down is if you have a big screen in your car, you have an infotainment system. That data would shock you on what it can tell you. It can tell you per 0.1 second your speed, your GPS location, phone calls you've received, phone calls you've made. It can tell you what doors have opened, what doors have closed. Almost anything that has a switch in your car, it can tell us. So a lot of people stop connecting to them when you're a bad guy. The bad guys try not to use those. But yeah, so that kind of stuff is, we have access to almost all that. All of it's warrant driven, so we need to, if it is a potential accused vehicle, it's all warrant driven. So we have to have warrants, we have to show the judge why we need this information and why this would forward the investigation. Does that make sense? Okay, all right.
Yvonne, you mentioned how you lost the ability to give a federal prohibition for driving when you charge crim neg and go for that. When was that lost? And number two, how do you regain that ability? I mean, obviously the feds have to, change the legislation, and how do you lobby or move forward to get that done if the court can't change it or modify it, then it has to be the legislator. So how do you get it back?
Right, so in terms of the date, I think it was 2018. With, sort of when all of the very confusing new sections of the code came into play. So I believe it was 2018, but I would have to just confirm that. The way that we would fix this is, for example, if you're charging, the court in Boyle said, for example, if you're charging criminal negligence, but you're also charging danger, the person gets convicted of both. Danger still carries with itself a driving prohibition. So on that basis, you can get a driving prohibition. Or for example, if you're charging, and again, I have to say it's been a few years that I've been sort of actively prosecuting the impaireds. I'm doing mostly hold up now, so but in terms of, this is why I'm not exactly sort of up to date on 320.14 and whatever the section numbers are, but you would charge the impaired section causing death, 80 plus causing death, so you would charge those sections which would carry with themselves the driving prohibition. So just knowing that if you're charging criminal negligence within the driving sort of fatality or bodily harm context, or manslaughter within that context, Parliament has to make those changes. And as I said in Boyle, the court says, look, this is absurd. But there was clearly a drafting error because, the previous section was a 259. It allowed for it, right? So we just have to stick with charging the offenses.
Right?
There's a workaround. You charge the offenses that carry with themselves a driving prohibition. So you charge the impaired related offenses. And I can certainly talk to anybody who, when informations are being drafted by the civilian members of the police, I'm more than happy to talk about how they should be drafted, because now it's a lot easier for us. We don't have to prove things like causation. So the charges themselves are drafted in a way that allows us to prove, either an impaired or an 80 plus or a refuse when there was a, you know, ultimately a death involved. So it's not sort of a causal connection between the two. So the way that and again, I would have to look at exactly, I don't want to misspeak about how the count reads now, but if you charge the count that alleges, you know, impaired driving or 80 plus or refuse, and, you know, death was caused or bodily harm, then you can ultimately ask for that driving prohibition.
But is it on the federal criminal code amendment radar to?
I hope so.
Yeah.
That, you know, what has happened since, we know that in 2022, and I do have the wrong case up because accident, but in any event, we do know that the case is 2022, it hasn't changed yet. Is there anything in the works? I'd have to look into it. I do have a couple of colleagues who sort of regularly prosecute impaireds and only prosecute that. They may be better people to ask right now, but we know that this year at least, it hasn't, you know, it hasn't been addressed yet. So it is for Parliament to fix that little
Right.
tiny
Little
error.
glitch there.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
It's not a question so much, but for those who don't know, I was a liability lawyer in my previous life. So when you do an anatomy of a collision, there's actually one further step that may occur, whether there's death or injury, and that'll be the civil case that comes afterwards. And I just wanted to support Ivana when she says note-taking. Oh my God, note-taking, I cannot, like, write a damn book if you have to, because the notes that we would get, and by the time it came to me for the civil case, nobody remembered from the actual time. And you were talking 1 to 2 years, I would be 5 years before we'd be asking people to look back at their notes and they couldn't read the writing and the notes were scrawls and whatnot. So I cannot emphasize the value of note-taking. Please, the first responders, all first responders, paramedics as well, because those notes are incredibly crucial to a case.
And I think sometimes civil cases can be successful irrespective of an actual conviction or whatever. So the notes are, even if there wasn't a conviction, it's still.
It's a different, it's a different standard. It's not beyond the
Yeah.
reasonable doubt. It's a 50-50, so it's 49-51. But
Just
the
as
notes,
important.
I just, when you said that, I thought, I've got to support her on this because note-taking is just critical and a lot of cases are lost on the poor note-taking.
And I usually spend a lot of time talking about that, especially, you know, the critical, the times, how long it took to do this, how long it took to do that from my perspective. So again, the case is only as good as the notes. Also read your notes before the trial, please. Because I don't know, or I'm not sure, I don't recall. I go, officer, can you please go to page 38 of your notes? Perhaps you'll recall. And then I get a bit bitchy, and no one wants that. So please read your notes more than once. I think there was another question.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One is with regards to COVID, as you know, there's been a backlog of impaired cases. I don't know if you know what the status of that is, firstly, and secondly, I know it's probably different by jurisdiction, but in Toronto, we're getting frequent requests to change the impaired information to Paris. And as much as we hesitate to do that, I just wanted to see what your comments might be.
The backlog in York is awful. So when we look at the Superior Court, I was told that we usually have about 35 to 40 matters in the Superior Court. Now we have like double. We have 70-ish. So that was the last I heard from the senior justice about that. So massive backlog, and yes, in York we have a massive amount of impaired driving. I know Peel also does. You know, when the readings are, and I'll ballpark it, it's obviously, it depends on the circumstance, but if it's a first-time offender, no aggravating features like children in the car, collisions, even if, maybe if there's like a little fender bender, we'll still allow it, but if the readings are below 120, 110, careless or dangerous is there's a very good chance that that's what the person's gonna plead to. Even with a bit higher readings, we'll sometimes agree to a dangerous, depending again on the person's personal circumstances and, you know, was this just a ride stop, and I'm not gonna say just a ride stop, but you know what I mean, or was there an actual collision involved? So yes, we've been trying to deal with the massive just influx of every kind of case, not just impaired driving, by trying to get these people to plead. And I know the police sometimes say, well, look, it's like a slap on the wrist. Officers in charge aren't happy with it. But I say, look, if you got a careless driving conviction and had to deal with the repercussions, you know, from the insurance company, the demerit points, you know, remedial programs and all this kind of stuff, you probably wouldn't be saying that. I would be mortified if I had that. So at the end of the day, it is a big hit on their record, on their MTO record at least. And we know that, you know, on the next go around, if there is one, they're not gonna get that kind of deal again. But we do have to think about, you know, the Crown is not just there to prosecute everything that comes in. We're here to weed things out, especially post-COVID. We really have to do it, and not everyone's gonna be happy about it, but it's just how it is.
My second point, just because you're talking about evidence and notes, have you had cases with body-worn camera evidence, and any comments with regards to how we're doing that and how we might need to improve on that evidence?
I did get a question, or we were chatting about that with Durham Police here. York does not, and again, I haven't prosecuted impaireds for a few years now. I do them once in a while. But from what I know is we still don't have body cams, right? I'm looking at the people who probably know this. So we have the in-car cameras, which are very helpful to us. Especially if they're, you know, facing the right direction, we can actually hear what's going on. That's very helpful. And the audio is obviously, the mics are turned off, but we don't have any cameras yet. So it's very difficult for me to say. I know I was told Durham has it. I think Toronto has it. For us, video evidence is the best evidence. And, you know, it allows us when, for example, notes are not as good as they should be. It really allows us to get all the best evidence, whether it's incriminating or it's exculpatory. So I would obviously encourage York Police to have it, but, you know, we work with the evidence we have. So it might be best to talk to some of the Crowns who actually rely on that evidence or have it.
Any other questions for Ivana? Oh, Susan?
Hi.
Hello.
It's Susan from Back on Track. So we facilitate the remedial program. In recent years, because of COVID, we've seen a lot of cases that have come through that they haven't been convicted, and so their license hasn't been suspended, and many of them are driving again. Some of them are required to take the Back on Track program, some of them are not. And so we're working with Crowns to try and hopefully encourage that. But what we find is that the drivers who come through with careless driving really have a different attitude. They don't feel they've done anything wrong.
Let me guess, they say, oh, it's just York Region, not a big deal,
No, it's
whatever, whatever it is. We'll get off easy, I've heard that a bunch of times, yeah. It's unfortunate, I mean,
It's just a general attitude that they have,
Yeah.
where the convicted driver has, I'm gonna say, the perception that they did do something wrong. And so it's the fact that they just got careless, that's how they refer to it. I just got careless. I'm already driving.
right.
I have to install this device in my car, but I can choose not to. Yes, I have to take your program, but it's not gonna really make a difference. Now, when they take our program, there is a behavior change, but for those who don't, or who haven't been obligated to do so, I'm gonna say there's a lesser attitude. It's just they come in with a very different attitude.
It's because their lawyers tell them it's just a careless, right? So, you got a careless, woohoo, right? So I think that, I mean, obviously that might be part of it, but, you know, again, I think we all do very hard work here, and I always say the Crown's job is the easier one. You know, after the police are done, the paramedics, we're not there, we're not the first responders. So at the end of the day, we can all do, you know, what we can do, right? And we have to manage the difficult system, our understaffing, for example, Crowns, police, we all have it, our massive workloads, having to sift through, you know, I was in the Superior Court the other day and I was told, well, we're gonna put the 7-week robbery times 7 on top of homicides because we just don't have enough resources. So it's like, you know, we would hope that people would take accountability and responsibility even when they get a careless, or we plead things down to stunt from dangerous. I do it all the time, sorry, from dangerous to stunt. But, you know, some people just won't get the message until they finally do, unfortunately.
I had one more question, sorry. And to your point, when you call 911, because I do it all the time, I'm on the 401 constantly. And I'm on the 401
So, you know, I know that, you know, people can provide, civilians can provide tips to the police. They don't have to identify themselves necessarily and so forth. But yes, if you made a 911 call and, for example, the Crown wants to rely on sort of the contents of what you said, the fact that you saw the weaving, we would want to call you at trial, or we would have to if you're the only one that saw it. And then you could remember, we could refresh your memory with your 911 call. Just like any witness that provides a written statement to the police or a video statement to the police, an audio statement, they can always, and we urge everyone, we have prep meetings, especially for serious cases. You will sit there and review your statement because, again, no one will remember, you know, 2 years down the line, and especially you say you see this all the time. Police see it all the time, so this is where we can play the statement for you. But we can't just rely on the 911 call without you there. If you're not there, we can't rely on what was said in the call without you being a witness at trial. But you seem like you cooperate, so that's good. We like you, we like you.
Any more questions? Any questions for Sean? Steve?
Yes. Hi, Sean. Steve Brown with the Traffic Injury Research Foundation. And I was just curious. You were talking about the need for peer support and peer wellness, like after one of your paramedics has been through one or maybe several, cases where they're, reported, they're responding to a, traumatic incident. I don't know if you can speak on behalf of, just your unit or like across the province. What's the retention rate like right now? Are you finding a lot of people sort of getting out of the game right now because because of the I guess the trauma? Like are you losing paramedics or?
I don't know as though I can speak to that because in the last couple of years, COVID fatigue that we've had. In York specifically, our numbers are decent. The gaining access to resources early and being able to speak about things early, it's made a huge difference. Our peer program has been in place, I believe it's for about 10, 11 years now. And in that time, to get buy-in to these programs is very, very difficult because people don't necessarily want to talk to other coworkers because you don't necessarily want to admit you got a problem or that something's troubling you. But those little conversations that we've started have gone a long way at retaining people back at work or getting people back to work at quicker rates. And access to resources have increased significantly. And the region's been working with us over the last few years in huge volumes. York Region Police has an amazing system that we're looking to piggyback and learn from with regards to access to resources. So losing people, it's very difficult to say if it's related to those incidences because we see these things day in and day out. So what we're trying to do is get people to understand that if you can open the conversations up and take control of even just having a conversation with a professional outside of the workplace on a regular basis to do what we call a mental health check-in, it goes a long way to expanding and the longevity of the career.
Now that being said, you're talking about someone responds and then all of a sudden they don't want to go back to where you live. Could it sometimes be that it's like the Boston Marathon where you're going over all these hills and you just don't know which hill it is that's finally going to be just too much?
It could be, yeah, it could be. We've also implemented return to work initiatives so that anyone that's been off for a longer period of time, or anyone that's even been off because of one of these instances for a short period, needs a stepping program to get back into the workplace. We've initiated those programs so that it may be a couple of days riding as a third person. It may be you need to sit in an ambulance and listen to a radio for a couple of days before you can take that next step. All these little initiatives we have started to take on with professionals. So whether it be a return to work specialist, we're working with them for all these little pieces to get people back to work, right, and keep people at work.
Thanks.
once you arrive on scene, if you're able to determine that, you know, you smell alcohol in the vehicle or something like that, is there a process by which that information is shared with police, or you guys make your own notes that are shared as part of the investigation as well?
So, some people take their own notes, others don't. If we smell alcohol on the individuals, it's usually a conversation with the police, just saying, hey, you may want to step in and have a conversation with this individual yourself. If they're not there when we arrive on scene, we can share the information that this individual, we removed them from the driver's side, they're in the back of that ambulance, there was an indication of alcohol. It's all dependent person, or person dependent.
Just to add to that, often the craft will tell us to get the ambulance called for, so then we'll request the ambulance called for, and that's what for though, and then depending on what's in it, then we'll call for testify.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our speakers this morning. I think we're about 10 minutes behind. We'll still have a 10-minute break. That's the good news. What's the bad news? So we'll have a 10-minute break now. We'll come back. If you need to check out of your hotel, you can probably do it. And we'll try to correct our timings within the lunch hour somehow. And thank you very much to our speakers.
Let's do that. He moved those on there already. So what I'll do is I'll put it on the phone. Yeah, okay.
Alrighty then. So I'm going to ask you to find your seat again, thank you. And we'll start back with our next presenter. While you're moving back to your seat, I want to mention on behalf of Smart Start at the back. So on the next break or over lunch, hopefully you'll get a time to visit all the booths we have at the back. But in particular, I want to mention Smart Start. They're having a raffle for this. And so far there's only one entry in the raffle. And it's not me. I'm not going to tell you who it is. It's a secret. All right? Oh. Oh, so you're listening now, eh? All right, thank you, Tracy. Well, Tracy's listening to me at least. All right, okay, you... Matthew, do I have to call you out? We're getting back to work now. We have to sit down and, you know, behave. Okay, so just a mention before we invite Megan Cruz from Teens Learn to Drive. We have a couple booths at the back. Well, I think we're missing two. Oh, hello, Lisa. Welcome. Smart Start is running a raffle at the back there, and they're giving away this. By the end of today, John and Ian, is that the... Someone will win this by the end of today? There's only one entry in the draw so far. Really, eh? All right. So please enter the draw, and we'll visit the booths over lunch and the afternoon break, perhaps. All right, so our next speaker is Megan Cruz from Teens Learn to Drive, and she's going to talk about their organization and strategies for engaging youth. Gummy bears? No?
Where is it? I see it here, but isn't it on the emails to play it off?
I don't know, it's not a... Can you play it? Can you just use the PowerPoint or?
Yeah, the video just won't play, that would be the only thing.
Okay, do you want to log in to your email and play it through there, or how does that work?
If you can log into yours, because I won't be able to log into my TLTD email through here.
Okay, I have it on my work email. I can't get it from.
I can see. I can see if I can open. I don't know if I can do it. If I can't play the videos, I can always like explain them. Kind of go from there. There we go. Perfect. Hello everyone, I'm with Teens Learn to Drive, and today I'm going to be talking about engaging the youth with road safety messages. So a little bit about me, my name's Megan, and I'm currently a manager. I actually started off as a video editor while I was a student in my second year. For my third year, I went off to BC, and I came back in a writer position while finishing off my fourth year. And then once I graduated, I was offered the manager position, which is of course where I am now. A few of the campaigns I've worked on while being at TL2D is our #LikeYouCare campaign, which focuses on why you should care about people on the road. Everybody is somebody, somebody. I also worked on our Back on the Road campaign, which focused on once COVID restrictions were ending, more people were on the road, so kind of focusing on, you know, being more cautious and more careful. And then I also worked on our Choose Who Lives campaign, which is coming out later this month. And then, of course, I'll be going over other projects later on. So I've split my presentation into two main focuses. First being social media, which we know youth are really engaged in, going over different applications and trends. And then the second part of my presentation, I'll be going over what exactly we do at TL2D and different initiatives that we've taken that we found really engage youth. So there will be 5 social media applications that I'll be going over today. And those will be Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. So when I was first getting this presentation, I actually reached out to our Vision Zero Youth Network ambassadors, which are ambassadors in high school that span all over Ontario, and they're ages 14 to around 16, and we asked them what social media apps they use daily. So Instagram took the lead with 10, Twitter had really low with only 2 of them, Facebook had none, TikTok was also high up there with 9, and of course YouTube with 8. So this gives us an idea of where exactly we can find youth online. So with this, we also asked teens to give us comments of what they think of each social media app. So I'll go over those. With Instagram, we got, I don't check daily, but every few days. It's easy to connect, communicate, and find opportunities. You know, they post stories, but not photos, and they don't really consume content other than what's on their homepage. They found that it had good information, and that TikTok can be informative and promote many things. So Instagram is a place for them to find opportunities. If you guys have positions or volunteer opportunities, different events going on, Instagram is a good place to market and promote there. If anything to promote, I know for me, like, I follow lots of local small businesses, and that's kind of how I keep track of them. And the third is that it's informative, like I said, if there's things going on. One of the most important points that they brought up is that they only see what's on their home page. So they're only gonna see who they're already following. So if they meet someone, you know, they'd share Instagram handles, and then that's a way for them to just stay informed and connect. So you're not really gonna find a new audience on Instagram, you're just gonna use it to keep track of your current audience and keep them posted. So next up is Twitter, and some of the comments we got are, people are really mean there and usually attack you. I think Twitter is where you can go to find out what's going on in the world. I get information on pop culture, world news. I follow a lot of different artists on there. I personally like the different views on Twitter. However, the app is mostly negative, so I don't find it my main source of insight. I do, however, check it daily and use it mostly for pop culture related reasons. Then lastly, I personally like the different views on Twitter. However, the app is usually mostly negative, so I don't find it to be my main source of insight. I do, however, check it daily and use it mostly for pop culture related reasons. So what we gather from that, it is a negative and not trustworthy app. And the reason for this is because people use it to post their opinion. And if someone has a different opinion than you, you're gonna post back and forth, and next thing you know, you're in a full Twitter war. The other main point we got is that it's mostly for world news and pop culture based. So they're going on there to, you know, see like what's going on outside of their world. So next up is Facebook, and one of the first comments we got is that it's mid and for boomers. And for those of you that don't know, mid kind of just means like middle. I usually compare it to the saying, nothing to write home about. It's for older people. I do not use it. I associate with this app with older people. I think Facebook isn't really for my age group or generation. I've never used Facebook. They think it's similar to Instagram. I've never used it. They don't like the setup. They don't like the app. Don't plan on using it. So this is not where we can go to find youth. It's not the audience. However, we can indirectly reach youth using Facebook by reaching an older audience, such as parents or even grandparents. So that's something that we do. We kind of change our posts to reach more of a parent audience, and then they can indirectly reach youth through that. So next up, we have YouTube. And we got a lot of feedback about that. They think it could be fun and helpful with their tips and tutorials, educational, great for watching videos. It's been around for a while. Platform will most likely never die. You can share a wide range of content for all ages, make it a good platform to promote something. The algorithm will suggest videos that they would want to watch. They check it daily. They like longer videos that are informative, relatable. They watch YouTubers that are around their age, something they can relate to. Music videos, interviews is content that they like. This is where they go for short entertainment. Entertaining, lots of funny videos. You're more likely to remember watching something on YouTube compared to other platforms. So here we got a wide range of different things. But one of the few things that we gathered is one, it's educational. And even teachers, they will use YouTube videos in their lessons plans. I've had teachers who will show me things that they just thought was interesting. But I think because teachers use it in their lesson plans, it also becomes somewhat of a more trustworthy platform, depending on what you watch, of course. It's informative. You can find lots of different videos explaining how things are done. It's also relatable, reliable. And another good point they brought up is that the platform hasn't changed much. If you go to other platforms, you can see how they've changed their logos, changed how they work, changed everything. But YouTube has pretty much stayed the same, and it's great for short and long content. So if you have a long content video, you can also cut it down to a shorter version, and then there you can have one content and you're reaching 2 audiences with it. So next up is TikTok, and we got a few comments on that as well. It can be helpful and educational, a way to express yourself. They enjoy TikTok the most, the creativity on the app, the way that it's personalized to each user. They find themselves consuming TikTok the most and checking it numerous times a day. It's addicting, use it for entertainment purposes. They post every once in a while. Used a lot during quarantine, not too much anymore. That is when TikTok went through its big boom. And they like that the For You page is different and the content you see can be interesting, inspirational. So that's also kind of similar to YouTube. Most people just will check TikTok more because the video and contents are shorter. But our overall thoughts we gathered was that it was creative, and that's what people like to see. Like to see how they take different accounts and how they use it. 2 is that it is for entertainment. It is mostly a distraction, but you can find some helpful things on there. Tips, tricks, things you didn't know. And then the 3rd is that it is the most used from all other apps. That is where the audience currently is TikTok. So next I'm going to be going over how Teens Learn to Drive uses our social media platform. I'm going to be focusing more on Instagram and TikTok since those 2 are the used. So these here are 2 posts that we have on our Instagram page. The first one is a distracted driving tip, secure your items in your vehicle that could fall, and then you have like a little gif of Despicable Me with the minion falling out. It's relatable and it gets the point across. We find that by using memes, pop culture references, teens are most likely going to interact with the post, understand it, relate to it, and it's funny. It's not just, oh, you better secure your vehicles because you know you're gonna get hurt and that's gonna fail. It's like, no, that's what's gonna happen to you if you don't do that. It's funny, gets the message across. The second post I have is for our Vision Zero Youth Network program, and this is an opportunity for them. We also get a lot of attention of this post as well, tagging people who would fit into this, sharing it with your friends so you guys can apply together. And like I said, youth wants to find opportunities and such, so we want to promote it as much as possible. So these are just 2 examples of how we use our Instagram platform. Some other tips and tricks to mention, minimal text on posts. You know, they go to Instagram to look at photos they don't want to read. Tag partners and sources. If you just like kind of write where you get your source from, they're not going to go and check it out. But if you tag and all you have to do is click and see tag and then click the person, they're more likely going to go there and see it. Next was to use Instagram stories. Instagram stories is really easy to share someone else's post, but it's also good to create custom content so that it matches the format and you're posting just for the story page. And Instagram does a lot and has a lot of tools. You can make it interactive, doing polls, questions. Did you know this? Yes or no? Another tip or trick to do is Instagram post more in the afternoon, evening, where teens are done with school and they have the time to flip through their phone and engage with that compared to in between classes or before your class starts, or if you're doing it during class, you're not really going to pick up what you're seeing. When you're done with school, that's when you're going to take a moment to look. So I don't think the videos are going to load, but we'll see. Yeah, it's going to open up a YouTube. Okay, so unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to play my videos today, but I can kind of explain what each one is. So TikTok, for those of you who don't know, it's formatted in that kind of square shape. And what we usually do for content on our TikTok, one of the things we do is we update teens on things that are going on. When the driving test changes happen, we were really informative with keeping them up to date with, hey, more road test based open, so if you're still looking for a test, you can easily, or hey, we actually cut them down. And those TikToks did really well because, they're not going to really find that information anywhere else. Twitter was actually where we got that information from, and we actually took screenshots. And on TikTok, you have a green screen mode where you can have that information behind you. Those videos also do really well because it's not just someone telling it to you, it's someone telling it to you, and then they have that information in the back as, you know, kind of proof that, yeah, this is where we got the information from, you can see it yourself. So those videos of ours did really well because we were able to share information that they couldn't really find elsewhere. And TikTok also makes it really easy to engage with your audience. For comments, they also have a question box where they can leave questions directly that you can get to. So those were kind of the videos that we've done, of course, with explaining other tips and tricks and road safety messaging. So what makes your account creative? That's what's gonna be what draws people to your account. What about their account do they recognize? We've, at TL2D, we try and have the same person on the TikToks, so if it pops up on the feed again, you're gonna recognize that person, you're gonna recognize us. Another thing is to keep videos short. I know, like, for me personally, if I wanna watch a longer 2-minute video, I'm gonna go to YouTube for that content. TikTok, you wanna just slide through, so you wanna keep it short. And another big thing to note is that nothing's original anymore. So other apps are copying TikTok, and they're really pushing that short video content. YouTube Shorts are doing really well. They push all of that. Instagram Reels, they're really pushing that as well because they do want to copy TikTok because it is so successful. And that's something to keep your eye on as well, is because that's copy each other so much. There was an app coming up that was called Clubhouse, and it was just for verbal communication. It was getting pretty well known. So when Twitter found out about that, they created Spaces. We could go in and talk to people there, already known platforms, so why download another? So that's something else to keep in mind, is to watch, you know, who's doing what. So just to quickly go over how we talk about other platforms, Twitter, we usually use that kind of to keep in mind. We have a lot of our partners on there, so kind of sharing information with them and keeping track of our partners through there. YouTube, we post a lot of how-to videos, how to jumpstart a car. We also do a lot of short stories with impactful messages, kind of showing what could happen if you did decide to drive impaired, how it could impact other people. And then we also have lots of interviews with road safety experts so that youth can kind of see that kind of side of it. And last is Facebook. It's to provide information to parents. And I know a lot of social media apps, you kind of post one thing at a time. For Facebook, we find it better to kind of group those together so that parents kind of go through and see all the tips. For Halloween, on Instagram, every Friday we posted a Halloween tip. On Facebook, we just put all those posts in one post and said, hey parents, here's some Halloween tips for you and to share with your youth. So trends. Trends are a big thing for social media. They're different for every platform. Every platform will kind of have their own trend going on. They're always changing and they're fast-paced. So when you see a trend, it's best to find a way to incorporate it into your niche and to post about it right away. So I'll be going over different trends per example, per platform. So this was one trend that was happening over the summer where people would put a little Mrs. character and then whatever matches the Little Misses. So Little Miss sleeps with makeup on, she kind of has a little smirk. And then Little Miss uses big words incorrectly, kind of seems posh, like she knows what she's doing. So this went wild over Instagram. People were sharing, oh, this is so me, or tagging their friends, that's you. So we took that and then we incorporated into road safety messages. Little Miss can't parallel park. I think everyone knows someone, if it's not yourself, that doesn't like parallel parking, doesn't like doing it. And then we also did a Little Miss always wears a helmet, which you should be doing, but we always have that one safety friend who makes sure of it. So this post got a lot of tags and likes, tagging their friends, people sharing it like that's so me. So this is just a way that you could take a trend and easily incorporate it into road safety. So next is TikTok. I unfortunately won't be able to show them, but I can talk a little bit about things that we did. Trending sounds is a big thing. It might be a sound that has a dance that goes with it or a certain action. If you can incorporate that dance, sound, or action into your niche, if you just use the sound alone, that's what's trending. It will still be seen. Another big pop culture thing that was trending when it came out was Stranger Things. And I, as a Stranger Things fan, I right away came up with different content that we could use Stranger Things into our promotion. For one, Stranger Things takes place in the 80s, so there's a lot of road safety things that they did that weren't safe. For example, not wearing seatbelts. So we took a bunch of screenshots of that and said, oh, don't do that. There's too many passengers in the car. And then we used a trendy sound, and it did really well because that's what TikTok was promoting at the time with Stranger Things. So just doing stuff like that, anything we can to kind of take the trends that are ongoing and putting them in. Another thing that's super trendy is like a day in the life. So if you're like coming to a conference like this, if you took screenshots or videos, you'd post about that and be like, oh, join me at like my day at the conference, because people find that interesting and they want to know what's going on. So now that we know kind of how to use more social media apps, how to engage, I wanted to know what exactly would make them stay to get the follow if they find your post. What would make them get the follow? So that's another question we asked in our survey. And these are a few of the responses that we got. If you use entertaining content or fun videos, being able to help out in the community and help out the organization that you're following. Make a difference, find opportunities, and spread awareness. If the cause is something that they can relate to on a personal level. If they had, once again, the engaging, funny post, and they made their goal clear. That's why having the bios are so important, to make sure people know who you are and what you do. A lot of social media apps also have pinned posts. So if you did a post explaining your organization, people who work there, you can pin that to the top. So if someone finds your page, they can easily click it and learn more about you. And then agreeing with their views, being able to actually be involved with the organization. And then they want to follow nonprofits or organizations based on the content they post about, the same moral values, views on the subjects. That would make them more inclined to actually follow. So I'm now going to be going over initiatives that we here have taken and we've noticed engagement in youth. So first off is our podcast. We did one version of the podcast and then changed it up a little bit to be more engaging for youth. So about our podcast, we have our team members on the podcast. All of our team members are either in university or are recent graduates. And we find that our team has a wide range of road experience. Some of them have their own cars, drive license. Some of them haven't driven, they use public transit. Some of them are still in the learning stages. Some of them car with their parents. So it's all different kind of backgrounds. And youth get to learn from our mistakes on the road. And we mostly talk about different stories based on like whatever the episode is about. And so that's a little bit about our podcast. I did have a clip, but unfortunately I won't be able to play it, but I can talk a little bit about it. We did an episode that was all about staying safe as a female driver. So we had some of our female team members on, and one of them actually told a story about how when she worked at Shoppers, she had this guy who would stalk her, leave notes in her window shield. And so what she did was she made sure to speak up about it, make sure she let people know. Her coworkers would walk her to her car safely at night, make sure she left the lot, make sure he wasn't around. They ended up getting his car information, so they were aware. So it's just small things like that to stay safe on the road, which scary story, but it's something to keep in track that if that happens to someone else, now they know like it's nothing to be embarrassed about, nothing to be like scared about, like let people know because that's how you're gonna stay safe. Okay. So why did we decide to do a podcast? Well, it's a medium that doesn't really have a lot of road safety on it, so if they're gonna search road safety, they would easily find us. And it really does not have a lot of road safety. The second is that, like, we as humans, we enjoy hearing other people's stories. Like, you know, the story about having a stalker, that doesn't happen to everyone, and oh, you're gonna wanna have the details about that. And then you're gonna remember that, and you're going to take away from the stories and learn from them. And the third is by having a podcast, youth can consume this medium when they're walking to school, doing homework, or anytime you're just working on a project and you kind of need that background noise, you kind of zone in, zone out, they'll remember like what's important to them to remember. I've mentioned it a bit throughout my presentation, but another initiative we have is our Vision Zero Youth Network program. I work directly with the students in the program. We get about 100 applications from all over Ontario and take about 20 to 25 students. So our program is a peer-to-peer program, like I said, with high school students. And it's a chance for youth to participate in road safety themselves.
So by working with the youth, we can see firsthand what they know and what they don't know about road safety. So we kind of know what we should be posting about, what we should be focusing on. For example, many of them don't realize that bikes should be treated as vehicles, which makes sense. Growing up, you ride your bike on the sidewalk, but they don't realize that as you get older, that bike should be on the road. So they create a lot of safety posts about how bikes should, follow pedestrian rules, and we kind of have to correct them and say, no, that's wrong. So being a part of the program, they spread safety online and in school. So they make a bunch of graphics, TikToks, they help with our newsletter, and then they actually have an in-school portion where they'll take 10 minutes at an assembly and kind of go over one aspect of road safety. So I want to share with you guys today some graphics that were created by our ambassadors. The first one, watch out, students, new school year, take it slow in the parking lot, keep an eye out for other classmates walking. The second one, before crossing, make eye contact with the driver, make yourself more visible. And two more, this one, how do you stay safe on the road? You can see that there's a bunch of different ways, but the one that's highlighted is to make eye contact with drivers. And the last graphic I have is the to-do list. When crossing the road, make yourself more visible by keeping eye contact with drivers. So you'll notice in those 4 messages, there's a common theme of making eye contact. Well, that's because that's something that they learned through us. You're learned to look left, look right, and then cross the street. But you're never really taught to actually make eye contact. So that's something that they took away that, they can do, it's easy, and it also gives them an extra blanket of security. So we can see that they are engaging with the material, and we can see what they think is important to share with their peers. So why did we come up with Vision Zero Youth Network? Well, it's because students can connect with the material firsthand. And like I said, they can choose what they think is important to share, what they think that their peers should know. Number 2, it's a chance for them to take charge and be a part of the conversation. So it's not just us talking to them, it's us talking with them. And the third, which I think is the most important, but it starts a foundation of driving knowledge before they get behind the wheel. A lot of them, they don't have their permits yet, or they're just starting to get their permits, so they don't really know a lot. So by being part of the program, they get to learn a bunch of road safety information before they even get behind the wheel. And fourth is that they do share the messages with their peers, and not only in the in-school portion, but for their graphics as well. I get lots of messages saying, oh, is it okay if I share this to my personal Instagram? And I'm like, yeah, of course you can. Even with their in-person aspect, we have everything packaged up for them that has the proper information, how we want them to form the safety segments, and a lot of them want to go ahead and they want to say, can I write my own speech? Can I do my own thing? Because they do want to take part of being in the conversation. So last but not least, which was another big project that we worked on this year, was our video game Prom Perils. We've never done this before, so it was kind of new to learn about. So Prom Perils is a video game. It's a points and click video game. Choose your own adventure, where the decisions you make will lead you through your high school prom day and the night. So at the bottom there are the 4 playable characters who you'd get to pick to choose from, and then you'd have your 2 friends, Jake and Emma. Jake's kind of a bad influence, and Emma is really into school, making sure she gets the grades. So depending on the choices you make and the things you pick, there's 3 pathways in the game that you can take. So if you let Jake drive, that will take you through a drowsy path. If you let Emma drive, she's a good friend, but she's stayed up late studying, so it takes you through a drowsy driving path. And if you, as the driver, decide that you want to drive your friends to prom, it'll take you through drunk driving and kind of peer pressure. So those are the routes that we took in our game. And then here are just a few screenshots. You can walk through the halls, explore. We try to make it as interactive as possible. So the little poster by the door is actually a poster for our Vision Zero Youth Network program. So if they click it, it'll pop up and they'll get information about it. This is what a dialogue would look like while you're talking to your friends. And then this would be coming up with a choice, like going to watch a movie, play some games, or just going home to kill time there. So obviously this choice wouldn't have a great impact on you, but before this, it's early on in the game where you're at school doing your last exam, and your friend Jake says, well, let's start the drinking now, let's have a shot. And we actually played through the demo of the video game with our Vision Zero ambassadors, and they loved it. There was a lot of them that says, no, we're not going to drink. But there were a few of them that says, no, let's take the shot, like, let's have a good time. So we could say that they want to kind of see, like, what would happen. And we do have different scenarios, like, if you drink a little, if you drink a lot, if you drink a lot, you'll get into a crash. But if you drink a little, you know, and if you have one shot in the morning, don't drink at all, you'll get pulled over by a cop, and you'll say, look, yeah, you might not be totally out of your mind, but you still have alcohol in your system, and that's not good. So with this game, we really want to show each level and how it can affect. And here's just a final screenshot of the game. Unfortunately, we never got to finish the game, so we do have a Kickstarter going on to hopefully raise funds to complete it. So if you guys want to go and check it out, or even just learn more about the game, you can. So last but not least, why a video game? Well, it's engaging and it's interactive. Like I said, we did the demo. They wanted to look around the school. They wanted to see the choices and how it would impact them. The second is that it's a more entertaining way to get the message across. So it's not just watching a TikTok or reading a post. It's getting involved in this game, involved with the characters, seeing what will happen. And it also has a replay value. So yeah, I drove this time, but let's see what happens if my friend drove. So it's something they could play numerous times. And the most important is that it lets youth live out the dangerous outcomes on the screen. Let them learn what would happen if you did this in a virtual safe scenario, so that when it comes to real life, they'll know to take the safe option, they'll know what to do to keep them and their friends safe. So that's actually everything I have prepared today. Thank you guys so much. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them.
One question, sir. Has any interaction engagement with teens, that program, then with the G1 app, the app for preparing 16-year-olds for the first time doing the test?
That I'm not too sure about, but I know like when I did my test, I went and just did like it over again, like to practice. We find, like, we noticed that they don't seem to be doing that. They ask a lot of questions about like what the test is going to contain, kind of like a way for them to cheat and kind of know what they have to know compared to like studying everything. But it depends on the person. But I think like nowadays, I think people like they're not doing that as much compared to just finding like different videos and TikToks online. I think that's kind of like the way of studying now.
Yeah, because like the government came out as only the first app, and it was just basically a practice test of the questions. So I don't know if that's something you want to promote, because like 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds, if they did that in preparation, a lot of them like right before they begin, they get all nervous and all that kind of stuff. But if they did that years before, especially since they're having phones at that age, the G1 app might be a good idea to promote through.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep that in mind. I know with apps it can be harder because then it takes up space on the phone. So it's like the things like that, like why download an app and I can watch a video, but I think it definitely is helpful to have, and definitely something to keep in like mind to promote. Like I said, like make a TikTok about it, like really get it done.
You might download it, make a TikTok, and delete it. But
Yeah, it also depends on like the student too. But I know like many of them will like find it helpful, but it's stuff like that, like how would they know about that? So it's important for like people like us to kind of spread that message so they do know about it.
Right.
So thank you for letting me know about that.
My pleasure.
Anyone else have any questions?
Do you have any TikToks or videos about like impairments?
Yeah, we do. So we kind of focus on everything. So impairment, yeah, well, we have TikToks and stuff
So I
like
think
that.
kids get it that you're not supposed to drink and drive, but cannabis and other substances. Like,
Yeah.
you don't feel that maybe it's as bad.
No, we find that a lot too, that a lot of people even think that they're more focused when they're high, but a lot of it is, you have like the slower reflexes. So we do a lot of videos about that as well. And like the safety segments, we have a whole safety segment about that as well, explaining that, you're not fully there, you're like slower. Like what we do with teens that we find help is that we'd like to be as interactive as possible, because that's how you learn a lesson. So when we were able to go into schools, we used to get them to juggle a balloon on their hand and bounce it up, and then send a text message, because that's doing two things at once. And they find most of the time you can only really truly focus on one. So we kind of try and do things like that. With drug driving, it's a little bit harder to get that message across, but we do as best as we can to promote that kind of stuff on TikTok. You're welcome. Anyone else? Well, thank you so much.
So a couple quick comments. I know social media is such an animal, right? And God knows we wrestle with it. And I apologize for our technical difficulties again today. But maybe some of us will go home and watch some of the videos and stuff that Teens Learn to Drive has done. I think they're pretty cool. I have seen some of them. Just for reference, TikTok has a population worldwide, or followers, of about 30.1 million. Sean or Carrie will correct me. Canada's population in 2021 was 37 million. So these are big numbers. These are big countries of social media groups, right? Like Twitter is as big, Facebook, Meta, actually, okay, Twitter, we don't really know how many followers, but he's gonna figure it out for us, right? What's his name? Yes, Elon, thank you. All right, I digress. Our next speaker is Zach Goldman of York Regional Police, and he's gonna be talking about off-road vehicle use. And I'm not sure what I should do here. Does he have a? Is that you? Yep. You're probably better cut than I am, right?
I don't know about that. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Zach Goldman. I'm a constable with the York Regional Police Marine Unit and Underwater Recovery Unit. I'm just going to give you a brief overview of our unit, our operations and equipment, and how we deal with the issue of impaired operation through community engagement, enforcement, and public education. Our unit is a little unique to the general world of policing. So there's times where we may be crashing through 6-foot waves in an open boat with a vessel in distress, or operating one of our nearly 40-foot all-metal boats in pitch black at night, relying on our navigational equipment, navigational aids to guide us through. As divers, we may be diving up to 100 feet underwater, searching in zero visibility for evidence or possibly to recover a victim. We also have an airboat where we may be operating that on a windy day, traversing over open water and ice. So it's very unique. We are essentially a jack of all trades, and we train a lot to try and master all of our trades. So interesting facts, our Marine unit was established in 1971. Our Underwater Recovery Unit was established in 82. We're responsible for nearly 400 square kilometers of the 744 square kilometers of York, of Lake Simcoe. But with that said, we can also be tasked by the Canadian Coast Guard and the Joint Rescue Coordination Center, JRCC, and we can respond anywhere on Lake Simcoe up into Lake Couchiching. We also have 32 other bodies of water and 11 rivers within York Region. We are full-time, so we patrol 7 days a week, 12 months of the year, and we have 12 full-time members. We have a new location in New Marina in Jackson's Point, which is really nice because it puts us right in the middle of our area of responsibility, whether we're heading down into Cooks Bay, Keswick area, over across to the Durham side, or Pefferlaw, or if we're heading up towards Orillia Way. We're year-round presence on the water. We respond to missing and overdue vessels, persons and vessels in distress, medical emergencies, fires, collisions, and any offenses against federal statutes and provincial statutes, for example, impaired operation. Some of our equipment that we utilize, we have 4 patrol boats, 2 PWCs, which are Sea-Doos. They're great for interdiction close to shore. Our larger vessels are almost like a billboard, so if we're coming up to a vessel to check for any drinking issues, it's nice to go on a PWC because they don't see you coming. As I mentioned, our airboat, we have 2 ATVs, a side-by-side UTV, 4 snowmobiles, 3 4x4 pickup trucks, a portable inflatable Zodiac, cold water rescue gear, 2 remote operated vehicles that we use underwater with cameras, side scan sonar. Our diving equipment is scuba and surface supplied air. We have generators, tents, heaters, metal detectors, and drop cameras. Our equipment is appropriate to the environment that we operate in. These are our 2 large vessels. They're just shy of 40 feet, powered by twin diesel 300 horsepower engines. State-of-the-art equipment on these vessels. We've got radar, GPS navigation, forward-looking infrared. We have a lot of medical equipment to deal with emergencies. We also have, you can see on the front of the vessels on the bow, there's a fire monitor that we can use to put out vessel fires or structure fires close to shore. It can also act as a pumping vessel for land-based firefighters. If there was a cottage fire, we can actually roll up and act as a pumper and pump water out of the lake and assist. Useless but interesting fact, the Abu Dhabi Harbor Police designed one of their vessels after our Wawatesi vessel. This is our rib. It's a rigid hull inflatable boat. It's about 24 feet in length. This is great for rapid response, getting into very shallow waters and rivers and other smaller bodies of water within our region. It can also handle a very heavy sea state, 6 foot waves and that. This is a very capable vessel. It is open, so there are some hazards associated with it compared to our larger vessels. This is our 24-foot utility boat. Primarily use this for diving operations, side scanning. We can also get into smaller bodies of water and shallow areas with this vessel. Our PWCs that I mentioned, great for interdiction close to shore. This is an example of some of the weather that we deal with when everybody's coming in. Yet maybe somebody's got a mechanical issue or they're lost. We get the call and this is what we'll be heading out in. So it's not always sunshine, it's often this type of environment that we operate in. And without factoring alcohol into it, we often will deal with, these are real incidents that we dealt with. And if you're wondering, the yellow inflatable boat, that is a feather duster and a snow brush that they're using to navigate with. The person in the back's not wearing a PFD. The other one, this gentleman is not wearing his PFD, although he does have it with him, and he's propelling himself with flippers or fins. So without even factoring alcohol into it, just the inherent risks of operating on water, it can be quite dangerous. So we respond to vessels in distress. There's lots of reasons why there can be vessels in distress. But on a serious note, a lot of the hazards that we deal with, generally people aren't aware of their environment. They're not aware of the actual hazards and knowledge of the waters that they operate in, which is extremely important. And then when you factor alcohol into it, your judgment with navigating, whether you're navigating at night or during the day, and being cognizant of the hazards that you're dealing with, it can play a huge role. So dewatering is one of the things that we also have the capabilities of doing. So if there's a vessel taking on water, we can suck water out of the vessel instead of out of the lake. Instead of pumping it out of our fire monitor, we can push it out the side of our vessel to get that vessel afloat again. So for general patrol and enforcement, we use state-of-the-art equipment and tools and act as a safeguard for our citizens out on the waterways and trails. Whether it's boating, whether it's snowmobiling or off-roading, there's inherent risks involved. So we conduct a lot of stops and community engagement to ensure that people are operating, number one, in a safe manner, in a sober manner, operating legally with appropriate safety equipment and documentation that they require. So we really focus on community engagement and a lot of it. So each one of our interactions with the community, we are assessing sobriety. So although we do conduct spot checks for the purposes of checking sobriety, every one of our stops and every one of our interactions, whether it's on a trail, frozen body, or on the waterways, we're checking for sober operation. And it's effective, because although we do have some incidents, our numbers are actually very low on our waterways and our trails for impaired. Again, here's some images of some of the investigations we've conducted. Some of those happen because people aren't aware of their environment.
Again, this is the USS Montana requesting that you immediately divert your course 15 degrees to the north to avoid a collision. Divert your course 15 degrees to the south to avoid a collision. This is Captain Hancock. You will divert your course over. Negative, Captain. I'm not moving anything. Change your course. Over. So, this is the USS Montana, the second largest vessel in the North Atlantic Fleet. You will change course 15 degrees north of all before you take measures to ensure the safety of this ship. Over. This is the light explanation. Your problem.
Sorry, just trying to add a little humor to it, although it is a very serious topic. Some more images of some of our investigations and the type of environment that we operate in. So again, with impaired boating, we have constant interaction, ensuring that people are operating safely, legally, and sober. We also partner with other agencies. One is the Canadian Safe Boating Council. We also put a lot of messages out on social media, and we're involved with the media itself, getting our message out for safe, sober operation, ice safety, numerous things related to the environment that we deal with the citizens in. So again, even though we do have some incidents, our numbers are actually fairly low. This is a video that we put out in cooperation with the Canadian Safe Boating Council.
Well, you just blew $10,000. In some provinces, drinking and voting is the same as drinking and driving, and it can really add up. If convicted, expect penalties and fines, alcohol education and treatment programs, an ignition interlock system, legal and court costs, and increased insurance premiums for 3 years, plus whatever it costs you to get around for a year without your vehicle. Some provinces are not as rigorous for on-the-water infractions. But even if your province isn't, and you've been drinking on the water, you still have to get home. Drinking and voting, it all adds up to a bad choice.
Also with the Canadian Safe Boating Council, we are engaged in Operation Dry Water. It's been going on for about 10 years now. The first weekend in August, it's specific to, although we do it with every one of our interactions, we focus highly on spot checks, ensure that people are operating in a sober, dry manner when they're out on the water. We also engage within our own force with the traffic unit with an initiative called Fishing for Impaireds. Some of the criminal offenses that we deal with out on the water and the trails: dangerous operation, operation causing bodily harm, impaired, over 80, failed to stop, and operation while prohibited. Drinking and boating. So there's some misconceptions on when it's allowed and if it's allowed. So it is allowed on certain vessels in certain circumstances. So if you have a vessel that has permanent cooking, sleeping, and sanitary facilities, and that vessel is anchored, tied to land, or tied to a dock, then it's considered a residence, and then you are able to drink like you would if you were camping. The same goes for cannabis, it's the same stipulations. So if you have a vessel, that, and these things have to be permanent. It's not just a porta potty with a can and a barbecue. Like, it has to be actually permanently affixed. So smaller vessels that don't have these accommodations, you can't drink or have open alcohol on them. And even vessels that do have these, even if they're not in movement, if they're not affixed to one of the things that I mentioned, then they're considered underway. They're not making way, but they are underway, and then it is an offense. Here's an example of a nice old looking boat. This may or may not be an offense. This type of vessel would have those types of facilities, but is it affixed or is it just floating? If, like I mentioned, if it's affixed, then it wouldn't be an offense. This type of vessel you see in the background, little cruiser would not have those. So this is an actual investigation. This would be an issue. This type of vessel, same. This is a little experiment that was conducted with the Canadian Safe Boating Council. Just want to mention that these people that are operating here, consuming some alcohol, they were still below the legal limit, even for a suspension. And you'll see how it, well, maybe you won't see how it affects.
Incidents involve alcohol. To demonstrate the effects that alcohol has on a person's ability to operate a vessel, a test was conducted with a group of boaters. The basis of the test was to navigate through a closed course not accessible to the public. The course was designed to challenge the participants' handling and task management skills. Before getting underway, each were given a word to spell using the letter D's on the course, and along the way a number of distractions were set up to challenge them further. A baseline of the voters' abilities was first established where each maneuvered through the course alcohol-free. Then, after a few drinks and a waiting period, the blood alcohol level was monitored and they ran the course again. Aboard the boat was a marine police officer with control of the engine cutoff tether for safety and to observe the changes in the voters' behavior and ability on the course.
Definitely harder than it was, without the alcohol. When you're in reverse on a boat like that, you got to, thinking backwards and then you throw the alcohol, it's definitely a lot different. It's consuming alcohol, no matter what you do it, it slows your reactions and slows things down a little bit. It's a depressant, and that's what it does, and it does a good job of it. It's the overconfidence is mixed with the alcohol. It's the best people eat.
Yeah, a little bit faster because I've been drinking.
I think she's a good example of where the physical impairment really is there, but more of the mental and psychological effect, where she's got more of that mental courage.
I swerved around it. I don't know if I did it or not.
So that's not wrong. Over time, but I think she believes she's swerved around it. The alcohol is really causing them to relax quite a bit. So even though they're working, they're trying hard, they're fighting along those.
So you can see that alcohol, even where it's legal, made quite a difference in their ability to operate. Never mind when you get up to the point there where you could have your license suspended or be arrested for impaired operation. As I mentioned, cannabis, same stipulations with the vessel in order for it to be legal to be consumed or have open. Quickly go through some of the other functions that we have. We conduct search and rescue training with the Royal Canadian Air Force, Tiger 424 Rescue Squadron. So this is an ongoing thing that we do, which is a benefit to both our force and to the search and rescue. This is some of the search patterns that we'll use when we're looking for a lost vessel or a person in the water, depending on the situation and the environment. We also utilize an app called What 3 Words, which has been a huge benefit for us. And I don't think I could explain it quite as well as my staff sergeant. So
today we were doing an exercise on Lake Simcoe involving two snowmobiles that crashed into each other with several victims. The idea today was to test our interoperability not only with our partners from the Georgina Fire, but also York EMS. So they would be dispatched. They would be utilizing What 3 Words. What 3 Words is a new app that York Regional Police has partnered with. So the What 3 Words app has broken down the entire world into a grid. So each grid has a unique
Just a few more pictures of our training with search and rescue. You can see the helicopter sometimes is literally just a few feet over top of our vessel, which is quite interesting. Fire suppression, we will deal with vessel fires. They generally happen more in the spring when people don't have their vessels up to snuff. Maybe equipment isn't functioning quite like they expect it to be, although it will happen any time of year. So we have the ability to extinguish these fires. There's a picture of us actually acting as a pumper, like I mentioned, to land-based fire department. We work with the Ministry of Environment and Coast Guard to deal with environmental hazards, anything that could possibly contaminate the waterways with fuel or oil, etc. A lot of the times we're the first line of defense for getting that contained. Then we switch over into winter response with our airboat and snowmobiles. So our airboat is a 24-foot fiberglass vessel that is powered by a large big block 650 horsepower engine. It pushes wind in order to propel it, although we're often operating this in the wind and traversing through open water, ice, snow, slush. It has no brake, so you really have to be careful with the operation of this and plan ahead. In order to stop this, if you're on ice, you literally have to spin it 180 degrees and hit the throttle, and that's your brake. Or you plan ahead and glide to your stop, but it's the only way that this type of vessel will function. But this is a great platform for us when we're conducting cold water rescue. If we have a person that's fallen through the ice and we're not sure of the conditions, or even if we are sure of the conditions, getting out to that person is the safest way, then we can use this vessel as a platform to effect our rescue. Just a quick video, if it'll play. This is actually us rescuing a fire department off of the ice when they were attempting a recovery and they damaged their vessel. So they ended up trapped, and the real heroes ended up doing the rescue. But you can see the effects of the vessel. If you watch the vessel, you can see the wind pushing it. So right now it's not under power, and that's the effects of the wind. And it can quickly break up the ice, and people will be out fishing and they'll think that the ice conditions are okay, but then a wind will come in and break it up, and it can change from looking completely solid and continuous to an environment like this, and that's where we'd have to respond. So getting the message out about safe, sober operation too, with ice fishing. We deal with a lot of people that are ice fishing. So. With snowmobiles, we cover the lake when it's frozen in the wintertime, and Lake Simcoe is just as busy in the winter as it is in the summer, especially with ice fishing and other activities. We also cover the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs, all of their trails. So constant community engagement, constant stops and interaction, making sure that people are operating safely, sober, and with appropriate safety equipment. So we'll do spot checks as well as just general stops. Same goes for ATVs. We operate the ATVs year-round on the trails within our region, and a lot in the wintertime when the ice conditions aren't conducive for the snowmobiles. Our side-by-side the same. It has a little more capabilities for extracting somebody off of the ice and carrying some equipment. We have our 3 4x4 pickup trucks, and while we mainly use them to tow our vessels and go from location to location, if we do hear that there's an impaired call out on the road, we are still police officers. We're out on the road. We've actually made quite a few impaired arrests. Again, showing just the type of environment that people are dealing with. This is without even factoring alcohol into it, but alcohol would definitely affect your judgment, and often people not aware of the hazards that are associated with this. This is why we always stress no ice is safe ice, and that when you're out on the ice, flotation, flotation, flotation. Some more images of some of the investigations we conduct in the winter. We carry our cold water rescue all the time. We're able to respond whether we're operating in our truck, we'll have that with us. And if we hear a call, we may respond from land, from a shore-based rescue, or we may head back and get our airboat. We are also, in our unit, instructors for cold water rescue, and we train other officers on our force for their locations in different districts so that they can also act as cold water rescue specialists. So getting more into our diving aspect, we use side scan imaging and sonar. This pretty much paints an image of the bottom of the lake or river and provides a scan when we're looking for a target, whether it be a boat or possibly a victim. So this would be a good return on a victim at the bottom, but just to let everybody know here, all this is one of our training dummies that we've used. But it just gives you an idea of what we'd be looking at. So if we get a hit like this, we may switch to our rove to confirm our target. If the environment is conducive to that, a lot of the times there's too much turbidity in the water and there isn't good visibility. But this is some footage from our rove. Now this is very clear water. We don't always get to deal in this type of water. Most of the time when we're conducting our searches while we're diving, it's next to zero visibility. We also dive at night, so. This is what people generally think diving is. And this is the type of diving we actually do, and sometimes worse, in sewer grates. It's an image from an ice dive. You can see the triangle, that'd be our opening that we go through. We're tethered off. Some more images of some of our dive investigations. You can see in this slide, here we're wearing what's called an AGA mask. It's similar to a firefighter's type of mask. And one of the other apparatus that we use for diving is a dive helmet. So we would use the dive helmet in more of confined spaces and overhead risk. The thing about the helmet though, it gets locked onto your head. So if there's also a spider in the helmet, it can pose an issue, and you can ask me how I know that. This is a typical type of search pattern that we'll conduct when we're diving, especially when we're looking, if we're looking for a smaller object, there'll be tighter circles. If we're looking for something larger, then we can open it up a little bit. Again, community involvement, community engagement, it's our big ticket. We're constantly getting the message out, whether it's on media platforms, in person, or at events, and it seems to be working. And as well with the media. So, and that's it, unless anybody has any questions? Sir?
With drivers who are convicted for impaired, they have ignition interlock requirements. Do you find with marine boating, because a lot of drivers call us to say, oh, I got convicted, I've served my suspension, I had this ignition interlock condition, and we advise them, that condition applies, to vehicles they use. Do you find pulling over people, boaters who have defied the law and have that condition?
I have not seen that with an actual vessel. I do know that if your license is suspended, even for blowing over, but not, blowing over as far as like a warning.
Yes.
And suspension, that also affects your driver's license on the road. And then obviously convictions, it's the same on a boat as is on a snowmobile, ATV, car, or anything like that, yeah.
But you typically, I think most of the time people are pretty good that they're not boating with that condition on, but that's.
Yeah, I haven't come across it myself.
Right.
Sir?
In your region, in 2020, 2021, we had a massive boost in ATVs and snowmobiles as well.
Right.
And I guess my question to you is, how are your trails in your region? Are they signed by Mad Canada, or is there any, because often you'll see that there are marinas that say, dangers of drinking and driving, that sort of thing, but it's sort of a.
So there is some messaging that's done with the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs. But as far as ATV use can occur out on the lake or on private property. We don't actually have a trail network in York Region that people can operate on. We do patrol, and we do have people that do operate, which causes some issues that we deal with. But as far as the trail network within York Region, it's meant primarily for snowmobile use, and there is some signage and a lot of messaging from the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs as far as safe, sober operation.
Right, yeah, that's the same thing we experience, is mostly just for the snowmobile trails, not so much the ATV stuff. It's quite busy up there. And have you noticed any adjustments since the riding rules for allowing use on the roads? Has ATV usage dropped overall in your region?
So we don't have any rules allowing use on,
Nowhere in York?
not in York Region, no. So it'd be permitted with a bylaw, but there's no bylaws within York Region that are enacted. Whereas further up north, it would be permitted unless there's a bylaw saying that you can't.
Yeah, ours is like 50/50.
Right.
Westford, yeah.
Right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Zach. So I told the kitchen we were running 10 minutes late, and now we're only running 5 minutes late. I think this is great news. I wonder what the kitchen's gonna do. We're probably okay, I imagine there. Todd's gonna have a look. We'll send a runner. He's got to atone, doesn't he? Right? I want to say thank you to all of us in the room and to anyone online as well, especially to the people in the room and to the people that were here yesterday and last evening. We've had a wonderful time reconnecting, and fingers crossed, go home, wash your hands and all that stuff, that we're not spreading any viruses here, because it's been really, really nice to get together. I'm hearing a lot of good things from people about how great it is to actually meet someone that they've been emailing for 2 years or that type of thing. I think the kitchen's good. So the kitchen's good, so we can head on out to lunch. We reconvene here at, oh, we're eating lunch in here. You just can't get good help, eh? Okay, we'll be back at what time, Pete?
12:15.
Back in here. So at 12:15, we'll do our awards presentation, so hopefully we'll be done any running around and stuff by then. And we'll get back on track with our program and still hope to make our timings for the day. Bye. 2 minutes. Two minutes. I lied. You only had 1 minute. Can I ask everyone to find a seat? We're going to start up with our Peter Wong Award. So my duties today are almost over. Thank you. I'm sure you're relieved. The Peter Wong Award is our next activity, and then after that we have Dave Botham from the RCMP. So we look forward to that. Okay, and we're almost back on track with our original timings, depending on how we do it, but we're good. Since 1998, Arrive Alive Drive Sober has recognized one, or on rare occasion, 2 individuals with our Peter Wong Award. While he was the mayor of Sudbury, Peter Wong stepped up to start and support Action Sudbury in 1984, and a few years later helped to start and support our charity. He passed away in 1998, and our board created this award in his honor to recognize an individual who, like himself, has demonstrated outstanding dedication to forward our goals of eliminating impaired driving. This year's Peter Wong Award recipient is Cindy St. Pierre Steele, a longtime supporter of Ontario Students Against Impaired Driving, and is an amazing leader both in her community and across Ontario. The award has some criteria including motivating others, leadership, and mentoring, and Cindy exemplifies all of these and more. So I'm going to invite Cindy to come up and say a few words.
Thanks, Anne. Good afternoon, bon après-midi. I'm very honored to have been nominated and to be the recipient of the Arrive Alive Peter Wong Award this year. For those who don't know me, I've been an educator with Eastern Ontario School Board for over 30 years. At the very beginning of my career, I was given a great opportunity to be involved with a student-led organization called Ontario Students Against Impaired Driving. I became involved in OSED 30 years ago as a teacher, then as a staff advisor for our school group, and I'm currently on the board of directors. The journey has been and continues to be a very rewarding one. What is OSED? OSED is a registered Canadian charity and was formed in 1987 to accommodate the growing number of secondary school students, teachers, police officers, and community leaders who saw a need to inform youth about the dangers of impaired driving. Despite some challenges over the 30-plus years, such as the pandemic, OSED is alive via school chapters in Ontario schools. These student groups educate and raise awareness about the dangers of impaired driving. Our goal is to prevent tragedies caused by impaired or distracted driving. And we acknowledge the distinction between accidents and motor vehicle collisions. If predictable and preventable, then we can make a difference. As a new teacher in the early 1990s, Our school's OSED chapter was invited to a regional workshop in Cornwall. This was the game changer for me. At that point in time, I knew that OSED was going to be a charity of choice to dedicate my time and volunteerism. I felt that we could make a difference and save lives. I could talk about my contributions at the provincial level, but I'd like to focus on my regional efforts. I could talk about our effective educational campaigns, our partnerships with community groups, our road sign campaign, our fundraising efforts, and I could go on and on. But I would like to highlight two key areas that I feel have had the most impact and success from a team approach. The first one is building leadership skills with our youth, so our students, and secondly, building relationships with our road safety partners. Building leadership skills with our youth was a huge success in Eastern Ontario. Mirroring the provincial OSED conference, the Eastern Ontario OSED conference is a one-day event. When I was a guest at my first regional conference, we were approximately 25 participants. As I focused on building leadership skills with our students, our regional conference continued to grow in numbers and even outgrew its venues. Over a time frame of a few years, we grew from 40 to 70 to 125 to 250 delegates. We moved the venue from our school library to the town hall, back to the school in the multipurpose room, then to the gym, then to the cafeteria. We outgrew the school and needed to find a new venue. Fast forward a few years, we were maxing out at the biggest local venue, a local municipal center, where we could host 300 conference delegates with a theater and a space for breakout rooms. Hosting over 25 schools and 300 students was a huge success. We also had over 20 partners participate in our road safety fair. I'm very proud of this accomplishment. Although I was the constant in these scenarios over the years, the success is not mine alone. The hard work and dedication by our students were exceptional. So what is the goal of the conference? The conference is a great opportunity for the young leaders of our area to further their peer-to-peer educative skills and knowledge, and to further their awareness of one of the largest killer of teens, impaired driving and distracted driving. Our young leaders return to their schools and communities with renewed commitment, and aided by the resources and information collected at the conference, take the message about the dangers of impaired driving to young drivers with greater effect. Student participation in these conferences means that our youth can, on a peer-to-peer basis, fruitfully raise awareness and educate others about the dangers of impaired driving and distracted driving. The success of these conferences was not only thanks to OSED, and this leads me to the second point, building relationships. As I approach retirement, taking the time to reflect seems like a natural course of action. Upon reflection, acknowledging the support of others is so important. The successes that I've been blessed with via OSED were made possible in partnership with many groups and organizations represented in this room today. I continue to be impressed with the collaboration and the support that we have received. Organizations such as Arrive Alive, CAA, Ministry of Transportation, the OPP, local health units, Greg Thompson from the MAD Ottawa chapter, and many, many more are the key reasons as to how we've been able to achieve our goals. When organizing these conferences, we would receive so much support from these partners. About 15 years ago, I remember Ann Leonard inviting me to the Arrive Alive office so that she could share some of their resources for our upcoming Eastern Ontario OSED conference. I'm not sure if you remember that, Ann. It was so heartwarming to witness the shared goals by our two groups. The generosity and support was absolutely amazing. On that day, I joked with Ann that it feels like we, OSED and Arrive Alive, are like family. From that moment on, I compared us to being cousins. We are one big family with different types of relationships and with similar goals and purpose. I also feel similar types of relationships with our partnership groups. All this to say that it is humbling to be receiving this award when the work and the impact, the successes, are thanks to many groups coming together as a team to see the mission of OSED come to fruition. thank you very much to the community groups and organizations in this room that I consider to be OSED's extended family. In closing, I would like to thank the committee members for selecting me as this year's recipient of the award. I can only imagine all the great work that is being done by others who were nominated. And if I may, I'd also like to publicly and sincerely thank the person who nominated me. We often think of taking the time to thank, acknowledge, and/or recognize someone for their hard work and dedication, but we don't always action those thoughts. I'd like to sincerely thank our OSED Chair, Michael Stewart, for taking the time out of his busy schedule to bring my name forward. Thank you, and gros merci.
So we're just gonna get a few pictures with Cindy and then, oh, and Gary, you wanna be in the picture?
No, take a picture.
I think Michael should be in the picture. Gary will share.
You're needed here. Go.
It's the lighting, isn't it?
Beautiful. That's great.
All right. I guess I should introduce myself. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Pete Witka, Executive Director of Arrive Alive, Drive Sober. Thanks to Anne, our newly minted president, for filling in all morning. I was doing my hair. Next up, we will hear from Sergeant Dave Botham of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who will be giving us sort of a wider vision across the country instead of just focusing on Ontario. Sergeant Botham? No, sorry. I can't get started.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sergeant Dave Botham. I am currently the National DRE Coordinator for all police agencies in the country. So, first thing I'll do, I'm going to apologize before I even start. I am from Atlantic Canada, so if I speak too quickly, please slow me down. Actually, my dad grew up in Vandorf, so it's kind of neat to be back in the area. So, part of our job at RCMP, National Traffic Policy and Operational Technologies, new acronym. Surprisingly, the RCMP has many acronyms. So we administer the DRE program for all agencies in the country. Military police, all provincial, municipal, and of course, the RCMP as well. So when cannabis was legalized in 2018, we were tasked with trying to update police officers with new training to better equip them to detect and deter impaired drivers by drugs. So we came up with 6 new courses in that 1 year. I guess 5 in the 1 year, the last one in next year. So the first one was an introduction to drug impaired driving, which is taught as a 1-day add-on to the standardized field sobriety course. It replaced what we, for Reed and Dan, who were both DRE instructors with us, referred to as drugs that impair. So it sort of looped back into the theories of the behaviors that a police officer can see, and then identify drug impairment, and then adding into what was going to be the new legislative framework of Bill C-46. The next one we put out was a review and introduction to drug impaired driving, which was put online So for those of us in the RCMP, that was put on our online learning platform of Agora, and then we made it available to all police officers in the country through CPKN. So that online to basically refresh officers in the theory behind the standardized field sobriety tests, not in the practical application of them, but in the theory of them, to give them a refresher as to the skills they were taught when they were trained in SFSTs. The next one we also put online was a basic impaired driving detection techniques course. So one of the gaps we realized nationally was that we had a lot of junior officers that were not trained in SFSTs or drug impairment, or really had, other than their academy training, no formal training in impaired driving detection at all. So we created a basic course, online again, available to all police agencies through CPKN, to sort of give them some tools and things to think about and when to ask for help. Sort of like a lifeline on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I need help right now, so somebody come help me. Just enough to give them, I need to call somebody like Reed or Dan to say, what do I do now if they haven't come across that situation before? We also rolled out standardized field sobriety testing refresher training. So that is the practical refresher. It's a 4 or 8 hour course. That is also administered or rolled out through the IACP. So for a bit of reference, all DRE SFST material in this country, in Canada, is authored through NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, in conjunction with the International Association of Chiefs of Police. So we are bound by international standards on both of those programs, and that is set through the criminal code. So you have to be certified through the IACP to be a DRE, or you have to be trained in SFSTs to the IACP curriculum for SFSTs. And then the last one that year we rolled out was the Draeger Drug Test 5000 course. So that is the first approved drug screening equipment for all agencies. So we held master instructor training in Ottawa in October. I believe it was 4 days before the legalization of cannabis for that course, for people to then go out and train their fellow officers in how to use that device. And then the last one came a year later because the Abbott Sotoxo only got approved in late 2019. So we only had the one device, which was the Draeger, and then the Abbott was approved by the federal government in December of 2019. At that same time, we also the ICP released brand new versions of the SFST and DRE course. So we had to then take those American versions and make them applicable to the Canadian legal environment. Because those courses are both funded and supported through NHTSA and the ICP, it is solely American focused. So it's changing every word that says Fahrenheit to the appropriate Celsius. All of those things, we had to go slide by slide and go through all the material before we could release it to Canadian law enforcement. And surprise, surprise, the ICP and NHTSA is just about to release a brand new version of both of those courses in the coming weeks. They've piloted it 3 times, so they're just awaiting any errors or changes to be made before they'll release to us. And we hope in our office, the ICP, to release that to all law enforcement by April 1st of next year, because it will take us some time. So a little bit of backstory about the number of DREs in the country. In 2017, before legalization, there were 790 DREs certified at any point in that calendar year. Now for DRE certification, it lasts 2 years, but it lasts 2 years from the date you were trained. So if you got trained today, so there's a course, an Ontario course in Jacksonville, Florida right now. If they pass their final knowledge exam, they will be certified as of today. 2 years from now, they'll expire. There's a recertification process they have to do, which is 4 evaluations, one of which being witnessed by an instructor, 8 hours of continuing education, and just being kept up to date on the curriculum. So not a huge step, but there is some steps to stay there. 2018, we really rolled out training across the country. All law enforcement agencies, with support from the federal government, increased DRE training. We got up to 1088. 2019, 1321. 2020, 1389, 2021, 1211, and right now there's 930. What happened in 2020? What happened in 2020? COVID. What happened to all police training in 2020? Stopped. When did we start training for DREs again? When? When did we start? When did we resume? We had one course that ran in BC in October of last year, and then Omicron hit, and we didn't start again until April 1st. So we've gone from 714 to 930 since April 1st. So at the end of this year, we're going to run that number again, and that number will be higher than what our currently certified number is. And that is because if you were certified from January 1st to April 1st, you're going to count as the fact you could have done an operational DRE evaluation in that time of the calendar year, even though you've now expired and you may not have recertified. So we sort of have two floating numbers, what we had during the year and what is certified right now. So if I ran that on November 1st, if I run that today, that number is going to be different. If I run that number tonight at midnight, when those new DREs are trained, that number will be different again. So for our future plans to try and sort of recover from COVID, 2023, we have 27 DRE certification events planned and scheduled for agencies across Canada. We had 33 available, but 6 have not been claimed or canceled for various reasons. So we had a course supposed to run in Vancouver, British Columbia in September. We had 5 DRE student applications, that's it. So for all the law enforcement members in the room, we all know what our human resourcing is currently like, and releasability is a huge issue for training, because we're short-staffed on the road, so it does become an issue for that as well. For 2023-24, we have 25 events confirmed already, so we have them booked in on the books for certification events. And now we have 4 open dates, which could be taken by any province or agency, including the military police. So late August, we actually had an only military police course, because everybody seems to forget about our military police friends that work on bases. They're military staff, same laws apply on the base, and they deal with drug impaired driving as well. So we did a course solely for them in August. So we'll talk about actually what we've seen. In 2017, there were 1,466 operational DRE evaluations completed by law enforcement agencies in this country. And we've seen almost exponential growth since then. We've gone 2018 to 2937, 2019, 4169, in 2020, 5948, in 2021, 5548. So we dropped a little bit. I can attribute that one drop to one province in Canada. Can anybody guess which one? And it's not here. Quebec. Why?
Je ne sais pas.
What did the Quebec provincial government implement at the peaks of COVID? Nope. A curfew. They didn't let anybody out. So their evaluations dropped through the roof because nobody was on the roads. Right? So just that one province, if they would have done the same number of evaluations they did in 2020, we would have had over 6,800 evaluations last year. What will we see in 2022? And I'm going to lean on my 2 other DREs that I am aware of in the room. Read. More or less this year.
We're about the same right now as we were last year, but we've seen in York Region an exponential growth as well.
Okay. Dan?
All, we're actually down.
Down.
From last year was our record number. In all, we're down a lot this year.
Right? And that's more of the common theme we're seeing this year, is we're down. And a lot of it, I think, comes back to the policing resources issues, where we're tied up on other things and unable to proactively go and get impaired drivers because we are short on the roads. So that's kind of what we're seeing as a trend. We'll see in our year-end stats where we are, but that's kind of where we're at. This one's going to surprise a lot of you. 2021. So we track DRE opinions of every DRE evaluation that is done in Canada operationally. Our number 1 drug category, so I'll backtrack a little bit. DREs can call one of 7 drug categories, right? And that is what they opine to be the impairing category during the evaluation. So in 2021, in 42.5% of the evaluations, a DRE opined a narcotic analgesic. So heroin, fentanyl, those types of drugs. Right? 39.4% of evaluations were stimulants. Cocaine, methamphetamine, 2 biggest ones in the country. CNS depressants, 22.62%. So being from Atlantic Canada, there's a huge prescription problem of antidepressants. Right? So we're seeing a lot of those as impairing as well. And then cannabis comes in 4th place. at 20.44%. And that has statistically remained the same since 2016. So even after legalization, we haven't seen a spike in the number of DRE evaluations that the DRE has opined cannabis. Any ideas as to why? Actually, it's probably the easiest drug category to detect.
Oh, you can't do a demand because you smell cannabis because now it's legal.
Nope. You can absolutely do a demand for a screening tool if you smell cannabis. What we've really attributed it to is the fact that people that smoked and drove before legalization are the same people that are smoking and driving after legalization. It really hasn't changed. There's been a lot of public stuff that's put out there. But driving under the influence of cannabis is dangerous, whether people believe it or not. But people who drove impaired before are going to be the same people that drive impaired after. That's really and there's not a lot of science behind it for that, but we can't attribute it to anything else because we've seen a huge increase in the number of evaluations. So if cannabis was legalization was the sole reason, we would have expected to see a spike in cannabis impairments, right? So we're seeing a huge spike of drug impairment, period, but not the category we all expected it to.
Is the OxyContin listed in the?
Narcotic analgesics, yeah, absolutely. Oxyneo, all of the opiates are in there. And the other thing is, we've noticed drug trends in this country are very regional. Is anybody here from the East Coast at all? What do you think would be the #1 stimulant found in the province of Nova Scotia? Any ideas? Stimulants. So I'm talking methamphetamine, cocaine, those types of things. It's cocaine, because Halifax is one of the biggest importing cities in the country. So you're getting almost pure cocaine coming into a port city of Halifax and being distributed, right? Versus the prairies, 100% is methamphetamine, because it's not a port city and it's not easy to get. The downtown east side, mainland, lower mainland of BC, narcotic analgesics are the biggest problem, right? Reed, York region, what are you seeing?
Yeah,
Right? Dan?
We're depressing.
Right?
Oakville, that area, it's all depressing.
So even within a relatively small geographical area, you see huge trends of drug use, right? And driving. So the other big kicker in this is DREs have opined more than one category as impairing that substance or person in 38.1% of the evaluations. So people aren't just taking one drug or one category. They might be taking 4 drugs in one category and 4 more drugs in a different category. I've seen an RCMP lab report that had 39 different substances in their system. And that was a blood test, a blood result. So there were 39 different potentially impairing substances in their blood. Right? And then we have our other categories of dissociative anesthetics, hallucinogens, and inhalants are seen in less than 1% of our evaluations. So our dissociative anesthetics are things like PCP, ketamine, hallucinogens. Now, I don't know anybody in this room or anybody in the world who would think if you're hallucinating, it's a good idea to drive. So obviously you don't see it a lot in that kind of thing. And inhalants, one of the things, there's a lot of problems specifically in our more rural communities with inhalants. And I can speak to that in more of the western provinces and up north. They're so short lasting. So can a dust off, I don't know if everybody's aware, can severely impair you if you abuse the dust off. You remove that person from the vehicle, 5 minutes later in fresh air, they look completely and appear normal, 100% normal again. Fresh air has removed that impairing substance. Okay, so it's a very hard category to detect. Go ahead. What we noticed during COVID was that the DREs we have were doing more work. And I'm not, I'll say it very honestly, we train many people to be DREs, and some of them never do an evaluation. It's unfortunate, but it's a reality. Is a lot of agencies, provinces put a lot of time and money into training DREs. They go for the certification, they come back. They may not have the confidence to go out and do one, and then they progressively lose more confidence having not done one, and then they just don't do them, and then they let the certification lapse. That's why we saw those dive in the numbers over the 2-year period. Right? So that's kind of one of the things, and I think both Dan and Reid would 100% agree with that. So we actually did a study 4 years ago, and it was done by our operational research unit within the RCMP. So really a lot of really smart PhD and smart people that sit very close to where I sit. Did a DRE accuracy study. And Olivia Harris, who's now Dr. Olivia Harris, and Simon Baldwin, who is also now Dr. Simon Baldwin, basically wanted to see how good we are. How good are we at determining the right category of drugs in a DRE evaluation? So they looked at 2,298 different DRE evaluations with a corresponding toxicological report. I will preface this where we didn't include Quebec and Ontario because we aren't routinely getting those at our CP national headquarters. Toxicological reports, we are within the rest of the country because the RCMP lab does all the fronting for the rest of the country. So they looked at a couple different ways to do it. Hit, DRE opined category, a drug of that category is found in the toxicological report. A miss, a DRE didn't opine the category, but a drug of a category was found. What we found is that's almost useless information because just because a drug is found in toxicological samples, specifically urine, because that's the most common one we obtain, we're only seeing metabolites of that drug. So if a DRE didn't call it, but they're seeing it in the urine, it really doesn't matter because it's what they used before, because it's in urine. So it's not a miss by the DRE. They're only calling a category based on the symptomology they see that is impairing them at the time of the evaluation. And there's a saying in DRE evaluations where we call what's driving the bus. So the drug category that is driving the behavioral, the clinical, and the psychological bus is the one that's impairing. So if I take a narcotic analgesic like fentanyl, and I take methamphetamine, and I take cannabis, all at the same time, there's a really good chance early on in that evaluation, if you do it in the first couple hours, you're going to see the narcotic 100% drive that bus because it's the most powerful at that time. That narcotic will slowly wear down, and then the stimulant kicks in, and then the DRE is going to see the stimulant. And that stimulant is going to last for 12 to 24 hours, depending on the stimulant. If it's cocaine, much shorter. I'll just use methamphetamine as an example. The DRE will very unlikely see that cannabis at all because there's these two other drugs that are much more powerful, much more potent, causing the behavioral change. And that's what we're looking for. So the metric they went with was basically, the only two they looked at was DRE called the drug category and it was there, or DRE called the drug category and there was nothing there to support that category. The results were overwhelmingly positive. So 86% of all DREs were accurate in calling a category, and that drug category, a drug from that category, was found in the toxicological analysis. That went up if the DRE only called one category. So if I called only cannabis, in 90% of those cases, cannabis was there. If the DRE called more than one category as impairing, that number went down to 81%. The kicker, though, is we talked about cannabis, the easiest one to spot. Cannabis on its own, 96% accurate. DREs are able to determine that cannabis is there. So it says a lot about the accuracy of the DRE. The other thing about it is we are exceeding ICP and NHTSA standards here in Canada. The accuracy rate that the ICP and NHTSA set is 75% to remain certified. We're balancing at that 90% range, which is really good and a testament to our instructors across the country of all our police forces in relaying this information to our student DREs and the DREs that are already out there. In addition to DRE, we do have other tools, and we mentioned them a little bit earlier, are the approved drug screening equipment and the standardized field sobriety testing, both of which are screening devices. So we can't use that evidence for conviction. They're only used for screening to move to something else. Right? There are limitations, specifically with the ADSEs. The devices test for only 1 or 2 drugs. So the Drager is approved for cocaine and THC. The Abbott Sotoxa is solely approved for THC. The federal government said that the devices could potentially test for THC, cocaine, and methamphetamine. The biggest problem with methamphetamine is until regulations change and the per se limits change, we will never see a device approved for use in Canada for the screening of methamphetamine. The reason being is that there's a cross-reactivity with methylene dioxymethamphetamine, or ecstasy, or Molly, which it will pop positive on the device. But if there's no per se level for MDMA, you can't use a positive result for that and then go to a blood draw and assume that it's methamphetamine because it could be MDMA and there's not an illegal per se level for MDMA in Canada. Right? Another issue we have across the country, not all hospitals are cooperative with drawing blood for police. So I will pick on my home province of Nova Scotia. And one of my hometowns of Kentville, Nova Scotia, Valley Regional Hospital. They have such a great system with the local Kentville police and the RCMP. You can pull into the emergency room bay, you get out, you knock on the door, the triage nurse comes out, draws the blood in the police car, and you're on your way. Then I drive 75 kilometers southeast to Halifax, Queen Elizabeth and QE2 Hospital. Ambulances are waiting 13 hours in the ambulance bay, so they're not going to get the police officer waiting for a blood draw. And that's the reality of the healthcare system across the country too. So we're relying on help for that, and we're sometimes not getting what we need. The ADSE devices have not been tested at any appellate level in the country yet. So in a lot of provinces, specifically in Ontario, they're used for administrative sanctions, commercial drivers, or novice drivers. In other jurisdictions in Canada, we're seeing them being used in Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Manitoba for criminal matters. Leading case law right now is coming out of Nova Scotia, where we've had a couple positive provincial case decisions, but nothing's gone to a court of appeal or anything higher to be binding outside of the province of Nova Scotia. And ultimately, the devices are so new that we probably don't expect to see that for another 3 or 4 years. In comparison, the DRE program, which came in the criminal code in 2008, the Supreme Court only decided on Bingley in 2017. So it took 9 years for the Supreme Court to rule on DRE. So we should expect it. And they didn't have COVID in there too, so we're probably going to see 10 years before ADSEs get to the Supreme Court level, if they get there at all. Right? And there are only 10 drugs that have a per se limit in our criminal code. Right? So there's 10 that have absolute, if you're above this level, you're committing a criminal offense. However, as we saw with our Crown friend, versus Robertson, some positive provincial court and superior court decisions for the new drug impaired driving regime, for sure. That's all I have, but I'm open for any questions you guys may have. Go ahead.
Alcohol?
100%.
With better chances, let's say?
So it's not only better chances, it's a more proven concept, but in policing, and I think I could get most of the officers in the room to agree, is if you have a proven path of over 80, it's the same offense. So you're going to go to that over 80 route if you have that available to you, because you're not going to get a separate offense for the drugs. So if you have them over 80, you're going to do over 80. You're going to go impaired by alcohol, you're going to go impaired by alcohol, 100%. You're absolutely right. Go ahead.
I was seeing around Traffic Injury Research Foundation, one thing that look after is our database, and what you just mentioned there, could
That's, you took the words right out of my mouth. Yes. Absolutely, yeah. 100%. Any other questions? Perfect, thank you.
Okay, up next, oh, wow, he's a tall guy. Up next, we have our tag team from the Ministry of Transportation, Michael McGrath and Matthew Fawcett. I'm going to ask Michael to come up first, but when you're done, just stay around here, and then you guys can do questions together, because I'm not sure if there'll be some overlap, since you're both MTO guys, but.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Mike McGrath with the Research and Evaluation Office at the Ministry of Transportation. And I just wanted to thank you all for having me here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some lessons learned from some other jurisdictional leaders around North America, as well as the world, on impaired driving. I'm going to start briefly by talking about Ontario's road safety progress when it comes to impaired driving. We'll look at some jurisdictional comparisons, talk about some lessons from abroad, some lessons at home, and we've just heard a little bit about some drug-impaired driving, so I'll talk about that as well. So when we look at Ontario's road safety progress over the past couple of decades, what we've seen is that the number of licensed drivers, this is the white bars, has increased from about 8 million drivers in 2000 to just over 10.5 million drivers today. And during that time, the number of fatalities in the province has actually sort of steadily declined. So that red line there is our fatality rate, and it's come down quite substantially, about 30 or 40% over the past 15 or 20 years. And so where does that place Ontario when we look at some of the other jurisdictions around the world? Well, for more than 20 years, Ontario has ranked in the top 5 in terms of our fatality rate. It's a good measure of jurisdictions' road safety ranking. And you can see some of the other similar jurisdictions to Ontario. You have Quebec, Alberta, British Columbia, New York, or other jurisdictions that round out the top 5. So even compared to jurisdictions with similar types of transportation networks, Ontario does rank quite well. But then internationally, if Ontario was its own country, it would be ranking about 8th, so just inside the top 10 in terms of road safety. And that's a great ranking when we're talking about the whole world. But one of the things that we see for some of those countries that rank ahead of Ontario, a lot of them are these Scandinavian or Nordic countries, and we can really look to them and ask ourselves, well, what are these countries doing to combat impaired driving? And so, much like some of the other fatality trends that we've seen in the province, Ontario's drinking and driving fatalities have actually come down quite substantially over the past couple decades. Even though we have far too many impaired fatalities, in 2019 we had 108. That is a marked improvement over 17 years earlier in 2003 when we had over 200 impaired fatalities. And our fatality rate, our impaired fatality rate, is actually the lowest in North America. I believe Washington, D.C. is second in that regard. So we can also ask ourselves, you know, what has Ontario done to get ourselves to this point to date? And certainly we have a pretty aggressive administrative system on top of any criminal code offenses for impaired driving. So between our over .08 and our warning range suspensions, we have about over 20,000 drivers a year that are suspended for those offenses. But we do know when we look at those drivers that are killed and we look at their toxicologies, over 75% of drinking drivers that are killed had BACs over .08. So we know that we're still missing
a lot of drivers that are pretty significantly impaired and either killing themselves or killing and injuring other road users. And like I said, I'll touch on drug-impaired driving a little bit later on, but we do see that combination of drugs and alcohol quite often in our drivers that are killed. Okay, so if we look to some other jurisdictions, what are they doing when it comes to impaired driving? Well, one thing that they're doing is they're setting pretty aggressive BAC limits that are quite low, and not just for certain subgroups of drivers, but for all drivers as well. You can see for Denmark, Germany, they're set at 0.05. Sweden and Norway, they've gone even lower to 0.02. Now, in Ontario, obviously being a subnational jurisdiction, we're a little bit different. So we have 0.08 set nationally for criminal code offenses. But then on top of that, we've layered our own provincial administrative sanctions. So we have our 0.05 warn range, and then zero tolerance for novice and young drivers, commercial drivers, driving instructors. So this is actually one area where Ontario has layered quite a few different types of administrative sanctions on top of the criminal code BAC limits to try and push down the levels and create some enforcement at some different tiers. But we can ask ourselves still, what can Ontario do given that we have these other layers, and what can some other provinces do to try and get to some of the impaired driving results that some of the other Nordic countries have been getting? And one thing that they've been doing in these Scandinavian countries, in some cases for several decades now, is random breath testing. And I believe Finland has had random breath testing since 1977. So they're coming up on 30, 40 years of having random breath testing. And it really puts a high emphasis on enforcement and the public perception of enforcement and those consequences. I know in Sweden, it's about 1 in 5 drivers, or 20% of drivers, are tested annually, which is a pretty substantial amount of drivers being tested at roadside. I know many of us, maybe it's been years and we've never gone through a ride program. So when you think about enforcement at that level, it's pretty substantial. Now, in Canada, obviously at the end of 2018, we had mandatory alcohol screening introduced, which is similar to some of the random breath testing that's done in Europe. There's obviously a bit of a difference here. Police officers have to first initiate a lawful roadside stop first before they can demand a breath test, even though they won't need reasonable suspicion at that time. And when we look at the proportions of the roadside tests that are able to detect positive alcohol, you can see in Norway and Sweden with random breath testing and with that level of enforcement, there's very few drivers, like just less than 1% or 1% of drivers that are impaired. And in Ontario, from our roadside surveys, we find that that number is about 4%. Now, 4% doesn't seem high, but it's 3 or 4 times higher than what we're seeing in some of the Scandinavian countries. And I think if you asked a lot of enforcement officers, hey, what do you think about tripling the effectiveness of our roadside enforcement, a lot of them would look at that as a good policy. So the data is still early, but I wanted to highlight some early impacts of what we're seeing from mandatory alcohol screening in Ontario, and then I'll also talk briefly about Alberta as well. So we saw mandatory alcohol screening introduced basically at the December 2018, so right around the start of 2019, and it was heavily covered at the time by media online and social media. I know police were, getting on CP24 and 680 News and really getting the word out there. I know a lot of our road safety partners and organizations were getting the word out there that there's a new tool that's available to police, and it's effective, and their penalties are severe. And so we can actually look at some of our fatal collisions, and fatal collisions give us a high quality data source to examine the effectiveness of mandatory alcohol screening, particularly because drivers that are killed are tested for drugs and alcohol by the coroner's office. So we know we have a good, reliable determinant as to whether or not they had alcohol or drugs in their system. And what we see is when we look at the pre-mass period, the 3 years before mandatory alcohol screening was introduced, we had just over 20% of drivers killed had alcohol in their system. And in the 1 year, it's just 1 year post-mass, that number is about 14% lower. It's just about 18.5%. And we saw a small increase in the number of non-alcohol related fatalities, but then a 16% decrease in the number of alcohol related fatalities. And obviously with COVID coming on in 2020, this made the use of mandatory alcohol screening a challenge for officers from an officer safety perspective, but also from the public as well from a public safety perspective. So unfortunately, we're only really able to look at one complete calendar year when we're looking at the early impacts of mandatory alcohol screening. And obviously, we've heard from police services and from some Crown prosecutors that not every police service was ready to use MASS when it first came on board in December 2018. And some police services have asked for a longer rollout, or there's questions about how some of these enforcement tools would hold up in court. But on that note, I did want to highlight a case study that's been some really great work done by Doug Burness to look at the Edmonton Police Services experience with mandatory alcohol screening. So within a few days of mandatory alcohol screening becoming legal in Canada, the Edmonton Police started using MASS during every single officer-driver interaction at their police alcohol checkpoints. So these are similar to the RIDE programs in Ontario. And what they found is by having sort of the RIDE program set up where they knew they were going to be using the alcohol screening devices at every single interaction, they're able to have the average time for a stop, including the breath check, was 95 seconds. And I think the shortest one was like 23 seconds or something like that. So it was minimally intrusive from that standpoint in terms of the driver's interaction with police. And what they found was that the number of enforcement interactions actually increased about 30% following the introduction of mandatory alcohol screening. You can see in the pre-period, they checked about 11 to 12% of vehicles with an alcohol screening device. And in the post-mass period, that number was 99%. Virtually 100% of vehicles were screened for alcohol. And in the pre-mass period, they were removing about every 3 out of every 100 vehicles that went through the checkpoints for some sort of alcohol-related offense. And in the post-mass period, that number is about 4%. So it's just one extra vehicle out of 100 coming through, but that's a 30% increase in effectiveness. And I think a lot of enforcement officers would see that as good progress. And I just want to mention too, I understand Alberta is a different province, Edmonton Police Service, different police service, and I think one of the challenges that we have when we look at whether it's random breath screening or different alcohol enforcement policies around the world, it's difficult to compare a system, from Norway and figure out how it's going to look in Ontario, or how it's going to look in Canada. And I thought this was an interesting case study because it's about as close as we can get to a jurisdiction in Canada, similar criminal codes, similar court systems, similar police services, and we can look to that as just one example for something to think about as we're looking to implement MASS in Ontario. Okay, so I said I'd finish up by talking about drugs, and I have data here up to 2019. And as we all know, 2019 was the first full year of cannabis being legalized in Canada, obviously in Ontario as well. And we've been collecting data from our provincial coroner's office on alcohol and drugs and fatally injured drivers back to 2011. And what we see here is that we didn't get a shockingly high surge in the number of drug-involved fatalities in 2019. And when we actually break that down and look at the percentage of those drivers killed that tested positive for THC, similar to maybe what we've seen from our DRE results, that number has slowly been increasing year over year over the past few years, but the number compared to 2018 and 2019, it actually went down a little bit, probably a non-significant amount, but it certainly didn't surge and increase the other way. Obviously, we'll keep a close eye on that as we continue to look at coroner data for 2020 and 2021 throughout the pandemic. We know that with COVID coming in, it definitely changed people's consumption patterns of different drugs and alcohol. and that may be reflected in some of the fatality numbers as well. But I also wanted to highlight, we think of drug-impaired driving as being a young person, a young driver's issue, and it absolutely is. But one thing that we've seen at the coroner's office is over the past 5 years or so, a pretty substantial increase year over year in the number of drug-involved drivers who are killed over the age of 50. And when it comes to some of our road safety messaging and some of our enforcement and some of our policies, this may be a demographic that's worth thinking about, again, as we're thinking about ways to reduce fatalities on our roads. So just to summarize here, despite the improvements that Ontario's made over the past few decades, there's always more to be done. And there's, with cannabis being legalized, there's new challenges for the province and for road safety professionals to think about. And the recent introduction of mandatory alcohol screening does provide an opportunity to learn from jurisdictions who have had similar policies in the past. And some of the early indicators are suggesting that the combination of public education and public awareness of the tools, as well as the use of the tools themselves, can be quite effective at removing impaired drivers from the road. At the ministry, we continue to see drug-impaired driving as an emerging trend, particularly since the legalization of recreational cannabis. So happy to take any other questions that you guys might have. Yep, a couple over there, yeah. Go ahead, Ed.
I was gonna say, for the 50 plus.
Yes.
First of all, when I was young, it was the young people, now it's old, and it's the old people, so. But with the young old people,
Yeah.
is there anything correlated to that, like the increase of, say, cannabis for pain medication, or anything, is there any known sort of, or is it just more people becoming comfortable with recreational drug use? Do they know any of that?
We still see, even with this older group, that cannabis does tend to be the drug that most commonly shows up in toxicology. But definitely, I think with the older group, it is a combination of other types of drugs, some opiates, codeine and stuff like that. So, yeah. Yep.
So just on your point with the Alberta stuff, since that Edmonton study, Alberta and their road safety committee basically has mass for all traffic stops. So they mass everybody, whether it's a ride program, any lawful traffic stop. Mass, flow, done, move on. So they've really led the country as far as the implementation of mass, and they're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Just so every traffic stop, like even for speeding and.
Everything, every traffic stop. So it's right from their Road Safe Alberta group at every traffic stop.
And certainly, I think in reading some of their experiences, it just removes any sort of arbitrariness. It's automatic. There's no question. There's no discretion. You just do it.
And they've had great success at the court level, because they're like, yeah, it's not arbitrary, everybody's getting it, so. Right.
No discrimination.
Yeah. Any, yep.
Probably a question for your colleague, I guess, in a way. If that's what Alberta's doing, do you know what they're doing as far as documenting the test is concerned? Because initially in Ontario, when MAS came out, like our service in Brooklyn Halton, we were doing what we call no report. We go and administer the test, it's a notebook entry, and that because of concerns around you're conducting an investigation, there's a criminal consequence of your refuse. Now officers have to do a report, which is completely tanked our MAS numbers.
So in Alberta, they've gone solely administrative for most of their alcohol affairs. So they're going to the IRP model, similar to BC and Saskatchewan. So they're that way, and that's all point of contact. Do it, I can do it on my phone. But they also list their TISMIT, so it's a data piece that the RCMP in Alberta uses to log all traffic stops. So it's quick, mass, done, bang.
Okay,
Cleared up.
so no actual report specific to the breath test?
Unless there's a fail or a warrant and a sanction was issued.
Okay. Yeah, that would be something from like at the provincial level, it'd be great if there could be some sort of consistency, because I think MAS could be used a lot more if there was a slightly higher level of comfort at the corporate level, that we didn't actually have to do a report to kind of cover it off.
Yeah, it's a great point. Well taken. Anything else? Okay, yep.
Just with COVID and the impact it had on people driving on the roads,
That's a tough question to answer. We'll be really interested to see. Throughout COVID, we definitely saw reports of, more drinking, more drug use. We've also seen sort of a counterintuitive relationship with like economic recessions and economic changes as well. Typically, we see less impaired driving during recessions, which is somewhat counterintuitive. You think people would kind of be bummed out and might drink more. I might have more time to sit around and drink, but people aren't going to as many sporting events, they're not going to as many concerts, they're not going out to the bars as much. And so we actually see less drinking during recessions and times like that. But COVID was also a pretty sudden shock. It wasn't like a casual, gradual type of recession that maybe gets brought on. It was just boom, one day everyone's at home for weeks, months at a time, right? So. Okay. Matt, do you want to come up and?
Good.
I think you're right here somewhere.
So I'm Matthew Fawcett. I'm the section head for the Driver Improvement Office, driver control specifically with the Ministry of Transportation. And this is the everything you want to know but are afraid to ask about the MTO's driver control and improvement programs. So today, an overview of the Driver Improvement Office. What's that? Driver control, focus and activities, a typical year in our office, delivery partners and stakeholders, remedial measures at Ignition Interlock, the conduct review program, new legislation, tales from the call center, which might seem a little spooky since it's just past Halloween, but it's not, and the most interesting stat in the world. I'm a big photo guy, so I'll be zooming out and I'll be zooming in. That's how I operate a lot. But the Driver Improvement Office, what's that? We support road safety programs through driver control to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities. We're responsible for driver record maintenance, license suspensions, reinstatements, cancellations, retests, and convictions, over 30 products that affect the driver's license. When I talk to people, and I'm at a dinner or whatever, and they talk to me and I say, we manage 30 products, they're like, what? What are 30 things that affect the license? We'll get a little bit more into that. But we get inquiries by telephone, fax, and email. And we're the only office in Ontario that is responsible for the 10 million drivers that are in Ontario and more. Now we're going to zoom in on driver control. For us, the number one thing, and the thing that I see the trend coming in this Arrive Alive conference, is road user safety is number one. Everything that we do, I said yesterday, I wake up and it's road user safety. I get on the road, I'm a bicyclist. Everything around my life revolves around road user safety. And how do we do that? Well, my office is separated into two teams. One team solely responsible for focusing on responding to questions regarding clarifying policies for the Highway Traffic Act, suspensions, road user safety. And the other half of the team is doing all the data amendments and adjusting the records, sometimes directly related to those phone calls. And it could be the simple thing of updating a driver record so it should reflect that a person's going over 40 kilometers an hour over the speed limit versus 20, which seems, very simple, and it is. But also, we focus on data integrity, and that's a very big important part of our job, because it could be trying to decipher why a driver's calling in saying his driver record is suspended when you pull up the driver record and it says licensed. And you're wondering, this doesn't make any sense. So you go down the rabbit hole, you ask probing questions, you find out what's going on, and you realize that this driver has two different driver records. And that investigation leads to merging those records together so we hold that driver accountable because maybe they didn't update their address because they wanted a new license 10 to 15 years later. And so merging those records and holding that accountable again feeds into the road user safety. Data integrity for us is so important, and we stress that with all our analysts, and I'm responsible for about 20 analysts now after a big hiring process in the summer, my first big one, so it was pretty interesting. A typical year in driver control, 140,000 phone calls. It's average about 300 a day, 20 analysts. You get over 14,000 email inquiries. There's lots of big numbers over here. 210 suspensions issued. Close to 15,000 criminal codes. Our lovely police impounding 1,661 vehicles. Very good. And what we've seen, which is a good trend, is from 2015, you had over 110,000 unpaid fine suspensions, and over the years that dropped down to the point where we entered COVID, 2020-21, it dropped down to about 20,000. However, now that the courts are back up, the trend is going up, and we're seeing 50,000 and more because people don't want to pay the fines, and as a result, they get their license suspended. But this is a big, our office is, again, the only office in Ontario that does this, and we're processing all these transactions, ensuring, again, number one, road user safety. Our delivery partners and stakeholders, our sister office, Driver Medical Review. It's a great office. I used to work in it, but I love driver control more, and so I came back. And they help us, they work in tandem with us, focusing on drivers who've had 3 criminal convictions, and they evaluate their health to ensure that they're good for us so that we can reinstate their license. Drivers who pull over people who may have some medical issues, that information gets sent to them first, and if there's no actual medical concerns, then they give it to us, so we still ensure that we're testing for their maybe driving incompetent behavior. So again, road user safety, number one. The Special Inquiry Unit gets a lot of requests from drivers who end up losing their license in another country. They may need a letter to go to court to confirm that something happened and they need to fight their case. And then our Information Retrieval Data Unit, they're responsible for giving documents to police, who then will give it to the Crown for disclosure to support those cases as they're prosecuting people on pending charges. We have our driver improvement counselors. I won't focus on the acronym there. I think you can see what that is, but I used to be one, but I was very good. But they manage the Over 80 program, a great program that helps over 80 drivers realize it's time to hang up the keys, or it's time to continue to drive if they're safe. They also interview our drivers who are convicted for non-impaired offenses, dangerous driving, failure to stop for police, and they do interviews with those drivers to determine if they realize what they've done wrong. And if that's the case, then these driver improvement counselors will recommend that they get back the license. If it's not the case, and we tend to agree with them most of the time, they will end up recommending that they do an additional interview, or they will have to do a driver improvement course. And lastly, our conviction unit. That office is responsible for a lot of processing convictions that come from the court, as well as out-of-province drivers who decide to go a little too crazy fast in Quebec or Alberta or BC, and that information comes from those responding jurisdictions, and then they process those. Then we have our external partners, the courts, wonderful courts who send us all the information that makes our life very busy, but it's important because, again, it's road user safety. There are lovely police that are here today, and the police around Ontario have had some wonderful conversations. They help us in processing that as well. And then we have other stakeholders, but my mouth is getting just a little dry, so I'm just gonna get some water. Yeah. Our remedial measures program. So our remedial measures partner is CAMH, Center for Addictions and Mental Health. And this program helps drivers understand that their addictions to alcohol and drugs and driving behavior are not mutually exclusive. One will affect the other. And so if drivers end up getting multiple warrant ranges over time, they will have to take a 1 or 2 day course. If they are convicted for an impaired offense, that will result in these drivers having to take the full program. And it's not an easy program to take. They have to do an assessment, they have to do a course, and then there's a 6-month follow-up. And what we did see trends during COVID was these drivers, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, they got convicted for an impaired offense. It was too much money, it was too much bother. You know what? I live on Toronto, I can take the subway, I'm good. 2020 enter COVID, wait a minute. Give me the course right now. Well, you gotta wait 6 months. So that was a realization we saw. Our two ignition interlock providers, Smart Start and Alcalock, Smart Start's at the back, they have helped us, improve road user safety by reminding drivers that every time they sit in the vehicle, whether they're convicted for impaired, for alcohol, or whether it was just drugs, if they want to drive after that suspension's been finished, they got to have that device. And the impact it has on their life, for most people that we interact with, they realize they made that mistake, and they want to be able to get their license restriction-free. And those conversations that we have with my analysts focus on helping drivers understand the impact of a criminal conviction and the impaired conviction and the things that they have to go to get their license back. And the reason why I know this so passionately, I'm so interested in this in road user safety, is because I started off as an analyst in 2016 in this office, and now I've been a team lead, and now I'm a manager. But those conversations, it affects us as well, because we realize when we wake up, it's road user safety, and people's lives can be impacted by other drivers. And so when we have these conversations with drivers, it can be very challenging. But through our customer service and my ability to help train my analysts to deal with these, we can have an impact on road user safety, and we see it in those stats that these programs put in place do reduce the fatalities, even though we're not at 0 yet, but they do reduce. And these programs, these step measures, leads into my next topic about the conduct review program. Now this program can be also called the reduced suspension program, Stream A, Stream B, and Stream D. The Stream A, if convicted for their first offense, they will be given a 90-day suspension, and if they do start the process of a remedial program and they sign up for the ignition interlock device, they could be suspended for 3 months and have that device for 9. Instead of being suspended for a whole year and having ignition interlock for 1 more year on top of that. And that information for someone who really honestly did make a mistake and wants to improve their life better, that's a huge investment of time and money that helps them get back on the road safe. Now, if they don't do Stream A, Stream B is 6-month suspension, 1 year interlock. And if they're a second-time offender, because they didn't learn the first time, then we've opened up the second-time offenders for Stream D. And Stream D is a 9-month suspension and 18 months interlock, which is different with a second-time offender. Usually they're getting a 3-year suspension and 3 years interlock on top of that. So being suspended for 9 months and having 18 months interlock is way better than having that on your ability to adapt to life for 6 years. And I've seen that because when I was an analyst and only explaining to drivers that only A and B was available, and then Stream D came along, I'm like, and then I able to share that information with drivers, they're like, oh my gosh, yes, I'll sign up for it. So it's really interesting to see that. And during the pandemic, we were able to actually operate this program consistently. We never stopped. And it was very challenging because you had to instruct these people to use the device. You had to go to the interlock places, and there was a lot of COVID concerns, but we managed, and this program continuously operated, again, in the name of road user safety. New legislation. As you've heard about earlier, Caroline Mulrooney talked about this. I think this is the best acronym ever. I love my mom. You know, moms, like it just ties to that idea of, you know, going out for safety and making sure our roads are safe, moving Ontarians more safely. We came from a 7-day model of suspensions for impound for street racing to 30 days. And it was so impactful the first night. I remember, because I think I was working from home and stayed up, woke up early, and I saw the first stat, 200 people in the first night, 30-day license suspension, just when it turned over, because the system had to turn over. So if you were pulled over at 11:58, 7-day suspension, but midnight, 30-day. And in areas where it's 40 kilometers, where the speed limit is 90 kilometers and under. And lastly, 14-day vehicle impoundment for stunt racing, excessive speed. It's crazy. Tales from the call center. I said this was a little spooky. I did. It's not Halloween, but it's not. Driver feedback about roadside stops. Now, as an analyst, I've heard it all. As a team lead, I've heard it all. And as a manager, I think I've heard it all. And no, I've heard more. Drivers will say everything and under the sun because when they call us, it's not an easy conversation. But again, with our analysts, we give the best customer service we can to help them through the process because it's a very difficult situation. Even to sometimes a speeding ticket. It can be very overwhelming. I know because I got pulled over once, way before I came here, nothing after. So the Crown Attorney has better on me. But we have to also take a grain of salt when drivers call in because they will say that they heard this, but it wasn't the fact. Or they'll say something like, the police officer told me this. And I have to read the room. There's lots of police officers. You know, I have to be respectful. And I get it. Sometimes being roadside can be challenging. And these drivers said they call us after they've been convicted because they got the letter in the mail, they got suspended. And they said, the cop told me that all I had to do was pay the ticket and I would get demerit points. And again, we have to take it with a grain of salt because maybe that wasn't even what was said. However, if it happens a lot, and I think maybe sometimes it might have happened, the only advice that I would give, and again, I think most of the time, all our officers, I love the officers. Sometimes they call me, we have good conversations. Sometimes, you know, they share my name to somebody else. But what the trends we see is that if you are roadside, and maybe you might not be up to date what happens when a person pleads guilty at court, is that you just tell them to call us. Because if the driver called us before they pled guilty, then maybe they would try going to the Crown and seeing if they could get it reduced. Or they would just know what would happen. Because a novice driver who goes 30 kilometers over, instead of getting demerit points, they're going to get a 30-day suspension. Or another driver who is at the threshold of 12 demerit points and they get one more offense, they're going to be licensed to be suspended for 60 days. And so let us deal with that conversation. Advise them to call our office. Not that I'm advocating for more work because we have 140,000 calls a year. But we just recommend that you just say that. And then that way the driver will call us, have a conversation, and then we'll let them know that this is what's going to happen. Because it would be great to deal with them before they get convicted rather than saying this is what happened and create all that extra tension. The driver analytics, who's calling for our drivers? Third-party callers, mom, spouse, friends. A lot of times these drivers, we strive our best to go for that 15-minute wait period, but it can be challenging. And so a lot of times the mom will be calling with the son because the son's at university or working 10-hour days. And we tell them, sorry, ma'am, but I need to talk to the son or I need authorization. We get the repeat offenders always calling in and saying, I got suspended again, or I didn't understand what was going on. And unfortunately, sometimes also, We get the drivers who call, and the first thing they say to us is, I'm going to kill myself because I can't get my license. And that can be very challenging. We try to implement supports for our analysts to deal with those. And often I've been involved in wellness checks, and it's not just Ontario. I dealt one last year with somebody that was in PEI, and I didn't know where he lived. But I called the RCMP, they got to him just in time. Because driving for them feels like it's a right. But we have to remind the staff in Ontario, across Canada, that driving is a privilege. And so the other thing is the language barriers. We are a very multicultural population in Ontario, and the way that we can communicate that information is through our website, is through our emails and phones, but the other thing that we plug, and my manager will love me to plug this, is the ontario.ca/driver's license check. Because if we start doing that a lot more and tell people that you can check your license status online for free, then the posters are at that, then people may actually check that website before they lend the keys to their car to a friend who says, oh yeah, my license is good. Or maybe the situation where the ex-husband of a wife says, yeah, my license is good. But no, it's not, it's suspended. So, and they have to, arrange your plans to pick up the kids because the car got impounded. So we really emphasize that we check that, and we try to encourage drivers to check that website because it's a great tool. It's free, and it's updated continuously. So it's a good tool, especially if they're on the phone for sometimes more than 30 minutes, but we really try to get to that 15. And lastly, the most interesting stat in the world. So everybody remembers the most interesting man in the world? Where he was like, stay frosty, my friends, that kind of guy? Well, this is the most interesting stat in the world, and it's actually at least the DIO world. Since that new process in 2021 at midnight, where the suspensions increased to 30, the impoundment was to 14 days, we had 11,157 roadside suspensions in 1 year. If you have some quick math, that's 30 a day. One is too many. And so instead of me saying, stay frosty, friends, I say, tell everyone, slow down, friends, slow down. And if we get that message, then, hopefully we can eliminate this to be much more reduced. And that is the driver improvement world. Questions?
Have you ever seen that a license is suspended indefinitely?
Yes.
And because I had a guy that we arrested last night, and he was on his 6th impaired, 3 convictions and 3 reading, and he's still still driving.
Yep.
So I just wonder if it ever happens where it's suspended or indefinitely or taken away.
So drivers who get 3 criminal codes, whether it's impaired or non-impaired, within a 10-year period, as long as it's within 10 years of each other. So one person could get it in 1990, then 2000, and then 2010. Usually it'd be 3 strikes and you're out. But the MTO does 1 more after that. And if you get 4, your license is suspended for life. Never can get it ever back again. And we've amended our policies to reflect this, even if you get a pardon, the Ministry of Transportation doesn't recognize it. So you get your 4, you're done for life. And I remember this so vividly during the pandemic. We were dealing with a driver who had 4, and BC was willing to give him a license as long as Ontario adjusted the record. And I said, we're not adjusting the record. And then we went back and forth, and he said to one of my analysts, and I remember it vividly because it was very intense, and he goes, has anybody ever got their license back after 4? And my analyst was like, oh, I'm not sure. And he goes, well, I'm going to be the first one. He wasn't. He was. So MTO is very steadfast in that type of suspension enforcement. Because if it's 4, you had your chance at 3. And in baseball, usually 3 you're out. So 4, it's done. You're never getting that license back. And unfortunately, as many police officers here and around Ontario, around Canada probably will know, you have the type of people that end up driving while disqualified, and they're suspended till like 2077. And you just, I'm following them again, and profiling and all that kind of stuff. And one funny story a cop told me, because he knew the person that was continuously driving suspended indefinitely. He saw the guy, he's in the car, so he walked up to the window, tapped the window, and he goes, "Hey Jimmy, can I see your health card?" And he hands the health card. It's like, oh! Because he knew that he didn't have a license, and when he handed the health card, he was booked. So unfortunately, the reality is for some people, the small percentage of people in that area, they're gonna drive until, unfortunately, maybe they kill themselves, but we hope they don't. So yeah, indefinitely is a big problem, unfortunately. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take our last 10-minute break. When we come back, we're going to have a speaker from the City of Ottawa's Fatal Collision Review Committee, whose name I will not try to pronounce, as well as Sean Shapiro from Toronto Police to wrap things up. So 10 minutes. Okay, everybody. We're about ready to proceed with our second to last presentation. Oh, thanks, Shelley.
There's only supposed to be one ticket in there. There was.
Okay. So before we get on with the presentation, we are going to do a draw. The folks at Smart Start have donated this wonderful Sonos speaker, and the winner will be decided. Now. Howard Gale. And up next, Philippe Landry. Philippe Landry. You know what? I'll let him introduce himself, actually.
Hi, everybody. Pete was doing such a good job, I think he was going to start talking in French now. Although he did tell me he did have a French teacher back in the day, but apparently was very strict and didn't like their name to be said wrong. Hence, my name's Phil Landry. If you speak French, it's Philippe Landry. But anyway, I'm very happy to be here today to talk about road safety in Ottawa, and specifically our road safety action plan and the Fatal Collision Review Committee. So what I'm going to talk about today is road safety, our action plan that was developed back in 2019. Talk a bit about automated speed enforcement. The reason I put that in here is because that's what's funding our program for road safety. And then the Fatal Collision Review Committee, which is a committee that's comprised of the coroner, Ottawa Health, Ottawa Police, and ourselves in the traffic department. And we meet whenever there's a fatal collision to review what happened to try to improve our road safety. So in terms of the city of Ottawa, everyone knows it as the capital of Canada, but some may not realize you can actually fit 5 cities within the boundary of the city. We're about 80 kilometers in width and 40 kilometers in depth from the Ottawa River. We have over 6,000 lane kilometers of roadways, and 80% of our roads are actually rural in nature. The majority of the core in that is about 20% of our area. So in 2019, we brought forward to our Transportation Committee and Council the 3rd generation of our road safety plan. The first one had been developed in 2005, the next in 2011. And this was the 3rd generation, and the theme was think safety, act safely. So basically, we just want to get that ingrained in people that if you think safety, you'll act safely. And so in all the work and the awareness campaigns we do, we use that logo to try to get that ingrained in people's mind. And when we have advertising on bus shelters and signs on roads, that theme's there. Our vision is a comprehensive and proactive strategy, making our city roads in Ottawa the safest for all users. And our goal is to reduce by 20% our fatal collisions from the 2014 to 2018 data by the end of 2024. There was discussion to talk about going to 0, and I mean, that's our ultimate goal. I mean, I'd be happy if I could snap my finger and tomorrow there was no fatalities moving forward. But we also want to be realistic, knowing that that's not going to happen overnight, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't strive to do that. So as part of the refresh we did in 2019, is we followed the principles of a safe system approach. So this is what you've heard in Europe, in Sweden, and Netherlands. Wording for this. And basically it's that human life and health are all prioritized. It's a shared responsibility. So the city and the designers have responsibility, the regulators have responsibility, as well as the road users have responsibility on the road for road safety. Human error shouldn't lead to people dying or people being seriously injured. And there's also a requirement in changing the culture of all the users of the road. So that's drivers. You know, they need to stop speeding because we see that that's a very high contributor to road safety. We need cyclists to obey the rules. We need pedestrians to follow the rules. It's not about blaming. It's about taking responsibility of your part of the work on the road to ensure that we're all safe. And finally, it's all based on data. So again, that's what our plan is based on. And so in looking at the data that we have at the City of Ottawa, we have about 15,000 reportable collisions a year, of which there's about 27 were resulted in fatalities, about 150 serious injuries. So that's 27, way too many fatalities. That really should be 0. So we use the data to then identify some emphasis areas, so areas that we need to focus on. So one was vulnerable road users, which ties pedestrians, cyclists, and motorcyclists. We have intersections, rural roads, as well as high-speed drivers. So the data led us to identify themes within those emphasis areas to identify things that we can do to actually improve road safety. The other big thing that we wanted to stress in this plan was road safety culture. So again, it goes back to that culture of a safe systems approach. So we developed a comprehensive communications plan that we rolled out over the last few years. We do road safety audits now, and any new road that gets built in the city or any road that gets rehabilitated, we have road safety experts that come in and take a look to see what can be done to improve the safety of the road. We also, something unique to the City of Ottawa, we developed a 2-day safety training course specific on road safety, and that's basically anybody who designs roads, plans roads, have to take it. We've actually developed a half-day course for counselors because there was such interest from their perspective, just to give them an appreciation of what goes into making our roads safer. So I'll focus a bit about the various emphasis areas, just a bit of data and also some of the measures that we're doing. So for pedestrians and cyclists and motorcyclists, 24% of the fatal and serious injuries involved pedestrians, 15 with motorcyclists, 12% with cyclists. And what we're starting to see now is actually the e-bikes. And we're starting to see people modifying e-bikes. I'm not sure if that's the same thing here in the Toronto area, but what we're seeing in Ottawa is a lot of people are actually, there's some e-bikes that actually look like motorcycles, and we really don't even know how they can put their legs to the pedals. But that's starting to become an issue in terms of the fatal and the serious injuries. So we're starting to record those things because we want to see those trends so that we can actually make changes. So in terms of pedestrians, we go to our transportation committee once a year with an implementation plan based on the data for the previous 4 years. So some of the things that we're doing to help enhance and make our roads safer, some ladder markings. We're doing lead-in pedestrian intervals. That's when the walk comes up for a few seconds before the light turns green to give, especially on larger intersections with lots of pedestrians, the ability to get out to the intersection to be seen. We're doing PXOs in school areas. And we're also upgrading a lot of our PXOs to accessibility requirements. From a cycling perspective, we're doing some awareness and education on sort of different features we have with traffic signals. We're also funding modifications and doing designs and modifications to intersections we've identified as high volume and high cycling to try to make it safer for cyclists. We're also working with our partners in the motorcycling area to develop a comprehensive motorcycle strategy. So that's sort of taking a look at what we need to do to focus on making it safer for our motorcyclists on our roadways. And we also work with a vendor to provide to 100 users a motorcycle safety course. In terms of intersections, more than half of our fatal and serious injuries occur at intersections. And that's, a lot of them is the high-speed, right-angle collisions, which I'm sure you've all unfortunately seen. So what we're doing from an engineering perspective is changing some signals so you can only turn left when the arrow comes up. Similarly to doing we have over, I think, 7 or 80 rail crossings in the City of Ottawa. So we have to do detailed safety assessments, and there's sometimes modifications that have to be made to make those crossings safer for all the users of the roadway. And then we also install using funding from this program, traffic signals. We have a program to fund traffic signals, but unfortunately we're missing about $50 million to have all our signals installed because we got a list of about 25, and the price ranges from $1 million to $3 or $4 million. So we're able to use funding from this program to advance that, to make our roads safer. Like I mentioned earlier, 80% of our roads are rural. What we're actually seeing is an overrepresentation of fatal collisions on our rural roads. So you can see by the data here, 30% of the fatal collisions occurred on the rural road. But when you look at the total traffic volume on those roads, it's maybe 10 or 15% of all the volume. So it's a challenge and issue because we've got thousands of kilometers, and where do you start in terms of trying to make those roads safer. So we're using network screening, which is looking at collisions and data and traffic counts to identify those roadways where we're seeing a lot of issues. And we're starting to implement some measures. So the first here, the picture on the top right is what we call a safety edge. So usually in rural roadways, the road's paved and it's basically a 90-degree angle between the gravel and the roadway. What we see is over time it ruts, and then a car sort of gets into that rut and then tries to overcompensate and ends up being in the opposing lane. With the safety edges, that rutting is no longer at 90, it's at 45, so there's actually, it doesn't feel as uncomfortable when you don't oversteer. And studies in the States have shown it actually helps reduce that oversteering. So we just started installing these this year, and we'll sort of hopefully see over the next few years some improvements from that perspective. We're also upgrading signage and markings, and we're also doing some outreach and education in schools. We've started to see sort of people with off-road motorcycles and other like ATVs and some serious collisions and fatalities, especially with younger people. So we want to go out and reach out to them to tell them, you know, although these look like toys, I know my son's already talked about getting an off-road motorcycle, but to realize that, you know what, it's not like a computer game in terms of if something goes wrong, you just don't start over sometimes. And our last emphasis area is the high-risk drivers. So again, 2/3 of our fatal injuries and serious collisions are tied to high-risk driving. So that's distracted driving, aggressive driving, impaired driving. And so it's still a serious problem within the Ottawa region as well. And so some of the things that we're trying to do to address that, and we work very closely with the Ottawa Police. They've got monthly ride programs, and we provide them data in terms of where we're seeing speeding or other issues. They also collect data too in terms of when they stop drivers. We're working with them to help them develop a traffic enforcement plan that's data-based. So we have all this data in terms of traffic speeds, and we have tons of those. You've probably seen them around here, the speed boards that tell you how fast you're going and things like that. So we pass that on to the police so that they can actually make informed decisions. They also take in all the complaints from the residents. So they're developing a plan that'll help target to try to make our roads safer. We're also, we did a pilot 3-4 years ago with school bus cameras. And so we worked with Ottawa Police where we had a company take the picture of the car passing by the school bus. And then that ticket would be sent to Ottawa Police, and they would actually issue the ticket. And so I think just before COVID, we had issued about 75 tickets in a 2 or 3 month period. So our council's very interested in that. Actually, our school bus consortiums, I think we have 800 and some odd buses. They'd like to see a camera on every street, or on every bus, sorry. The challenge there is we can't follow the same rules we're doing before where an officer actually looks at it, because then I think they'd be spending all their days, unfortunately, on there. So.
Sorry to interrupt you for one, but have you seen convictions on that? Have they gone to court yet?
I'm not sure. I think they were starting to go down into court. I mean, some people pled guilty. The ones that haven't, I think COVID hit, and then the courts, I don't know if it's the same here as it is in Ottawa, but the court system's backlogged a few years now, so.
Not to interrupt, but Niagara, we're doing that, and we're getting into it.
Okay, great, that's great to hear. So we're actually working, there's a provincial working group that's looking at automating this so that it doesn't have to go through, it's similar to what would be like automated speed enforcement and a red light camera, where it would go through a processing center, and the tickets would be issued through that process. Because frankly, this is like one of those, it's like a non-starter from our perspective. This should never happen because first of all, kids don't have that cognitive ability at that point, and they're not expecting it. And frankly, for an extra 10 or 15 seconds, is it worth potentially killing somebody? So, and we're also in the process this year of installing another 12 speed cameras, which I'll get to in about 2 seconds. So in terms of our budget, in 2022, it was $7.2 million. To put that in context, 3 years ago, our budget for road safety was $1 million. And so the funding that comes from that is about through the Automated Speed Enforcement Program. So in 2019, we brought a report to our Transportation Committee. The province was in the process of changing the rules so that we could use it. We did a pilot at 8 school zones, and what it showed was a reduction in operating speeds by about 10 kilometers an hour. Also, the compliance to the operating speed jumped up to about 70% compared to maybe 20 or 30% prior to. So we found it very effective from that perspective. So We brought forward a report to committee last year to expand the program. This year, we're installing 20 by the end of 2022, and the plan next year is to install another 20. And over time, over the next 3-4 years, we'll probably be installing between 15 and 25 cameras. There's a great desire to have them out. But again, the locations are based on data. Because if we were to ask, and I'm not sure if there's any counselors here today, but the reality is they'd like to have one on every street. But we also know there's a lot of streets where we don't see speeding. And does it make sense to put something, we have a lot of streets that have traffic calming. And frankly, that's the best approach, because then you can guarantee, for the most part, you can get the speeds that you want. The camera is good, but it's not perfect in terms of it doesn't guarantee that someone will slow down versus a chicane or a speed hump. So we're continuing with the school zones. And we identify locations that are usually 15 kilometers over the operating speed. That's sort of where we've targeted in terms of the high-speed behaviors. We're expanding to parks and playgrounds this year, and we're also going to pilot next year high-speed roads where there's vulnerable road users crossing, as well as just high-speed roads. Because we had a councillor who was very keen on doing it on a certain road, but then they sort of realized after, it might have been a lot of the constituents be getting tickets, and that might not be good for them. So again, that was that political, they just do it here because they're speeding. What we're doing is, okay, if we'll do it on that road if the data shows that it needs to be done. And that's the big thing with our program, it's all data driven. So as you can see, this was in our 2022 budget, the anticipated revenue. So you can see in 2021 it was 4 million, it went to 7.2 this year, and by 2025 it'll be $37.5 million. And that's just the net in terms of, because we have all the costs to pay for the program. So this is what's actually net in terms of, which is sort of a state of affairs, because it means that a lot of people are still speeding. But we'll have about 100 cameras out by then, so.
Are there other municipalities doing photo radar like you are?
Yeah, there's some in Toronto. We use the fixed site, the fixed one, which is the one that was shown on the previous slide. This one here.
Oh, yes.
But there's some, I think in the Toronto area, they use the one that's more about 5 feet high. It's like a box.
In Oshawa, they had the box, but they moved to that.
Yeah.
And so my question is, in Ottawa, are you putting them there and leaving them there,
Yep.
or you move them around?
Well, originally the pilot was to have the fixed sites, but move the cameras around.
Exactly.
But-
Have an empty one or two.
But now, but there's also signage required, which became an issue, because with the province, before you can actually have the camera installed, you have to wait 90 days with the sign saying the camera's coming soon.
Yeah.
So you have the camera there for 3 months, you remove the camera, then that 90-day clock starts all over again.
Right.
So you gotta put another sign. So it sort of became unmanageable.
Yeah.
So we just decided to put a camera at every location. In terms of
It doesn't move.
no, it doesn't. And we looked at the ones that were portable. The challenge with that is in Ottawa we get lots of snow, so they would be pretty useless in the winter. Our roads department would probably take out half of them when they're clearing snow. They do a great job, but sometimes, the signs and that, sometimes, yeah. So, and there's also the vandalism, which I know has been a big issue, like in the Toronto area and even further down south. So from our perspective, let's just, put them out at all sites, have them operate, because, and Frank, yeah. So it's about the same height. I don't know if you know the red light cameras. They've been here for 20 years. It's about the same height as those. So now that being said, ASC and red light camera are separate programs, and the joint processing is separate, so they don't work together from that perspective, other than making our roads safer. So now I'm going to talk a bit about fatal collisions in our Fatal Collision Review Committee. So this is a graph for the last, from 2010 to 2020. As you can see, over the 10 years, we had a really big number in 2010, and then it sort of dropped down, and it's sort of been up and down, up and down. Interestingly, in 2020, our fatals went down to its lowest. It's been, I think, probably forever. We had 18 fatals, which is still 18 too many, but we also, it was sort of like about a third of what we had previously in the average of the 5 years. And when we look at the traffic volume, because we were collecting traffic data at 6 intersections throughout COVID, when you aggregate the whole year, it was down about a third as well. So it sort of stayed, but interestingly, if you go to other jurisdictions, like I know in the United States, during COVID, they've actually seen an increase in fatal collisions because people are going faster, and so it sort of bucked that trend in terms of what other jurisdictions were seeing. So we're hopeful as time goes on that we're still seeing that number stay down as the traffic volumes go up. So And then this is just a map for the 4 years between 2016 and 2020 of all the fatal collisions that occurred. So every red dot is a fatal collision. So when you look at the map, when I was talking about the rural area of the city, so this area here, that's the urban and suburbs, everything else is rural. So you can see a lot of the dots are in the rural area of the city. And that's the challenge when you got, 4,000 kilometers of road, where do you focus your effort and funding? So that's where we're using data to help us identify those and make those changes there based on what we're seeing. So in terms of all these fatal collisions that are occurring, before the Fatal Collision Review Committee started, you had the police would go out to a fatal collision and do their investigations. The coroner would go out. If the death occurred on site, they would do their investigations. They get all the medical information. The city would go out and we would go and do our traffic assessment. If we saw there was things that we saw, not knowing exactly what happened, we sort of had an idea. So what would happen is we weren't communicating with we were almost working in silos with each other. So this led to not having all the detailed information, and us and the traffic side making assumptions what may or may not have occurred. It was also very difficult to determine if the changes that we were contemplating actually addressed the issues that were happening because of the fatal collision. And we had occasions in the past as well where we would go in and make changes to, say, a stop line or something like that, and the police hadn't finished their investigation, so they go back out and take pictures, and then end up in court, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, you have this picture and that picture, which one's the real one? So that lack of communication is a big challenge. So back in 2017, we all got together and said, you know what, there's probably a better way of doing this in terms of seeing what's happening, understand what's happening, and working together to try to find trends and outcomes that would try to reduce those fatal collisions. So we established our committee in 2017. It's run through the Coroners Act. So the coroner is the lead agency on this committee, and that ensures a confidentiality because it was led by the City of Ottawa. Because of IMFIPA rules, it become more challenging. So it's the committee is run through the coroner. Ottawa Police are really the lead in terms of the data and going through, and then we provide input in terms of what's from an engineering perspective. So our mandate is to promptly facilitate and share information between the different agencies when there's a fatal collision occurs. So we meet every time there's a fatal collision. It's better to understand what the factors were in the collisions. So a lot of times, again, the police may make assumptions or ask questions as to, like, why is the lighting this way? Why is the curve this way? We have the ability to explain those things to see, was that something that contributed to the collision? Maybe yes, maybe no, but there's now at least more information being shared. And it's to determine if there's any recommendations that can be done either through an engineering perspective, an enforcement perspective, or an education perspective. And we can do it in a more timely manner in a goal to prevent future deaths moving forward. So the first thing we did, like any good committee, is to create a terms of reference. And so we identified what the goals of the process, our membership, and also we had a confidentiality privacy requirements because when we meet, it's within 10 days of fatal collision. So the police investigation is still ongoing. So it's really important that information shared isn't shared out publicly because that could compromise the investigation, especially if there's criminal charges that are pending. So again, our goals are to make recommendations to improve safety. Again, we look at the different type of collisions to see if there's any trends, risk factors that we're seeing, problems leading to multiple occurrences. We compiled all the data, so we have the police have a spreadsheet with all the collisions that occurred, and then we basically fill it to start to see if we see trends. Because in the past where we were all working separately, you weren't able to see that because you would be focused on one collision, then a month and a half later another collision would occur. Now with the ability to go back and say, well, you remember that one, all of a sudden we're starting to see trends. It also allows us to make appropriate and practical recommendations to prevent deaths in the future. So we meet every 10 days, or within 10 days of a fatal collision where it's practicable. If there's ever a time, which we've had a few, but not too many unfortunately, where there's actually no fatal collisions within 2 months, we'll get together just to go over sort of takeaways from previous investigations. We also meet biannually to go over all the data, and we're in the process of just completing our first annual report that will be produced hopefully in the next month. So like I said, our membership is the Ottawa Police, the coroner, ourselves. Safer Roads Ottawa is actually a unit within my group, and Ottawa Public Health. And I mentioned confidentiality and privacy. So these are ongoing investigations. So we need to make sure that that all the information that's shared remains confidential. I know when a fatal collision occurs, I usually get a call from the counselor that says, you know, what happened. So we meet with the committee and we agree to what I can share in terms of back. It's very high level and it doesn't talk specifically to the details because, like I said, most of the time there's investigations that go on, which can be frustrating for the counselors because a lot of times they're getting the questions from the residents and they're making assumptions which usually and sometimes isn't accurate. So it's trying to find that fine line between, you know, making sure we don't provide enough information to tarnish the investigation versus providing info that sort of addresses the counselor's concerns. And lastly, we also we signed a document at the end after we've read the terms of reference that says that we'll keep this. We haven't had to deal with the one about failing to comply or ones that has gone through that, and but that's just there just in case. Hope that never happens. But so quickly, this is the template that Ottawa Police use in terms of every fatal collision that occurs. They fill out the same type of information. So the Quincy number at the top. That's the number that the coroner uses every time there's a fatal collision. There's a case number that Ottawa Police assign to it. We put the date and time of the collision, the location of the collision, the types of vehicles were involved, or was it pedestrian or cyclist. We also obtain data in terms of, and this is where police work to get the license information. So how long have they had their license for? Have they had any suspensions? Have they had any convictions? Any collisions? And what we're seeing is actually a lot of our fatal collisions start to have people that have multiple suspensions, so we're starting to see that trend, and that's where the recommendations in the report, in our annual report, may come to talk about how we may address those. Then the police provide a synopsis of what occurred with the collision. So just sort of a paragraph or two of sort of the details of what they found through their investigation. We have the weather and what contributing factors. So with speeding, alcohol, distracted driving, were they contributing factors? And then police also provide some pictures in terms of a map and some pictures of the vehicles with the aftermath of the fatal. And then the last section is recommendations. That gets filled in after we have a meeting. Sometimes there's not any recommendations we could do. Other times there's recommendations that we can do for that specific location that we can implement, either from an awareness campaign, from an engineering perspective. So we keep track of all that information. And that ties into then our annual report that, like I said, we're just completing the first annual report, and it's looking at data from 2017 to 2020. And so just very quickly, it's broken down into different sections. So the first part talks about total collisions, and then it compares itself to the fatal collisions. So in Ottawa, about 95% of the collisions are vehicles. When you look at the fatals, they're about 25 or 30% of all fatalities. When you look at pedestrians, there's about, I think it's 2 or 3% of all collisions are pedestrians, but there's 25% are fatals. So it's looking at that overrepresentation and what do we need to do to get that down closer to zero. We look at road users' deaths, so we look at their age, their sex, male or female. We also look at the drivers in the fatal collisions. So we take all the data and aggregate it and come up with graphs and charts to try to understand what the data is showing us from a licensing perspective, previous convictions, speeding. Impaired driving is, we're seeing drug use as well as alcohol or both. So just to get in the data in terms of what we're seeing in Ottawa. There's also the geographic areas. If you recall the drawing there, we got the 80% rural. So where are they happening? Similarly, are we seeing something more in the winter, the summer, the spring? So again, it's taking all that data and putting it all together and coming up, making some sense of it. Time of day, day of week is summer. We know that historically this time of year is terrible for pedestrians because it's getting darker earlier. So are we seeing those type of trends that we see in other areas? And then we come up with some recommendations in terms of of moving forward. And these recommendations can be specific to the city. It could be to the province if we're starting to see trends in terms of that something that the province needs to deal with, similar with police. So this report that we're working on is going to have 6 or 7 recommendations, if I recall. This is going to be hopefully things that can be implemented to make our roads safer so that we see fewer fatal collisions. And just closing out, just some of the benefits that we've seen with the Fatal Collision Review Committee. It brings together a group of people who have expertise in different areas, and it allows us to have a really good conversation when we do meet to talk about it. It gives, I know for myself, I've been on the committee since 2017, a much better appreciation, understanding from a police perspective, what they need to do during the investigation, but as well from the coroner's perspective and health in terms of, you know, were there medical conditions with the driver or the pedestrian that got hit or the cyclist that got hit, and also information in terms of were they impaired and things like that that we would never have gotten, and that helps us formulate potential recommendations to make the roads safer, because sometimes there's not much we can do, but other times there's things that we can do. It provides, again, more timely information. There's more communication between ourselves and the different partners. It allows us more contributing factors in terms of an opportunity for prevention. So, like I said, sometimes we see some trends in terms of 3 or 4 collisions or fatal collisions that happen that are very similar. So it allows us to basically look at that right there and then and make some recommendations to try to make changes as see fit. Also, recommendation can be done in a lot shorter time frame. And we also, because it's run through the coroner can send letters to the city or to other jurisdictions when we see something specific, and then there's a requirement for the city to respond back. Not that we work very collaboratively, so we would do that anyway, but it makes it more official from that perspective. It aligns with our road safety and as a service party, both for Ottawa Police and for the city. Traffic safety is one of the #1 priorities in the city, so this will assist with that. Provides, like I said, increased awareness. It also helps develop the annual report that, again, highlights the trends based on the data that we're seeing for the city. So any of the recommendations that come out of that report is based on the data that we saw when the fatal collisions occurred. So in terms of fatal collision review committees in your communities, if this is something that's of interest to your communities, like I said, we're the first in Canada to have done that back in 2017. I know in the past that we've had other jurisdictions reach out to us and ask us how it works and some of the benefits and what you need to do. The first thing would be to reach out to your city's traffic department, the police service, the coroner's office, to start the discussions. You really need to have a champion in each of those areas to make sure that, especially for the first few years, that things move forward and progress. Attend meetings with an open mind. It's not about the blame game. It's about trying to find what happened and trying to make the changes so that we can make our roads safer. And make recommendations that will enhance road safety. And the last one is like more of an administrative one to develop the terms of reference, but that's really, you want those in place because over time people move and leave positions and other people come and replace. And that sort of talks about, it's sort of the foundation of what this committee is about, so that there's an understanding for everybody that joins the team. So with that, I'm not sure if there's any questions, and I think we're running, I guess we've got a few more minutes, so, yeah.
So I have two, one specific in terms of recommendation. Has there ever been a consideration to eliminate the turning right on a red light?
Not through the committee. I know that's come up at the city. There's sort of pros and cons from that. There's locations where there's high pedestrian volumes. Where we're in the city, we normally do that is if you got cycling interact, like cycling lanes and things like that. If you've got like double right turns, we would do that. Or if there's like visibility issues, we would do that. The challenge becomes sometimes on roads, if you ban the right turn on red, it means all the vehicles turn when the light turns green. But you actually may have more bicyclists or pedestrians that will then become in conflict with the vehicles turning right. So it's not as easy just saying ban it everywhere. It also adds delay to users and especially like in the off-peak periods or in the middle of the night when there's no one there. It just creates that delay and then people start to ignore it, which becomes a problem because there's some locations where we don't want them to ignore it and if they see it everywhere. So we do have a policy on that in terms of from a traffic perspective, but in terms of the committee, that's never really come up as an issue.
And my second question is, have you, realize you've only been around since 2017, but has there been any consideration to expand the mandate beyond fatal to include significant injuries? Because, and I'll just state from my perspective, we always talk about fatalities, but we have many more significant injuries over and above the fatalities, and it concerns me that the injuries, and I realize you're working a lot with the coroner, and
Yeah.
so a lot of the information's coming from there, unfortunately for that. But you know, we're talking people who will end up being paralyzed or amputations or head injuries
Yeah.
or whatever, and I wonder if there couldn't be a lot more information gleaned.
Yeah, so what we do,
Lose that.
yeah, so the coroner only gets involved when there's a fatal collision, so they wouldn't be involved in terms of it's a serious injury. But what we do is through our road safety action plan, the data that we analyze is really the serious injuries and the fatalities. So we actually go through each one as an from an engineering perspective. Now we do work closely with police, and one thing I forgot to mention at the start of the presentation is like I said, we have 15,000 reportable collisions. The police send all those to us, and we actually have staff that go through every collision to verify, to make sure that the data is accurate. Because a lot of times, you know, especially now with the reporting, where people can go to the stations to report collisions, they sometimes get the northbound, southbound wrong, or they say there was 4 lanes when there was only 2 lanes. So we have to make sure that that data is accurate. So we'll go in and look at every piece of data. It usually takes about 6 months to go through that process. But then we know that the data is accurate. So then what we do from there is we then look at the serious injuries and the fatalities and do an engineering review specific on that. And so our road safety action plan isn't meant to reduce the 15,000 collisions to 0, because I'd be okay with 10,000 collisions if no one got killed or no one got seriously injured. So we're really putting the focus on the fatalities and the serious injuries to get that down to 0, so that we can have, we're always going to have collisions, unfortunately, because we're human, at least right now, until computers and cars take over. But until that day, which is still a long time away, humans are going to be driving and they're going to make mistakes. But it goes back to the safe systems approach. Just because you make a mistake on the road doesn't mean you should be killed. So we look at that data, and that's how we identify the emphasis areas and the measures that we're going to focus on in terms of from that perspective. Yeah. Oh, sorry, maybe the lady in the back, and then you.
I'm sorry if you mentioned this, I may have missed it, but did you have a sense of what percentage of fatal collisions were connected to if you're driving or it was suspected if you're driving?
Yeah, I can't remember the stat. It's not minor. It's in like the 20-30%. But I know. I don't remember the exact number, but it's not something where it's only 2%. And unfortunately, we're seeing a lot like with the drugs as well. And it's not just one drug, it's a mixture of drugs. And that's where the coroner can help, because I'm not a doctor or pretending to say I'm a doctor, but sometimes, they have mixtures of drugs, and that's when we ask the coroner, what does that mean? Does it mean that you're actually gonna, if you mix drug A, drug B, and drug C, it may actually be a lot worse. And then there's also prescription drugs, right, where people are on those type of drugs that aren't illegal, but they've actually potentially caused fatalities. So that's where that conversation can be had from that perspective. And then they can then tell us, if that person's on that drug, they really shouldn't be driving. And that's where we could potentially make a recommendation if we start to see more and more of those trends maybe to the medical industry. So, sir?
Yeah, just a question on automated speed enforcement cameras. So you've got a camera in place for 6 months, or 3 months, or a year. Is there any analysis done on whether the offense is still taking place at the same rate? Is it increasing? Is it decreasing? And then what's done with that information? At the end of the day, we want to reduce collisions or reduce speeding. I just want to know if there's anything else that's looked at, if it's not effective in terms of accomplishing that.
Yeah, so we do collect all the data, and we've actually got an analyst that does exactly what you're saying. So we will look at the data. When we did our pilot, we collected data before the cameras were installed, and then we went and collected data a month, 3 months, 6 months, and we did see over time, where when the first cameras go in, usually like 60 or 70% of the people are speeding and getting tickets. But then over time it starts to plateau, and it plateaus at about 20%. So you'll always have that 20% of the people that are still speeding and getting a ticket. So we're continually collecting that information, that data, because we do get all the data from the Choice Processing Center in Toronto in terms of the number of people that got ticketed. We also get data from the vendor who sends the information up as well, because not always, there's sometimes issues with the pictures, and so they can't be processed. You can't get a ticket if something's blocking something, but we'll still get the data in terms of how fast that car was going. So, like I said, what we've seen is it sort of drops, sort of like exponential, and then it just plateaus, and usually it's around 15 to 20%. And it depends on the areas as well. If it's like a major arterial roadway with a higher speed limit, and if the road's built to have higher speeds, you get higher numbers. But we do also see, we're also going to be looking at collisions. Now, unfortunately, with collisions, you got to wait 2, 3, 4 years to see if you've got patterns in terms of, most of the time it takes that much time. So we're in year 3 at some locations for the cameras. So we're going to be able to start to see, are we starting to see more rear end collisions because people brake, right? We're seeing side swipe collisions or things like that. So, and then we'll also look in terms of if there's were any fatalities before compared to anything, or serious injuries to any after. But like I said, we're focused really right now in schools. And the 20 cameras that'll be out this year are all tied to schools, which is where we want to focus right now, just because of all the kids walking in. We want to make sure that the drivers go at the right speed. Yep.
So if you have a potential collision where charges are laid and that form is filled out, have you had any concerns or requests for disclosure of that form by defense counsel?
Not that I'm aware of, because it's under the mandate of the coroner. I think it's sort of confidential information. So I don't believe that's happened, but I could give you I can give you my card, and I can get you in contact with the Auto Police to see what's been done. I know we've been asked for MFIPA at the city, and things have not been provided. Like we actually now don't keep any, like when the reports like the template I showed you, we actually don't have access to that. It stays with Auto Police and the coroner. So when we meet, it's the first time we see it, because originally we did get sent those things, but there was concerns that we might have to provide that information if an MFIPA request came through. So everything is basically run through their office. So any request that comes to us, we just send them to Auto Police, and they just follow the rules that are set in place from that perspective. But I'll be here till about 3:30. If I give you my card.
If it's a coroner's act case, then you have death, but you also do serious injuries in there too, right?
Not in the Fatal Collision Review Committee, yeah, no, that's different. So again, we look at the data, and if we start to see trends, then we will touch base with the police. The challenge with that is with our fatal collisions, it's always the same group of police officers that go and investigate the collisions. When it's a serious injury, it can be any officer. So it makes it a little more challenging in terms of if it's like something that happened a year and a half ago for the officer to remember, oh yeah, I remember it was that one. So that's some of the challenges we have when we just look at the serious injuries. Yep.
In regards to your fatal collision review, on an annual basis, let's say you have 16 fatals, what is the percentage that you find that it's structural error as opposed to driver error?
It's hard to say because each one's different. I know we've had.
Wait, is it a low percentage, or do you find that the majority of the fatals are
It can be, it's all over the map. Sometimes, I wouldn't say there's a percentage that it was a driver error or a pedestrian error or cyclist error. Sometimes there's collisions that occur that we don't even know why it happened, because everything seemed to be, like there was no issues from an engineering perspective, there was no issues from the health perspective. We just don't know what occurred. So in terms of, is it a driver's fault? I guess in terms of the number of charges that are laid, I think it's fairly low. So it's not like, after there's a fatal collision, especially when there's pedestrians and cyclists, the assumption is always that the driver's made a mistake and should be charged. And that's not always the case, right? Sometimes it's an error from the cyclist, sometimes it's an error from the pedestrian. But the police aren't going to go out and say, well, it was the pedestrian crossed when they weren't supposed to, because we also don't want to blame the person that died. So it just, it's a tough question to answer. I can say, like I said, it just depends on the collision and what occurred. What I can say is, in terms of engineering, I'd say maybe 15 or 20% of the time. There was something that may have contributed to that. But again, that's where the data, when we do our annual report, that we put all the data together, that'll talk to those issues. But sometimes it's just a matter of maybe the road markings need to be refreshed, right? Especially out in the rural areas where you've got, it's dark, and we have an annual program to go and refresh our lines, and sometimes the fatality happens a few weeks before the markings. And challenge in Ottawa, with all the snow and salt that we have over the winter, the markings tend to fade a lot quicker. We're trying to rectify that by using better paint, but that takes time.
And the second question, who's responsible for the education piece?
It's public health, Ottawa Police, and ourselves. We work, like a Safe Roads Ottawa program, which is one of the units within my service area. They're the lead in terms of education, but we work very closely with police. What we find is when we put messaging out, if the police put the messaging out, it's a lot more effective. It's like that at public meetings when I go, like, I also deal with all the traffic inquiries and the traffic complaints, and I've been to very many meetings where I'll talk about speeding and everyone's just rolling their eyes. The officer's there, says the exact same thing. It's, oh yes, officer, right. So I don't know if it's the badge and the gun or whatever, but there's a lot more respect from that perspective, which is, I think, is a good thing. Not to say that, it just, so from an education perspective, Ottawa Police works very closely. But what we do is we do talk to each other so that we're aligned in terms of if, like this time of year, we're going to start talking about, drinking and driving, right? Last month, it was talking about, visibility for pedestrians and cyclists because it's getting darker earlier. And that's, unfortunately, Ottawa, in the last month and a half, we've had 5 fatal collisions with pedestrians. And most of them have occurred at night or early in the morning when it's still dark. So it's that type of awareness and education. But the funding we do have a large fund, I think it's about $500,000 in terms of awareness and education through this program that we work closely with police and ourselves to push out. Okay, well, thank you very much for your time and questions.
Thank you. And our last presentation of the day, we have Sean Shapiro from Toronto Police, who has also been running our live stream all day, so thank you. Double duty.
My pleasure. Okay, see if technology works for me that time. Hey, look at that.
Trip on it.
Oh.
Sit on top so you don't trip. Yeah. So it doesn't fall.
Sounds good. Neat, it looks like it's going to cooperate. Okay. Back to basics, that's what I've been asked to talk about. This is being a little loud compared to this because I'm actually, move this microphone a little further away. I can't standing behind a podium, it's a thing I have. So, back to basics was the project, that was the assignment, and I failed miserably because what I wanted to do is not talk about the basics of what everybody already knows in this room, which are what the consequences are of impaired driving. We're well aware. So instead, I want to talk to you about what I do and how I communicate with the public and how our education works and how you can do the same thing. So, first off, my name is Sean Shapiro, police constable with the Toronto Police Service, and I'm a social media guy. I go on TikTok, I go onto all the social media platforms, and I speak to people every day about traffic safety, traffic law, and, well, general police stuff. And it's not what I expected to be doing in my career, because I'm a cop first. And I say it's by accident that I got into this role. And it's the only time I use accident to describe a collision, because I was involved in an on-duty collision when I was with Motor Squad, and I ended up
I started doing other things, supporting a media relations officer, the sergeant at the time, and then one day I picked up a microphone and started speaking, and I haven't really stopped. So, someone earlier mentioned impaired driving versus distracted driving. I thought I'd share this one clip from our TikTok. I love dash cam. So what do you think? Impaired or distracted? I was shocked to find out that this was in fact a distracted driver, because there were so many near misses. York Regional Police actually did a roadside in Richmond Hill with this driver who was just really tired but really hadn't sent text messages. It never ceases to amaze me. But there are so many people who are concerned as to whether or not that's something worthy of calling the police for. Could it be other things? Sure. So half of what we do are telling people things they should know or could have Googled, or we make it simple. So if I was doing the back to basics, I'd be talking about the fact that it's illegal, that it leads to collisions, that it leads to serious injuries and fatalities, that it destroys lives and impacts entire communities. It's something, again, we all know. And the people who are committing the offense know it too. We're not teaching them things they don't know. So where's the disconnect? We're finding that risks and consequences aren't communicating to people in a way that gets action. In fact, fear-based marketing doesn't work for the younger generation. I love the stuff that makes you tear up and cry when you watch it because you see something just horrific and somehow gets your heart warming, or sadness or something, and it sticks with you. But apparently it's no longer something that's effective. And our friends from TURF actually put it in a report. And although it does work in some situations, the majority result is that it doesn't work. So what do? We stick with education. Should get away from this one. Too many microphones. We stick with education. Of course, have enforcement and ride programs, developments in law like MAS, which is awesome. These are all the things that we can do, but we still see in Toronto, we have over 700 impaired arrests, and that's just this year. And that's just going based on a quick summary of what I found on TikTok, or sorry, say Twitter, because one of my colleagues posts the weekend stats. Every Monday puts out how many collisions, how many arrests are made for impaired driving. So what's different? Well, we know that times have changed. We know that that people aren't getting the message from the same sources. We used to rely on putting people in these things, standing at the front of the school, what was it called, an announcement? You'd have, not an announcement, assembly, thank you. We'd have a school assembly, we'd all stand and sit there, the only time you can get up is if you had to go to the washroom, there were hall monitors potentially. You were stuck there, and it worked. I remember those things. I even look forward to them, so they were out of class. Television's high tech. You had commercials, then you had the wonderful radio. You wanted to listen to the programming, you had to listen to the commercial. The commercial was where organizations got to put all this positive messaging. You were stuck there. And of course you had magical posters. Well, people are walking around and they're focusing only on their handheld device. We go up and we do a show on platforms where people spend time. And some of these platforms are effective and others are less effective. And I'll talk about those in a second. We do a daily show called Ask a Traffic Cop, where we speak to the public, we answer their questions, and then we push them with our information, that they may not be interested in, but they get it anyway, because they want their questions answered. We find a reason to get them to pay attention. We get special guests like our boss, and then we partner with other people to do a podcast. So we're trying to be everywhere and everything for everyone. Just figure out what works best. Now, what works best for most people is the device right in front of them. And how do you ensure that you have billing, that you get time? Because, they're looking for likes and responses to their own social media platforms. How many people in this room actually create content for the internet? I know Gary. Yeah, a couple. So every agency, I shouldn't say every agency, most people have their own personal stuff and then work is work. Most agencies farm out either to an individual or to a select group of people who create content for them. The problem is that really restricted or very limited approved content isn't that authentic exchange of information. information. And for a lot of people, it's on platforms like Facebook and Twitter. Now, I don't know if you've been on it since its inception, but it used to be for young people. Those young people aren't so young anymore. It's now us. And that's not helpful. Facebook is by all reports for old people, of which I am one. And Twitter, although very active, it's a very mean place. I can't tell you, all the hate that comes in my direction seems to be from people on Twitter, the angry mob. Well, there are now other platforms that's nothing new. You've got YouTube and you've got Instagram. Instagram has all of my lunch, whatever I'm eating, I have to put there, right? But the platforms here are all very much a pay-to-play area. If you want to pay for advertising, you get in front of people. But they're not organic. You have to be following people. We have trends and videos that go viral, sure, but most of those people, it's based on their following. And people aren't going to find you as easily unless they're pushed to you. So organic reach, organic development, how do you get your message in front of more people? Because what we're really doing is speaking to the choir 9 times out of 10. So thank you, choir, for listening. It's nice to have people in your choir because, well, they agree with us, they like us, they're friends, it's safe. And it is nice to have friends. But we measure our success through different ways. We look at the stats and we pat ourselves on the back. We look at, impressions. So 2 seconds in front of your screen, it's an impression, and we congratulate each other. Likes, followers, views, all these things come into, analytics that tell you you're doing a good job. It's great. But we're speaking at people 9 times out of 10. And what we've been doing at Traffic Services is changing things around a little bit. We've been speaking with people. We're developing conversations. When they're holding you in their hands and you're speaking directly to them, you are actually developing a relationship. You're developing a trust bond. And from there, you have an ability to influence. And that's what I'm hoping that all of our partners can do as well, is to develop those opportunities to develop relationships, to get messaging. And it's not just one person. It shouldn't just be one guy doing it. It's everyone can do this, and we can all circle back and support each other. It's a community thing. And we're all saying the same messaging, but we can develop relationships with different people and have inroads to other groups, either by demographic, by age group. We have different accesses to those receivers of our information. So what kind of things do we see? I mean, we see questions about all sorts of things. It's not all about impaired driving, it's about driving and safety in general. My daughter's 9 months, but tall, can she be forward-facing? Questions about child seats. So we answer. It's a muffler delete. You would not believe how many people want to delete a muffler in Ontario. It's simple stuff. It's stuff you could have Googled, but we're using it as an opportunity to develop the relationship and, again, get great information out of it. And of course, we love the love. Very often, we're getting thanks. So many people, even people from the Ministry of Transportation, say, thanks for spreading good words. I'm not pointing at you specifically, but little things. Look, it's lots of stuff. And then there's the trolls, there's the hate. We're going to see it. Some agencies have put in place restrictions onto who can comment onto their posts because they want to protect themselves or reduce the activity that comes back as a response. You put up a message saying, have a nice day, they say, why do you hate us and why you're killing people? So whatever we say, we tend to get negative response. But if we ignore it, we're, in my opinion, not servicing the public and making ourselves inaccessible, and we can have fun with some trolls, a little bit. Now, just to give you an idea of the power of what I'm about to talk about, is specifically TikTok. We're busy on other platforms. We're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And May 10th is when we started looking at stats. We didn't have really impressive numbers. 18,000 followers on Twitter was something I thought was the most amazing thing. That was going to be, that was a big account. I was going to get there one day. 4.5 or just under 4,500 people following us. That doesn't mean interactions, but actually they approve with the check mark that they like us. And both Instagram and YouTube were new. If we fast forward to later that year, a steady growth on all the platforms except Facebook. I can't explain that. I think at the time I attributed it to COVID, but I don't actually know. And then we did this thing where we finally took the advice of our superintendent. 2 years prior, he had said, "Why aren't you dancing on TikTok?" No dancing required, it's not in my contract. But we did eventually get onto TikTok, and it was because of an investigation with kids skateboarding off the Gardner Expressway. Within a very short period of time, we had 50,000 people following us on that platform. No idea how that happened. Later that year, 186,000 people following us. And it's continued to grow. And grow, and grow. At the end of December 2021, sorry, at the beginning of December 2021, end of the year, just under 400,000, and we are now just approaching 600,000 followers. I have no idea why people find this so interesting in terms of me talking, but it's something that we've continued to grow and support. We've had tremendous support from our management team. It's working. We now have people who are in a position, I should say, we have an audience that's willing to listen to us. 3.8 million likes. I don't know what that means in terms of real value, but it's a number up there, so I'll share it. We actually follow and interact with our audience. We engage in conversations. We respond to all the messages. And again, it's developing that authentic experience. They feel that they know us. If you look at the stats, the demographic data, they are now the #1 platform, the longest views, more than YouTube. They surpassed them. And earlier we heard from Teens Learn to Drive that talked about, well, long-form content's for this. Not exactly. They keep upping it. At one point, TikTok's #1, if you wanted to go viral, was under 13 seconds. Then they introduced 2-minute videos, then 3-minute videos, and 5-minute videos, now 10-minute videos, and they're pushing those. So there's a place on TikTok for everything. So if you're not on TikTok, if your organization isn't on TikTok, I'd suggest it should be on TikTok, regardless of what you are doing. If you have messaging to go out, you need to be there. Why? Because that's where everybody else is. It's not just kids. If you look at their age range, I have grandparents who write to me saying, my grandchildren need to know this, or I sent this to my granddaughter, because she needed to. It's amazing, the full spectrum, from I want to do a muffler delete, I can guess the age range there, to I want to know how to install a car seat. So it's everybody. This is the stats back. This is back from the end of 2021, well, actually November 24th. This was a video, and I'll play it for you in a sec. It's about 25 seconds long. Not a tremendous amount of information in the video. It plays an example, it's like called a stitch. So it's a response to somebody else's video. Average watch time, 17.7 seconds. But at that time, I'd already hit 17,389 hours of play. So people watched it a lot. In fact, a lot of people were really upset about it. They didn't agree with it because it was talking about tinted windows being dangerous. 4.1 million views then, 617,000 likes. But the more important stats for me, 6,500 comments and 3,150 roughly for forwards. People were sharing it. If you're not familiar with what this is, For You page is a phenomenon only seen on TikTok. It is a curated page. It is TikTok determining that your video has value and it's sharing it to everybody else on the platform. So 98% of these people who saw the video had never followed our account, had never seen us, they were not fans, but they saw it was fed to them. People wonder why we say it's too dark. That's why it's too dark. Can you imagine if that was at nighttime? If you're a pedestrian, if you're a cyclist, if you drive a car, you should really be following our channel. We talk about traffic, traffic safety, traffic laws, traffic everything, every stuff. So today's stats, 6.7 million views on the same video, and it's been shared it's favored at 23,000 times, shared almost 6,000 times. Still 96% For You page. So what makes great content? It's one thing. It's value. And we have lots of value to share. We've been sharing it amongst ourselves all day. There's no question that we should be sharing it with a larger audience and ensuring that it's actually being seen. So value, I get to say it's one thing, but then there's those other things that support it. We're either providing education, entertainment, or inspiration, and I hope that when I produce videos, that it does all three, And then, of course, there's the access and relationship building, which I think is key. Authenticity is possibly the #1 barrier where people are trying to be something that they aren't. We can't pretend not to be police when we're on the platform. So I tell people like it is. You know, you ask me something, I'll tell you an answer. You may not like the answer, but it's the police answer. And it's not always, you know, perfect, because I'm not perfect. But the big thing is that, there's the concept of humanizing the badge. That's not really what I go for, but I can't act like somebody I'm not. It's just me. It's the best I can be. But I try to avoid trying to look good or trying not to look bad. It's just making things. So if the barrier to you creating content is trying to make perfect content, just make imperfect content, because getting it out there is all that's important. Consistency. You mentioned earlier it was Matt who mentioned it, having the link to be able to check driver's licenses. Something, if you don't have a link tree, if you're not utilizing this, you're missing out on a great opportunity. It's a free app, and this is what mine looks like. If you go onto it, you can get to all of my social media, and you can go and get a great website at the bottom for checking your driver's license for free. It's just, all you have to do is start. And I appreciate that there's usually a lot of red tape. I cut a lot of that red tape out because I just pressed buttons and then found myself on the internet. But I was fortunate to have a lot of support. If you do need help, if you do have questions, I'm available to you. Because I'd love to see us get the important information that we have out to everybody. And like I said, it's a different time. So any questions you have, feel free. And if you don't want to do it here, feel free to reach out.
Well, how much time do you spend creating content? I mean, are you doing 2 a day, 3 a day? I mean, in order to be recognized for those thousands of hits you get, I mean, you need to produce a ton of stuff, don't you?
There's a lot of people who believe that because that's what the experts on TikTok were saying. The biggest reason to create lots of content is to develop a pattern and a feel for it and see what works. But you don't have to create a tremendous amount of volume, but you need to have some level of consistency. Now, I do have an hour-long show that I do every single day, Monday to Friday, actually, every single day, 5 out of 7 days. And that's live content. And the future really is live. That's where people get direct access, they can ask their information. All the platforms are pushing it. And all of the platforms are trying to become TikTok. YouTube has created Shorts, Instagram has got Reels, Facebook now has Reels. And creating content and reusing it on other platforms does work. But it doesn't have to be perfect content. It doesn't have to be, so a 1-minute video could take you 1 minute.
So then, so where does the exchange part come in? Where, like, they start
Comments.
making comments and you comment back? I mean, you could be doing, how do you have the time to respond to thousands of, I mean, I'm just like,
Being that it's just me, it's a lot of work going into it. Could it be a team doing it? Absolutely. Is it worthy of investing a team into it? Yeah. I think that we invest in a lot of areas, and then we don't put enough effort behind and support behind social media. This is actually I think the best way to communicate. Last week I spent a week going to different campuses for Centennial College, and while I was there live streaming in the lobby doing what I do normally, just in a different background, I had students walking up to me wanting selfies. They all know who I am. I went to Ottawa, with Safer Roads Ottawa, and spoke to different high schools last month, and students in Ottawa know who I am. I went to Elmer to take a course. The owner of the restaurant that I had dinner at came up to say, "My wife loves your show." It's amazing how quickly this spreads.
Yeah.
But it's not just because I'm the guy doing it. I'm just the only guy doing it. We're the #1 platform. We're the #1 police account in the world for education right now. And it's neat, but it's because nobody else is there. So come join. There's lots of room. So, with that, there's no secret sauce. I will tell you that a good microphone really makes a difference, but consistency is where it's at. Just creating stuff on a regular basis and being available, actually responding. But any questions? Back?
Yeah, I was just wondering, what's the typical lifespan of one of these, like one that does really well? Do you find that it has a few moments in sun and it
So a little known secret is you can repost content. So something that's done well before can do well again, and you can repost things because things do tend to have a life cycle. Now, you mentioned algorithm, and that's a magical thing. It's also something that once you think you figured it out, it changes. They literally change the algorithm all the time. When we saw tremendous growth, and then it plateaued, and then we saw a dip in the users. I'm like, wait, I'm used to like 5,000 new people following me a day. What's going on? What's this 20 people business? You know what? It ebbs and flows, and things change. And you know, we talk about trends and jumping onto trending music. Now they're saying don't jump on trending music because the music may get into a situation with licensing, and then they go and pull the music, and all those videos no longer get to play. The number one thing that TikTok wants right now is live video. It wants original sound. So you speaking, providing value, it's huge. The algorithm looks at quality of video, lighting, audio. So buying a $100 microphone, it's a great thing. $200 microphone, if you need it, you can get it. But just creating stuff, the microphone on an iPhone does great things too. The big thing is start, and then you can build from there. But you're right, the question was, does it fade away? Sometimes yes, and then I got a comment for a video that I put up a year ago. Because someone will find your video and then deep dive and comment on 25 different things. And then when you respond to those 25 comments, you get new interest. And people get notified that a video that they've already got commented on, and they see it again, so it comes back up. Or just repost it. Any other staff, any question?
No, just a comment, just to jump on what you said. First of all, my bias, because Sean works in our office and does a fantastic job. And really it's a job that's driven by personality and what he does in his skill level. But it really is a job that you need a team doing it. For example, the mayor of Toronto has a team of people doing what Sean does, but the followers, and I don't know the numbers, so I don't want to get that wrong, but nowhere near what Sean does, right? In terms of the followership that they have, so, yeah.
I think he's somewhere hovering around 50 to 70,000, which is, we were at one point neck and neck. But collaborating, it's a great opportunity. We've spoken to the mayor's staff and said, hey, why don't you come out? Let's do a video together. And there's so many opportunities within this room even to collaborate. In fact, I have a podcast guest that we're gonna make that happen real soon because we have the podcast that is a separate thing. People say, well, we have this information, we want to listen to it while we're driving, it's not safe. Well, we're a traffic safety day, how do we do this? So we're gonna create a podcast that you can listen to after you download it to your phone and it's audio only. So we're really covering all bases.
Yeah, John Tory under 50,000.
Under 50, he's lost followers. But the opportunity is there, and it's happening whether you're in it or not. I would say get in it. So it's that concept. We don't have assemblies. We don't have things that we were driving people and setting them in front of students. This is the way to get more people. But if you don't have any questions, we'll wrap it up. Thank you very much. And again, you've got all my contact information. It's Linktree Sean Shapiro, or you can get me at sean.shapiro@torontopolice.ca. Thanks very much.
All right, to close this year's conference, I'd like to end things with a humorous joke. That's right, a humorous joke. Unfortunately, I know many of them, but no way to clean any of them up. Oh, there's some bad delivery right there, right? Sorry, my mouth's dry. I'd like to thank our sponsors this year, Desjardins Insurance and the Beer Store, our partners, York Regional Police, and in particular, the man, Todd Snooks. The legend. Ministry of Transportation, Toronto Police, many more that I can't even name. The conference committee works very hard every year. We start planning these things normally in like March, and of course we're not working every day on it all the way through, but we start very early on in the year to put everything in place, and it takes a lot of time and dedication. So I'd like to thank the committee and close by saying, I'm going to steal a favorite quote here. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you. to Waterloo.